Chapter 493. When Li Hongyuan made his move, Imperial bodyguard Qian and the others naturally protected Jingwan, paying attention to the movements around them at all times, just in case. Li Hongyuan was able to handle the three of them with ease. Coupled with the assistance of the people around Lu Qingdi, Li Hongyuan seized the opportunity to defeat them one by one. He was also merciless, breaking their arms and legs, making them absolutely lose their ability to move. It was obvious that there was no possibility of success. The three people subconsciously wanted to bite open the poisoned sacs hidden in their mouths. Li Hongyuan raised his foot and kicked over. The three people were obviously not on the same line, but they were all kicked in the jaw, eliminating the possibility of suicide. After dealing with these three, Li Hongyuan suddenly tilted his head slightly, sweeping his eyes. The knife in his hand shook and flew out of his hand. With a whoosh, it brushed past Lu Qingdi's neck. A short and hurried sound. The neck of a woman behind Lu Qingdi was penetrated. She was still holding a crossbow in her hand. Her eyes were wide open, and she died with remaining grievances. Because of this, Lu Qingdi was so frightened that his hands and feet trembled. If he hadn't just gone to the toilet, he was afraid that he would have lost a lot of face. The bystanders silently moved their eyes away, either looking at the sky or the ground, or paying attention to the people around them. In fact, the target of the person who was killed by Li Hongyuan was actually Jingwan and not Lu Qingdi. This hidden fourth person might have wanted to take advantage of the chaos to make a move. Unexpectedly, although Li Hongyuan was dealing with the three people in front of him, he was also paying attention to the situation around Jingwan. When he found that someone dared to make a move on Jingwan, he brazenly made a move, completely ignoring who was in the path of the knife. The scene of Li Hongyuan killing people, Jingwan had seen it before. At that moment, he was absolutely an emotionless killing machine. Anyone who touched his territory would not have a good ending. Just like just now, Jingwan felt that his eyes were suffused with a cold, metallic light. No one was born like this. At the beginning, Jingwan was somewhat frightened. At that time, she didn't think about this problem. She only heard that Jin Qinhuang was malicious and ruthless. Now that she knew why he was like this, she felt extremely distressed. Clearly, she was protected very well just now. Even if he didn't make a move, she would absolutely be fine. But he made a move to the extent that it drew out the coldest and darkest thing in his heart. Yuan, Emperor, are you okay? Yu Zhongqing supported Lu Qingdi and asked with concern. All of a sudden, Jingwan seemed to have regained her senses. She clenched her fists and calmed herself down. She moved her eyes away from Li Hongyuan and walked quickly to Lu Qingdi. She held his arm and said, "Father, are you okay?" Just now, this daughter-in-law was really scared to death. Fortunately, Wang Ye reacted quickly, otherwise Emperor Mei. Seemingly realizing that she said something wrong, Jingwan slapped her mouth twice. Don't blame Jingwan for letting Lu Qingdi take the blame. She was not only protecting herself, but more importantly, Li Hongyuan ignored Lu Qingdi's safety because of others. That was a big mistake. Then, no matter how much Lu Qingdi loved this son of his, once he knew, there would certainly not be a good outcome. No matter how much he loved his son, could it be compared to his own life? And a lot of things that Li Hongyuan had managed in the past would be burned to the ground. Therefore, she could only let Lu Qingdi think that Li Hongyuan's actions were to save him. Only in this way could she not make a mistake. Is that so? Lu Qingdi's body was still trembling a little, and his speech was not smooth. That's right. These evildoers are really too hateful. Jingwan was still a little scared and looked back, as if she had seen something terrible, and immediately looked away. Lu Qingdi also looked back slowly. When he saw the dead man holding the crossbow, he immediately agreed with Jingwan's words and nodded. Old Six, you have made a contribution to save the Emperor this time. Later, I will reward you handsomely. Jingwan slightly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Lu Qingdi agreed, it was fine. Anyway, in the situation just now, except for herself, probably no one knew what was going on. Even if someone disagreed, it could not be helped. After all, One was the princess, and the other was the emperor. No one would think that the assassination target was the princess and not the emperor. Lu Qingdi himself thought so he did not doubt Jingwan's words. In this way, the interrogation of the other assassins had nothing to do with them. Quickly call Gong Jiu over and let him take a look at Father's wound. Jingwan ordered, "Father, take a rest first, bandage your wound, and then escort you back to the palace." What do you think of handing these assassins to the blackguard for interrogation? Old Six's wife, you can arrange it. But his eyes were looking at Li Hongyuan. Jingwan hurried forward, grabbed Li Hongyuan's arm, and pinched it hard where others could not see. "Your Highness, even if your Highness is angry with Father, it has been a long time. Besides, Father was considering the overall situation. In Father's heart, you must be the most cherished. Your Highness, don't you think?" Li Hongyuan looked at Jingwan, and his eyes slowly became lively. Jingwan also heard most of the words. She forced herself to close her eyes and then looked at Lu Qingdi and said coldly, "It's good that Father is fine." The subtle change in the process could not be discovered by people who were not familiar with Li Hongyuan. You're done with just one sentence. Why don't you help Father to rest and treat his wound? Jingwan seemed to push him angrily. Li Hongyuan wanted to say that he could go to hell, but he knew that Jingwan was trying her best to cover up and whitewash it all for him. How could he ruin everything based on his mood? So Lu Qingdi saw his son coming over reluctantly and unconsciously smiled. His courage seemed to have recovered. Before Li Hongyuan reached out to help him, he grabbed Li Hongyuan's arm. Li Hongyuan restrained himself and did not shake him off. He was in a bad mood now. It was as if he had just come back and wanted to destroy everything, but he had to pretend. It was incomparably sullen. "You Zhongqing, you go and guard the 3 assassins. Wait for the blackguard to come and take them. During this time, no one is allowed to touch them. I have old Six here, so there's no need to worry about my safety." "Yes, Your Majesty." Yu Zhongqing responded respectfully. He took the 3 assassins and threw them into the nearest private room, guarding the door like door gods. Jingwan and Li Hongyuan stayed by Lu Qingdi's side and let Gong Jiu apply medicine to him. The others were responsible for comforting the people. However, the emperor was assassinated. No matter who the original target was, since Lu Qingdi encountered the assassin, he was the one who was assassinated. Naturally, the manor had to be temporarily sealed off. However, after such a thing happened, it was obvious that people were also in a state of panic. So many people had to be arranged to ask Lu Qingdi about it. Since the assassins have been caught and killed, they should do what they should do. "I'm still here. What's there to be afraid of?" Lu Qingdi was tough at this moment, as if he had completely forgotten who was the one who was scared to death before. "Your Highness, is the feng shui of our horse farm not good? This time, there are always problems." Jingwan muttered to Li Hongyuan as if complaining. "The bad thing is the human heart. It has nothing to do with feng shui." Li Hongyuan glanced at Jingwan lightly. Jingwan pursed her lips and stopped talking. It was just that the speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. The thing that happened to the Bai family last time also happened here. In Lu Qingdi's heart, he also knew that in fact, someone framed him. He couldn't find out the truth, so he suppressed it and didn't continue to investigate. Then this time, who would dare to directly make a move against him? Could it be that the assassination attempt was also fake, but another trap? Of course, it would be even better if he could really die. Lu Qingdi clenched his back teeth. This time, he must find out the truth and not let it go. Therefore, this was the fundamental difference between a threat to his life and not. Previously, even if he knew that Li Hongyuan was framed, he still thought that it was fine if he couldn't find out the truth. But now, he must find out the truth. If he really found out the truth, he probably wouldn't be lenient. Lu Qingdi's injury was not serious. There was only a long but not deep wound. Because of the poison, he would be in danger after a certain period of time. Fortunately, it was not difficult for Gong Jiu. After detoxifying the poison, he would be fine after taking a few more doses of medicine. It was not a big problem. Li Hongyuan proposed to send Lu Qingdi back, but Lu Qingdi was calm. "Since I'm here to watch the horse race, how can I leave without watching a single race?" He waved his hand and sat there to watch the horse race. He wanted to personally experience the warm atmosphere of being sought after. It's improper to shout and shout, Lu Qingdi said, but his eyes gradually became excited. Jing Wan and Li Hanyuan sat behind. They looked at each other and didn't say anything. This was nothing. The influence of the assassination had weakened a lot. Li Hanyuan seemed to be bored and played with Jing Wan's fingers. He didn't care whether Lu Qingdi would suddenly turn around and see it or not. Jing Wan struggled a few times but couldn't break free. She could only let him be. The blackguard came quickly. Lu Qingdi didn't give the order to keep it a secret. So, soon, everyone who should know knew. Lu Qingdi trusted the blackguard the most. Since they said they would escort him back, Lu Qingdi naturally wouldn't say anything. Li Hanyuan wanted to go back with him, but Lu Qingdi refused. If the assassination hadn't happened, he would be happy to cultivate his son's feelings. Now, he didn't have time. It was more important to deal with the matter first. You can go to the palace to see me in a few days. You haven't been there for a long time. Li Hanyuan responded indifferently. As soon as they left, Li Hanyuan no longer concealed his emotions. His entire being seemed to be shrouded in a vicious aura, looking quite terrifying. It was no wonder that he was so angry. Someone dared to attack Jing Wan under his nose. It was already his limit to not chop that person into minced meat. It was enough to show that he still had some control over killing people in front of others. Otherwise, with his current appearance, no matter how blind Lu Qingdi was, he would still have some doubts. Jing Wan had no choice but to be patient and appease him. Others couldn't get close to him at all. When Li Hanyuan calmed down, the day's competition was all over. Jing Wan knew that Li Hanyuan was not normal, but this was mostly caused by psychological factors. She asked Gong Jiu if it was possible to use drugs to control it. According to Gong Jiu, other people might be able to, but on Li Hanyuan, it wouldn't have any effect. Moreover, this kind of emotion couldn't be completely let out. It couldn't be completely suppressed by perseverance. It was appropriate to vent, and at the same time to vent, one must know how to control it. As for the degree of recovery, I didn't even know the source. Naturally, there was no way to talk about it. Jing Wan knew. Obviously, it could only be done slowly. When her death was over, when everything was settled, when he slowly let go of the knot in his heart, it would probably be fine. Wang Fei, why don't we sort out the people in the manor? Sorting them out naturally needs to be done, but it can only be done for show. We can't clean them all up. Jin Qin Wang's residence and manor were like iron buckets. It would be strange if it didn't arouse suspicion. Therefore, the horse farm was like a sieve. It was completely the result of them letting it go. But there were too many loopholes, and there would always be mistakes from time to time. It was really annoying. In this kind of situation, the shadow guards and imperial bodyguards of Jin Qin Wang's residence were quite dissatisfied. However, if everything was cleaned up, it would obviously be more troublesome. Moreover, it would be a big trouble. In contrast, it might be better to maintain the status quo. Although they weren't afraid of something, if nothing happened, it would naturally be more relaxed. As the saying goes, don't be afraid of trouble, dislike trouble. But at this time, they didn't need to sort out. Lu Qingdi was assassinated in the manor, and it was someone in the horse farm. Of course, everyone in the manor was within the scope of investigation. Because of Li Hongyuan's indulgence, the blackguard would definitely be able to find a lot of good information this time. In this way, the master behind these people wouldn't be able to blame Li Hongyuan. But who was the assassination target this time? Was it really Jing Wan? The person bumped into Lu Qingdi and was taken away by the blackguard. There was no way to interrogate, so naturally, they couldn't be sure for the time being. However, it was only temporary. The things that Li Hanyuan wanted to know, unless everyone was dead and there were no clues again, he would definitely find them out. After a preliminary investigation, the blackguard had already found a lot of problematic people and then directly reported to Lu Qingdi. After Lu Qingdi saw it, he felt sorry for his son. With a wave of his hand, he sent people over. These problematic people were all returned to their original masters as a warning. At the same time, Lu Qingdi also sent people to pass a message to Li Hanyuan. Those who were not pleasing to the eye, they should all be pulled out. Ben Wang has nothing to hide. As long as they work for Ben Wang obediently, Bin Wang doesn't care about their origin. These words were brought back to Lu Chengdi as they were. Lu Chengdi felt sorry and sad again. In his opinion, Li Hongyuan was really a good son. There were many things that could prove this point. For example, the antidote that Gong Jiu gave him. After he returned to the palace, he asked the imperial doctor about it. In fact, it was just a sedative. Obviously, it was because he was frightened. His son was so considerate that he didn't publicize it at all, saving his face. The misunderstanding was getting deeper and deeper. If Lu Chengdi fully knew the truth in the future, what kind of expression would he have? She was really looking forward to it. Where does the emperor get the confidence that there are no spies among the people he sent? Or are his own spies not spies? Jingwan felt that Lu Chengdi sometimes seemed to be a little self-confident. He thought that he had full control over his court, harem, and the entire country. Sometimes, he clearly felt something, but when he looked back, he seemed to forget it. It was as if everything had returned to his hands. Was he deceiving himself? Or was it that even so, it didn't matter as long as he still had absolute control over all his son's glory and wealth? Not to mention other things, there was a problem with the eunuchs around him. It would have been better if they didn't investigate. After this investigation, more than one person revealed that he left the palace in disguise. Not to mention how many third parties knew about it in a short period of time. Except for the chief steward who had always been by his side, the others were all sent to the Department of Cautious Punishment and died without surviving the torture. It was already like this. Did he still think that the people he sent to his sons were good? The blackguard's interrogation originally thought that the results would be out quickly. However, they underestimated the tough bones of these few assassins. The blackguard's torture instruments that made people tremble with fear were used on them, but they still couldn't make them speak. Moreover, they died in there after only 2 days. It wasn't that they couldn't survive the torture, but they were poisoned to death. Obviously, there was a loophole in the blackguard. It could be imagined how furious Lu Chengdi was. He had always regarded the blackguard as the sharpest sword in his hand, and he had absolute control over it, ordering it as he wished. However, reality slapped him hard in the face. Investigate, investigate, investigate thoroughly. Other than this, Lu Chengdi probably couldn't say anything else. In this way, the originally majestic blackguard was also covered in dirt. The only one who wasn't affected was probably Li Suyen. The commander of the blackguard originally knew that Li Suyen would take over his position. He had always handed over everything to Li Suyen. He was also happy and relaxed. Although there wouldn't be any merit, he wouldn't offend more people, who knew that this time Lu Chengdi specifically handed over the matter to him. While when something happened, he was directly scolded by Lu Chengdi like a dog. Li Suyen had dealt with many big and small matters. She had always been fine. In the end, when it came to him, something went wrong. How tragic. The problem now was that the few people guarding the assassins were also dead. The clues were naturally cut off. There were so many people in the blackguard. It was impossible to interrogate them one by one. If that was the case, not only would the blackguard's prestige be ruined, they wouldn't be able to do anything. Lu Chengdi only wanted results. Would he listen to such an explanation? If that was the case, the commander of the blackguard would probably lose his integrity in his later years. He would have to go to the blackguard's prison himself. The commander of the blackguard wiped his face and looked at Li Suyen with a slightly cold gaze. It was absolutely impossible to say that he didn't have any opinions about this subordinate. No one was still fine. The position under their buttocks had already been reserved by someone else. In order to smoothly get the position, they had to make way and pave the way for him. No matter how much joy and hardship, it couldn't erase the resentment and unwillingness in their hearts. Li Suyen stood upright with a knife at his waist. He lowered his eyebrows and narrowed his eyes. At any time, he was very respectful to this superior and never overstepped his boundaries. However, this attitude made the commander of the blackguard even angrier because he couldn't vent his anger. If he gave the other party any face, it would be his fault. It was fine if the blackguard looked at him with a "you're being unreasonable" gaze. If he wasn't careful, he would be called by the emperor. Do you have any opinions about this?" was enough to make him want to vomit blood. Most of the time, The commander of the blackguard thought that Li Suyin did it on purpose to put him in such an embarrassing situation. Whether it was intentional or not, only Li Suyin himself knew. Ah Yuan, who do you think poisoned those assassins to death? Jingwan fiddled with a gorgeous flower casually. Who? Of course it's me. Li Hongyuan answered matter-of-factly. Jingwan turned to look at him subconsciously. Her eyes were filled with astonishment. You're not joking? Li Hongyuan glanced at her indifferently. Why would I joke about such a boring matter with you? But why? Jingwan didn't understand. Wan, who do you think those assassins came for? It can't really be me, right? Jingwan frowned. When did she have such value that even assassins were sent out? The main goal is to kill you. It's best if they succeed. If they don't succeed, kill as many as they can and create chaos. Anyway, they're just causing trouble for us. In the end, someone was unlucky and ran into them. The assassins have no value, so there's no need to keep them. Let him believe that the assassins came for him. What's wrong with that? Jingwan looked at the sky, the earth, the flowers, and everything. In the end, her gaze fell on a certain person. All right, if you think it's good, then it's good. Anyway, everyone can take the blame for you. Everyone can be schemed against by you. I was schemed against by you more than 10 years ago. I was cheated by you. Now, it's just a continuation. It's not easy to kill people in the blackguard's prison. Who's working for you? Li Suyin killed them. However, it's not considered working for me. At most, it's just a deal. This answer seemed to be unexpected. Thinking about it carefully, it didn't seem to be surprising. There seemed to be some signs last year in Jiangnan. As far as I know, Li Suyin is his adopted son in name. However, after returning from Jiangnan, I found out something else. He's actually our biological brother. Usually, if a man and a woman who aren't husband and wife sleep together, it's considered adultery. It's intolerable. However, if an emperor sleeps with someone else's woman, the man can't be angry. He can't take revenge. He has to take good care of the woman. If she's pregnant, he has to treat the bastard child like an ancestor. If an ordinary adulterous child is exposed, it's an adulterous child. If the adulterous child left behind by the emperor and another person is exposed, it's a rise in status, and he becomes a prince. This is the dignity of the emperor. He has all the advantages. Li Hongyuan's tone was still indifferent, as if he was just stating a fact. Therefore, a man who was cuckolded by the emperor was probably the most miserable person in the world. Of course, other than the kind of man who used this kind of thing to get promoted. For someone like Lu Chengdi, a woman's resistance might be seen as a rejection. Then, what kind of situation does Li Suyin belong to? Since she had already slept with the emperor, she naturally couldn't get married again. That family had a beautiful dream of becoming a relative of the emperor, so they forcefully broke off the engagement with the man. The man didn't have any power, so naturally, the matter was left unsettled. However, that man's thoughts were all on the imperial noble consort, who hadn't entered the palace yet. How could he care about other people? Moreover, he was unilaterally pledging his love to the imperial noble consort. That kind of thing would hinder his relationship with the imperial noble consort, so it was impossible for him to admit it. That family was transferred out of the capital. After a few years, Li Suyin came back alone. His mother left the family after leaving the capital. She raised him until he was a few years old before sending him back. After that, she disappeared. Li Suyin stayed in the family for a few years. One night, the family was robbed. Other than Li Suyin, who escaped, everyone else died. Because he knew his background, he returned to the capital alone. After all, he was still a child. How could he survive outside? As a local official, he lived in the county. The city gates were closed at night. Why did the robbers pick on this family? It was terrifying to think about. Jingwan was shocked. Li Hongyuan smiled indifferently. Who knows? In my previous life, when I forced the emperor to abdicate, Li Suyin was there. He chose to stand aside and watch. Or rather, he opened the door for me. Regarding this, I had my doubts before. However, I wasn't interested in finding out the answer. Now, I pretty much know. The only soft spot in his heart should be his mother. Is this related to your deal? She's already dead. It's just that she died earlier than he expected. It's only been a few years. We've already found the location of her grave. His only concern is gone. This person, cold and heartless. He took care of the assassins and the prison guards. Those people, to a certain extent, were his brothers who went through fire and water with him. If he didn't kill them, they probably wouldn't give him up. On the contrary, if he wanted to, he could even help them clear their names. But he used the most cold-blooded and violent method. It was said that even the coldest person had a soft spot in his heart. Only then could he be called a person. Li Suyin could no longer be called a person. Moreover, he abandoned everything. Ah Yuan, it's best that you don't use such a person. After all, he doesn't want to die yet. Li Suyin is cold and heartless. He doesn't have any desires. He won't meddle in things that have nothing to do with him. He's not cynical and wants to kill at the drop of a hat. He only lives for the sake of living. I'm afraid he doesn't have much hatred for the one on the throne. The things he did in his previous life were probably just because he didn't have any feelings for that man. Jingwan was speechless. She really didn't know how to evaluate such a person. In my previous life, after I became the emperor, I made him the commander of the Blackguard. To be honest, he was very useful. So, you actually still want to do this? Probably. In his previous life, he was used to help you wipe out the family. What was he going to do in this life? I think that one might face some obstacles in the future. Li Suyin should be able to come in handy when the time comes. Now, he's just in case. Jingwan pulled her face. Then I really have to thank you. He thought so far ahead. She didn't want to make any big changes. Was there a need to use violence to suppress the situation? You're welcome. It's my duty to support my wife in her work. Li Hanyuan nodded seriously. Jingwan was speechless. It was useless to talk about this. Who's the one who's going through so much trouble to kill me? What does Wan think? Jingwan thought for a moment. Even if it's someone who has a grudge against me, it doesn't seem like they want me dead. Who told you that you have to have a reason to kill someone before you can kill someone? Wan, it's not right for you to always think this way. We were just talking about Li Suyin. To some people, as long as there's a little obstacle, even if it's a small stone, it can be a reason to kill. So the so-called law was targeted at a certain group of people. She still couldn't accept it, but her heart was still calm. I'm your princess consort, after all. The first person who has a grudge against me, dares to do it, and has the ability to do it, is your adoptive mother, Imperial Consort Su. Li Hanyuan got up and walked to Jingwan's side. He patted her head. See, you're so smart. Why do you have to be so silly sometimes? Jingwan slapped him and sneered. That it's really hard on you to marry a princess consort who's always being silly. It's not hard on you. You're my wife. It's okay, even if you're a little silly. I can handle it. So it's really fine. Jingwan's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This man was always infuriating. The number of times she had suffered in his hands was more than the sum of the times in her previous life. But if he made you angry, this man was used to coaxing people, so you couldn't be angry. If you hardened your heart and wanted to give him the cold shoulder, he could make other troubles. So, quarreling was quarreling. After quarreling, it was fine. If nothing unexpected happened, it would be like this for the rest of their lives. Although it would always be a meal, it didn't seem to be a bad thing. Who asked this man to be paranoid and overbearing like a child? If she didn't spoil and give in to him, what else could she do? Jingwan's anger came and went quickly. Then, can I say that the incident with the Bai family last time was actually her doing? Indeed, that woman knows my situation the best, but she's also the one who's most afraid of me. Then what should we do now? How are you going to deal with it? When Li Hongming's child is born, we'll kill them all. At that time, the war should be relatively stable. Now, we'll completely destroy the Su family. Li Hanyuan looked at Jingwan. Sorry, Wan, I can't immediately kill that woman to avenge you. Although there's a way to make that woman fall, it's far from enough. If you want pain, you have to make her go crazy. You have to make her live a life worse than death. Li Hongyuan's voice was full of ruthlessness. It's fine. Let's take it slow. I believe that you won't let me suffer the slightest bit of harm. Moreover, your imperial father is not a trustworthy person. To deal with some people, we can't pin our hopes on him. We still need to do it ourselves and ruthlessly trample on them, making them unable to climb back up. That's right. This was the real reason why Li Hongyuan didn't rush to deal with imperial consort Su, even though she had lost her value. Lu Qingdi wasn't trustworthy. When he was still in power, he had to be prepared to be cheated by him at any time. Even if he trampled on someone, he had to be prepared for it to become useless soon. However, it didn't matter to deal with the Su family. The next day, a low-level official in the capital went directly to the Supreme Court to sue the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, Su Mingzhang, for murdering his son and inhumane. Although the Minister of the Supreme Court wasn't as high as the Minister of the Ministry of Justice, cases that weren't ordered by the Emperor were basically major cases. Once it reached the Supreme Court, it wasn't a small matter. Moreover, the current Minister of the Supreme Court was an upright and impartial person when it came to cases. Ordinary people, even high-ranking officials, wouldn't want to cause trouble in the Supreme Court. If it was someone else, it might be delayed. However, in the hands of the fifth Tai Ching, it was immediately accepted. At this time, it didn't matter if Su Mingzhang's position was higher than his. If he was summoned for questioning, he had to obediently take off his official robes and go. At most, he didn't have to kneel. If he didn't go, then sorry, but the fifth Tai Ching could directly send people to arrest him. At that time, it would be even more embarrassing. Under everyone's strange gazes, Su Mingzhang's expression was still calm, and he appeared to be neither fast nor slow. However, he was the one who did it after all. After so long, it was suddenly exposed. He also didn't dare to be sure that he had cleaned up all the loose ends. Therefore, he still felt guilty in his heart. Whether it was noble consort Su or Prince Rue, they were both shocked and angry when they found out about this. In particular, noble consort Su almost couldn't catch her breath. She had racked her brains over and over again and used up a lot of her trump cards, but she failed again and again. Now that Su Mingzhang was in trouble, it basically meant that the Su family no longer had any manpower that could be used. She felt as if her heart had been stabbed by a knife over and over again, bleeding profusely. She only hated that her adopted son's luck was so good that he could easily escape again and again. Thinking about it, the Bai family's only son was stolen by the mistress of the family. Others didn't know, but he just happened to find out. This time, even if he couldn't kill that little bitch Madame Luo, it would still be a big problem. However, the emperor was out on an inspection tour, and all the assassins were killed. She was believed to have assassinated the emperor and lost many of her men. It could only be described as lucky. In fact, if it were anyone else, they would think that Li Hongyuan was lucky and not prepared for a rainy day. After all, rebirth was something that few people would think of if they didn't personally encounter it. Even so, noble consort Su still had a strong sense of uneasiness. It was as if she was being held in the hand of an invisible hand that blocked and hindered her every move. Noble consort Su's health was actually getting worse. In the past 6 months, more than half of her hair had turned white and was falling out very badly. Many of her hair buns couldn't be combed anymore. The reason why it couldn't be seen was because she dyed it every day and used a lot of filler every time. Someone, go get Prince Rue. Noble consort Su held the teacup and wanted to take a sip, but her hands trembled so much that the lid of the teacup clanked against the cup. She hurriedly put down the cup and clenched her hands tightly, hiding them in her sleeves. She didn't want anyone to see. She didn't want to admit that she had aged so much. However, she could hide her situation from others, but how could she hide it from the people around her? The palace servants who served her were very distressed. But now that the Jade Essence Palace no longer favored her and noble consort Su's temper was getting worse and worse, they didn't dare to say anything. After all, the words of a lowly person didn't carry much weight. One wrong move, and they might even lose their lives. Prince Rue came very openly. After all, he was also at a loss and couldn't sit still in the current situation. Yes, enough. Look at the situation now. The Supreme Court is only summoning his name and won't detain him. We goes back, tell him that if he can't do it, he can admit to the crime. However, he can't prove that he took the initiative to kill someone and that it was someone else who set him up. But mother, even so, I'm afraid that he still can't keep his official position. The related people have already been dealt with. It shouldn't be. There's no such thing as shouldn't be. At the beginning, we suspected that everything wasn't just the result of that woman's revenge. Now that the matter has been uncovered, it's obvious that this point has been confirmed. Since someone deliberately set him up, there must be evidence. It's impossible for it to be dealt with by you. In addition, the matter of you helping to clean up the mess can't be exposed. When the time comes, we'll do our best to reduce his crime. Mother, in this case, won't the outer family. When you sit in that position, it's just a matter of saying a word to reverse the case. If you get involved, then it's really hopeless. The Emperor won't do anything to you, but he will be strict with your name. Tell them clearly that at this time, they should be sober and don't be muddle-headed. Even if she was really old, noble consort Sue was still very clear-headed. https://11/11/11807/1262980. HTML. Chapter 494. Indeed, as Imperial concubine Su said, Li Hongyuan had planned to plot against the Su family from the beginning. No matter how Li Hongming and Su Mingzhang cleaned up the mess, there was still evidence left behind. The so-called plot did not mean that Li Hongming killed someone, so there was no need to think about it. Not only that, he even revealed the truth of Su Mingzhang killing someone out of anger because of a dispute with a brothel girl. Although Qi Yuan did not explicitly state that officials were not allowed to visit prostitutes, but once it was exposed, it would be a stain that could not be erased. In the evaluation, it would even be considered as one of the virtues. Because of this, there would be even less of a need to talk about feelings and face. Fortunately, all the evidence ended here. There was no evidence that Su Mingzhang had killed several people in order to cover up the truth, and it was never mentioned. Prince Rui tried his best to persuade Lu Qingdi, but Lu Qingdi did not even banish him, let alone pay with his life. Naturally, some people were satisfied with such a verdict, but some people were very dissatisfied. On the second day after the verdict was issued, the mother of the deceased killed herself in front of the palace gate and left a blood letter. In the bloody letter, she described the Su family's immoral cruelty. She described how tragic it was when her son's body was found. She described how her family had been searching for the murderer like headless flies for months because of the grief of losing her son. She accused the Tian family of being unfair and protecting the murderer. It could be said that she cried tears of blood with every word. At the end of the bloody letter, she left the words, "Return my son," which made people's hearts ache. This time, it could be said that a hornet's nest was poked. Especially in the various academies, it seemed that because of someone's instigation, it caused all kinds of anger. Because Su Mingzhang also graduated from the imperial examination and became famous at a young age, he was once regarded as a role model by countless scholars and was quite respected. Now, the amount of respect they had was 10 times more than before. Because Su Mingzhang had climbed up the ranks too quickly these years, he was already the left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue in his 30s, which attracted the jealousy of many people. Now, they were adding insult to injury and fanning the flames. They said that Su Mingzhang did not deserve to be a scholar and asked the emperor to punish him severely. They once caused a ruckus at the palace gate. If it were not for someone inside controlling the situation, they might have already broken into the palace. Then, this fire burned imperial concubine Su and Prince Rui. Su Shi was a noble consort, yet she did not restrain or advise her family. Instead, she indulged them in all kinds of ways. She was not worthy of sitting in this position. At the same time, they shouted that they didn't believe that noble consort Su and Prince Rui didn't know about this matter. They must have helped conceal it and help the tyrant. The Su family was even more miserable. From top to bottom, they did not dare to go out. If they went out, they would be baptized by stones and rotten vegetables. Of course, the people who did this were not the students, but the ordinary people. These people seemed to have been brainwashed, thinking that the Su family was evil beyond redemption. Imperial concubine Su and Prince Rui weren't the only ones in a terrible fix. Lu Qingdi was also having a terrible headache. This wasn't the first time he had used his connections to get away with it, but it had never been this serious before. What was wrong with him this time? All right, everyone knew that the deceased wasn't convinced and was too unyielding. Thus, this storm was set off. As scholars, they were the future pillars of the Qi Yuan. With so many people, Lu Qingdi definitely couldn't give the order to severely punish them. Thus, he could only punish the main culprit to vent the anger of the people. Su Mingzhang was sentenced to exile. Not only that, the other officials in the Su family were more or less affected, especially Su Mingzhang's father, who was demoted by 3 ranks. The reason was that he did not teach his son well. Speaking of which, Su Mingzhang's official position was more than 3 ranks higher than his father's. In this situation, whether it was the imperial court or the Su family, they should all follow Su Mingzhang's lead. To say that Su Mingzhang's father did not teach his son well was somewhat untenable. However, Lu Qingdi was also implicated, so he naturally took his anger out on him. After changing the verdict, Emperor Lu Cheng issued an edict to all the academies. As a place to educate people, they should properly guide the students. How could they gather people to make trouble? They must be strict with the students. If there was a next time, they would be severely punished. Among them, the Imperial College was the most severe. Who let the Imperial College be the National Academy? The Imperial College's chancellor was directly removed. This Imperial College's chancellor was Zhou Yingshuang's father-in-law. The whole family was gloomy and gloomy. At one point, they wanted Zhou Yingshuang to go to Jin Xinhuang Fu to find Jingwan for help. When Zhou Yingshuang gave birth to a child, because of the difficult birth and heavy bleeding, her body was seriously damaged. She was in confinement for a full 100 days. Although she was out now, she was still recuperating. In Zhou Yingshuang's view, this was a matter for the emperor to decide. She shouldn't have involved her best friend. Moreover, although Jin Xinhuang was a Wangya, he didn't have any power. If he meddled in this matter, wouldn't it be asking for trouble? Moreover, her father-in-law was only removed from the position of Imperial College's chancellor. His rank didn't change, but he was moved to a less noble position. She was going to recuperate and take care of her son who wasn't in a good condition. Before, Jingwan had already told her that she must be mentally prepared for her son's possible situation. In fact, Jingwan didn't want to say it, but for Zhou Yingshuang's sake, she still sent someone to say it. As a married woman, she always needed to settle down. If this child really wasn't good, she must have a plan and prepare early. Later, when others saw and pointed at her, she wouldn't feel so bad. Moreover, if she wanted to give birth to another child, she must recuperate well. If the child wasn't good and she didn't know the reason, she would frown and feel depressed. How could she recuperate well? In fact, it could be seen now that the child really wasn't good. Of course, it wasn't as bad as expected. However, it wasn't only for Zhou Yingshuang herself. If she wanted this child to have a better future, it was necessary for him to have a biological brother. This was decided by the surrounding background, and no one could do anything about it. Zhou Yingshuang wasn't a heartless person. No matter how bad her son was, he was still a piece of meat that fell from her body. She would do her best to raise him. Therefore, right now, she just needed to recuperate. Taking care of the child was the most important thing. Everything else had to stand aside. Although her mother-in-law and the others were angry, they didn't dare to do anything. At most, they just gave a cold face. At this time, the situation took a turn for the better. All the students jointly wrote a letter, sincerely remorseful, hoping that the emperor would be lenient. Lu Qingdi wasn't unreasonable. In the end, Zhou Yingshuang's father-in-law was reinstated. In the end, those who should be punished were punished, and those who shouldn't be implicated weren't implicated. What's wrong? Isn't that good friend of yours fine? Or are you not happy? Li Hanyuan hugged Jingwan and pinched her face. Someone died, an innocent person. Li Hanyuan knew that Jingwan was referring to the deceased mother. I didn't expect this either. If we had trampled on Su Mingzhang from the beginning, instead of making a turn and having an additional plan to let him turn things around, perhaps this wouldn't have. Wan, because something unexpected happened. What happened later was logical. She's innocent, but some things can't be settled like this. You have to know that if Su Mingzhang turned things around, there might be more innocent people. Moreover, According to your logic, Su Mingzhong is also innocent. After all, he was schemed against. In the scheme, I only played a role in adding fuel to the fire. I'm also one of the main culprits. How are you going to settle it? There's so many people in the world. Perhaps every day, or even every moment, there are innocent people who might get into trouble or die. Can you do anything about it? In our position, sacrifice is necessary. Whether it's intentional or unintentional, if we don't do it, then we and the people close to us will be sacrificed by others. Are you going to give up yourself and the people related to you for others? That's no longer a person. It's a Buddha who saves all living things from suffering, Jingwan murmured. So, my pity is actually very laughable. Forget it. I know you're stupid. I know you're influenced by the memories of your previous life and cherish human life. I won't make fun of you. As long as you don't make trouble for no reason, I'll be thankful. At most, when you do things, try to avoid it as much as possible to comfort your bodhisattva heart. Tell me, I'm a living king of hell who kills people like scything flax. Why did I marry a wife like you? I guess the heavens don't like me and specially sent you to subdue me. Isn't that so? It crossed time and space. Jingwan was amused by him, and her negative emotions dissipated a little. However, Jingwan also knew that every time something like this happened, her emotions would be affected. After every time, she was very clear that since she wanted to do something, this kind of thing was inevitable. The next time, it would still be out of control. If it continued like this for a long time, it definitely wouldn't work. It might even be used by others. At that time, if she was completely affected by her emotions, then unpredictable things might happen. For example, someone used this to destroy their relationship. Once they were separated, there might be a loophole that could be exploited and used to threaten him. According to how much he valued her, the consequences were unimaginable. Jingwan's heart trembled. For this man, she had to abandon this point. She wouldn't take the initiative to harm him, but she could also calm down and control herself when it happened. Yuan, the Ministry of Justice should have all kinds of files, especially cases where people died. Can you bring some back for me to see? Li Hanyuan immediately understood Jingwan's intention. Are you sure? I'm sure. Jingwan nodded very decisively. Okay. Although he felt that it didn't matter if Jingwan was soft-hearted, it didn't matter if she changed. Moreover, her original heart wouldn't change no matter how many files she read. For example, she could be spoiled to the point of being delicate, but she would never be spoiled. Therefore, Li Hanyuan didn't stop her. Moreover, it was good that his wife had less pity. Otherwise, he would need to comfort her every time she encountered something. He would also feel tired. Well, he could only think about this in his heart. If his wife knew, she would definitely be angry again. Alas, pampering his wife was also a skill. Once Jingwan made up her mind to do something, she wouldn't give up easily. All the local homicide cases would be gathered at the Ministry of Justice, and the Ministry of Justice would make the final judgment. Therefore, the number of homicide case files accumulated over the years in the Ministry of Justice was definitely beyond imagination. Jin Qinhuang inexplicably came to the Ministry of Justice to ask for the homicide case files, causing everyone in the Ministry of Justice to tremble in fear. What kind of trouble was this? Speaking of which, it was just some files, and it was just ordinary homicide case files. It wasn't some sealed confidential file. To be honest, as long as there was a little connection, they could basically take a look at these files. It was just that the average person wouldn't be as open and above board as Li Hanyuan. And for people who weren't ordinary like him, no one would be interested in flipping through these files. If the King of Hell wanted it, would they dare to not give it? Definitely not. The Minister of Justice hurriedly gave the order. As a result, piles and piles of files were carried out. Li Hongyuan's face was a bit dark. Did these people know how to do things? What did they want to do by bringing out so many files? He expressionlessly glanced at them and turned to leave. The crowd was a bit confused. What was going on? How did they provoke this living ancestor? Muin smiled as he stepped forward and casually hugged a portion. These files are just for a look. There's no other meaning. I'll take a portion today. After I'm done, I'll come back for more. Don't worry, no matter how much I took, I'll definitely return it intact. With that said, the people in the Ministry of Justice had a bit of confidence in their hearts. However, the Minister of Justice was still not at ease. If something happened, he wouldn't be able to handle it. It was better to quickly report to the higher-ups. If it was Luchingdi, you would also find it strange. But there were too many things to do. How could he care about that? If he wants it, just give it to him. It's not a big deal. With Luchingdi's words, the Minister of Justice was relieved. No matter what happened, it wouldn't have anything to do with him. It's just that these people, probably no one would think that these things were only used by Jin Xinhuang Fei to train her courage. Therefore, things that could have been very simple, because of unknown reasons, and because it involved the living king of hell, would always be endlessly imagined by people. Luchingdi also wanted to know, but he couldn't even send a person to ask. There was no other way. The people at his side were all from a Ministry of Internal Affairs. Firstly, there were many things that they hadn't learned, so he didn't like using them. Secondly, with the previous lesson, he basically didn't trust these people and wasn't allowed to serve them closely. It was also because of this that, as the head steward, he originally only needed to brush his presence in front of the emperor and ask for a trick at the appropriate time. But now, there were many things that he needed to do, so he had to step out and hit the back of the head with his heel. In order to raise provisions, the Ministry of Revenue hated that they couldn't split each person in half. The low-ranking officials couldn't even go home at night, and the left assistant minister had a problem. The things that should have been done by him all fell on the Minister of Revenue and the right assistant minister's heads. These two people also didn't need to think about going home. And the position of the left assistant minister of Revenue was also very important. It was also a lucrative position that countless people coveted. Even at this juncture, there were many people fighting openly and secretly for this position, especially Prince Rue, who had suffered heavy losses. He was even more determined to get this position. But how could the others let it go so easily? Especially the princes who had been conferred the title of prince. They had long been unwilling to rely on those in front of them. The power in their hands couldn't support their growing ambitions. Now that there was a chance, they were like hungry wolves. And Luchingdi also didn't know what he wanted to do. He let the court officials recommend him, but for a long time, he didn't decide on a candidate. Is the emperor preparing to set the bait? When the Minister of Personnel passed by the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, he stopped for a moment and said lightly. The Grand Secretary of the Cabinet stroked his beard, probably. The Minister of Personnel nodded and cupped his hands. This official will take his leave first. Luo Darren, take care. Ruan Ruizhong returned the greeting. These two top officials of the imperial court had already reached a tacit understanding after a short discussion. However, since Prince Jean didn't express anything on this matter, then they weren't prepared to get involved. Even if they were to recommend someone, it would be on the basis of appropriateness and not out of goodwill. Regardless of whether the emperor wanted to trap his son or fish for his son, they would just calmly watch the show. Although the war at the border went as expected, Fu Yunting won the first battle and wasn't so lucky later on. However, the Xiongnu's invasion of the Qi Yuan wasn't so smooth. It could even be said that they had stopped advancing. Both sides seemed to be fighting a war of attrition. In Luchingdi's words, there was already some dissatisfaction towards Fu Yunting. However, it seemed that he was still a bit resentful towards Fu Yunting and couldn't be compared to his father's generation. But just this alone was enough to let Ruan Ruizhong and Luo Peishan see that he really wanted to kill Fu Yunting. If their guess was correct, then this matter really made people feel incomparably bitterly disappointed. In this way, they could only wait for Luchingdi to make his move. Other than this, there was no better way. In the tense game, before Su Mingzhong was sent out of the capital, Su Guwei Fei summoned her son, Li Hongming, and dismissed everyone. No one knew what Su Guwei Fei said to her son. The Su family was very miserably harmed by Su Mingzhong, but the whole family didn't care and sent him off, putting on a sincere show. In the end, he was Su Guwei Fei's nephew. The people escorting him didn't dare to treat him harshly. In addition, with Prince Rue's help, the journey was relatively good. However, before one handover, the bailiff suddenly had diarrhea and left for a while. After that, the handover was very smooth. However, one of the bailiffs felt that something wasn't right. However, he couldn't tell what was wrong. What are you thinking about? Hurry up and leave. When the job is done, let's go drink. We still have to rush back tomorrow. The other one called out. That bailiff thus threw this matter to the side and didn't think about it anymore. Of course, this was all for later. Let's not talk about it for now. The people in the capital were so busy that they didn't have any free time. They were so idle that they were about to go moldy. However, they could only go step by step. May passed, and June arrived. Because of the war and important festivals, Luchingdi didn't participate. Naturally, there was no hope of going to the Summer Palace. However, only a few people could go to the Summer Palace. Most people were still used to the capital's extreme heat. Li Hongyuan never wronged his own people, let alone his wife. He directly moved to the country estate. This time, he didn't even ask for Luchingdi's permission. Since they couldn't go to the Summer Palace, many people naturally did this. Because the other princes' families only went there, they didn't need to ask for Luchingdi's permission. Li Hongyuan's two country estates were adjacent to each other. The one they lived in basically didn't receive outsiders, including the family members of their brothers. There weren't many people who could confidently go to the country estate without worrying about being disliked. Most people knew their place and didn't ask for trouble, so as not to lose face. However, the other country estate was open. Although it wasn't a day for horse racing, the leisure area was quite pleasant. It was really a good place to have fun during the Summer Palace. Previously, the focus was on the horse track. Now, some people even wanted to live there and not leave. Because of the previous things that happened one after another, people had some fear of the country estate. At this time, they didn't care so much. In this way, not only did the people from the nearby villages come over all day long, many men, women, old, and young in the capital also came over when they had free time. No matter what age they were, they seemed to be able to find a way to entertain themselves. It took less than half a month for it to go from being cold and cheerless in the beginning to being a boiling cauldron of voices. Even Jingwan was a little surprised by such a grand occasion, and the flourishing popularity naturally brought about rolling in money. It was not an exaggeration to say that it made a lot of money every day. The daily income might not be as much as the horse race, but in a month's time, the net income was definitely several times more than the 3 horse races. So much money that Jingwan's liver trembled a little when she saw it. Li Hongyuan was a little surprised at first, but after that, he was completely calm and even a little indifferent. This situation will only happen in these 2 or 3 months. After that, it will naturally die down. How much money can it make? And this is the only one of its kind. Once there are people who copy it in private, it will naturally be cold and cheerless. Jingwan smiled. Although the original purpose was for people to have fun, I didn't think of making much money. Money is actually not the most important thing. Of course, money is not the most important thing. After all, with the money in Wan's hands, even if you squander it for 10 lifetimes, can you squander it all? Jingwan lightly gave him a supercilious look. Squander it? Before the marriage, you collected those precious stones, pearls, and jade. You don't even need to dismantle the old ones to make new ones. I won't be able to use them all in several lifetimes. Things like rouge and face powder are all taken from Rouge Pavilion. What's left is the materials for cutting clothes. Don't you have workshops for weaving all kinds of materials in various places? How much can I use? In the end, it seems that I spend a little more money on food, but you also have a lot of estates in various places. Let me ask Jin Xinwang, like this, how can I squander it? Jin Xinwang propped up his chin and slightly considered, I can't let my wife squander it. Isn't this husband not doing enough? In the end, did he not do enough, or did he do too much? This was not a self-deprecation, but a blatant show-off. If this was spread out, he would be beaten to death. Then Wan, how about we spend money to buy it from outside in the future? I've had enough of you. Spending money to buy it from outside, not to mention spending a lot of money. The things were absolutely not that good. After all, the things that Jin Xinwang made, many of them could not be bought even if one had money. Just to achieve the achievement of squandering. To do it like this, how brainless was it? Well, It seems that it's destined that I can't let Wan squander it. My wife has become the most thrifty Wang Fei in history. The corner of Jingwan's mouth twitched, and once again, she did not want to talk to him. No matter how thrifty she was, it was impossible to reach the so-called most. According to the history that she understood, the Wang Ye that declined due to various reasons. In the end, their Wang Fei had to secretly sew and patch things up to subsidize the family, hating that they could not break a copper coin in half. The stinginess that was forced out by life was not inferior to the most stingy of women. In the current Jin Qin Wang Fu, to be honest, even if her expenses were not particularly large compared to other Wang Fu, it was absolutely extravagant. Therefore, she really could not be as shameless as a certain someone. Yuan, the plan to target the Western Han Nu and Northern Han Nu, has it already begun to be implemented? Jingwan softly asked. And indeed, if the plan succeeds, will the current situation in the Northwest change? Fu Yunting will always have a few victories. Otherwise, wouldn't he be even worse than in his previous life? After all, he was given support early on, and the starting point is completely different. However, the commander of the Western Han Nu and Northern Han Nu alliance is the Western Han Nu's virtuous king. This person's prestige in the Western Han Nu is very high. Moreover, when he was young, he lived and studied in Qiyuan, former Wei, southern Qi, and even Songjin and many other countries. It can be said that he has a deep understanding of these countries. If he had long been ambitious, then at that time, he would have already analyzed the armies of each country to a certain extent. He can definitely be said to be resourceful and resourceful. The Han Nu army was originally brave and skilled in battle. With this kind of commander, it will certainly be a very difficult bone to chew. Therefore, to defeat the Han Nu, it's not enough to just dismantle the alliance. The most important thing is still this virtuous king. However, this virtuous king is not without weaknesses. After all, the Han Nu are also fighting for power. This kind of thing, everywhere is a temptation. There will always be people who want to monopolize power. Once someone becomes an obstacle, naturally they will think of ways to get rid of them, even if this person is very important to the country and the people. It's precisely because he's important that he has to be eliminated. That's right. This kind of person, unless he sits in the highest position, will always attract the most enemies. He will be restrained and obstructed by all sides. Therefore, this man in front of her was the best. He hid his power deeply, but on the surface, he was unscrupulous and flamboyant. He was simply the model of doing things in a low-key way and being a high-profile person. Jingwan sat on his lap and pulled at his face. Therefore, after being reborn, it was indeed a cheat. He had the advantage in all aspects, especially this man's outstanding ability. If he still couldn't win, then there probably wouldn't be a winner in life in this world. A few days later, Li Honyuan and Jingwan received news about Su Mingzhong. According to the time, he should have arrived at the banishment site. However, the person who arrived was not Su Mingzhong, but another person who looked similar to Su Mingzhong. Because the locals had never seen Su Mingzhong before. Even if it was a portrait, they didn't suspect a bit. So, where did Su Mingzhong get swapped? No one knows. Li Honyuan said indifferently, "Your Highness, please forgive me." She didn't dare to explain. Should we immediately send people to investigate? Li Honyuan waved his hand. Enough, don't worry about it. Since they found someone to replace him, that means he changed his identity. The world is so big. Where are we going to find him? This matter was originally expected, cutting off his path of survival. A person like Su Mingzhong will not remain silent. He will definitely think of a way to come back, even if he has to give up his identity. Jingwan also looked indifferent. She didn't care much about it, but we don't know where he will come from. In Qiyuan, there might be a young general, but it's impossible to have a young minister or a young first-rank official. Su Mingzhong is in his 30s, and he is no longer allowed to take the imperial examination. He has to climb up step by step. Li Hongming can't wait. After all, Li Hongming needs help now. So, for now, the Northwest is the only place he can go. For now, is there another place he can go? Or is there going to be war in other places? Who knows? Besides, even if there is no war, there are many ways to create one. No matter how capable I am, I can't have people all over Chi-Yuan. However, I can send a letter to Fu Yunting and ask him to pay attention. After all, the possibility of going to the northwest is the highest. It's just that there shouldn't be any news in a short time. If he wants to be promoted, he must show his face in front of the general. If he doesn't have enough military achievements and performance, how can he stand in front of the general? If we don't pay attention to where Su Mingzhong is going, will they succeed? Jingwan felt that some people really couldn't be underestimated. Maybe. No one knows if there will be any accidents until the last step. Moreover, not everyone who gives up their pen to join the army can stand up. Even if there is someone to help them, they are still stubborn. Even if they are forcibly helped up, there will be a time when they will be exposed. Sooner or later, they won't be able to stand up. Has Yuan ever thought of killing the people on the way to prevent future trouble? Li Hongyuan looked at Jingwan with a little surprise. It seems that Wanwan has been reading so many files during this period of time, and it has been quite effective. What does this have to do with the files? They are two completely different things. I just feel that doing this is more in line with your style of doing things. Wanwan, I don't think I will directly kill people related to the Su clan. Otherwise, the problem with Su Mingzhong wouldn't be so complicated to solve. After all, he raised me, so I have to leave some leeway when doing things. I can't let people say that I don't care about friendship at all. Jingwan only gave him 2 words. Haha. Was the king of hell a person who cared about reputation, face, and friendship? Li Hongyuan sighed and touched Jingwan's head. Give a little hope, then crush it. Give a little more hope, then crush it. Let people fall into madness and despair little by little. Isn't that more interesting? Moreover, I also want to see how tenacious the Su clan is and how many times they can climb up. To torture people like this, how much hatred did they have? It seems that before, someone's attitude towards noble consort Su hadn't reached this point. What did it start to change? Jingwan's eyes flashed. If that's the case, then let's wait and see. Li Hongyuan kissed Jingwan. Some things are still just guesses. I still need to verify them. Once I've checked them out, I'll tell you, okay? You've already told me your deepest secret. Would I still care about this? Li Hongyuan had spent some time sorting out some things from his previous life. Because it had been a long time, he spent a lot of time unraveling things bit by bit. Then, he really did discover some things that he had overlooked before, some things that could be said to be very important. And these things should be verified very soon. Half a month later, solid news of victory came from the northwest again. Commander-in-Chief Fu Yunting had schemed to drive a wedge between the Xiongnu Alliance and the Xiongnu Alliance, causing the Xiongnu Alliance to fall apart. There was a mistake in the battle plan. The Xiongnu Alliance didn't act according to plan, and the Xiongnu commander-in-chief was besieged by Fu Yunting. He was injured and fled in defeat. In one battle, tens of thousands of Xiongnu were wiped out, and a prefecture was taken back. The imperial court was really happy for once. They sang praises to Lu Qingdi and Chi-Yuan. Lu Qingdi didn't need to think too much about what he was thinking. At least on the surface, he had a stiff smile on his face, which made people feel uncomfortable. Ruan Ruizhong and Luo Peishan lowered their eyes. Both of them said that they were old and dim-sighted. The weather was hot, and beads of sweat could get into their eyes, so they didn't see anything. The others continued to be happy, and continued to make things difficult for the emperor. This kind of joy didn't last long. The problem with some of the granaries was suddenly revealed. The granaries that were supposed to be mobilized were not filled with grain, but with sand and stones. The grain and fodder transported to the northwest would run out. The consumption of grain for 200,000 to 300,000 soldiers couldn't be underestimated. It was a huge amount every day. Moreover, they didn't eat as much as they wanted. Once the grain was cut off, the consequences would be unimaginable. No one could win a battle with an empty stomach. At this time, such a thing happened. It was like a basin of ice water was poured over them in the middle of winter. It chilled them to the core. Only Ruan Ruizhong and Luo Peishan looked at each other. The emperor really took action. Although the grain and fodder was jointly handled by the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War, The former was responsible for the collection and purchase, and the latter was responsible for the transportation. However, other people were not ignorant of this. It was reasonable to say that in this special period, there was a shortage of manpower. Other people had to make way for other things. However, from the beginning of the war, the people who were really busy were only the people of these two ministries. According to Lu Qingdi's words, everyone had their own duties. They couldn't put other matters of Qi Yuan aside because of the war. What he said seemed to be very reasonable, and he seemed to be very confident about the war in the Northwest. However, after thinking about it carefully, the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War were so busy, and they barely managed to settle the matter of grain and fodder. After transferring some people from other places, how could they be busier than the Ministry of Revenue and the Ministry of War? Others didn't know, but Ruan Ruizhong and Luo Peishan got the news from Li Hongyuan. In fact, there were already clues about part of the empty granaries, but it was hidden. In fact, this matter had been reported to the emperor through the blackguard from the beginning. Lu Qingdi kept it a secret. They still hoped that the emperor was thinking about the overall situation. At this time, it would do more harm than good to make the matter known. But now, they were completely disappointed. The grain had to be thoroughly investigated, and the shortage of grain had to be found from other places. Later on, some of the grain could be transferred from the south, but it would be too late in the near future. They had to buy from the people. The grain merchants would make up the bulk, followed by the rich families. If they really couldn't do it, they would have to collect from the people. Someone had to do all these things, and it had to be done quickly. However, Lu Qingdi absolutely didn't want things to be done quickly. The Ministry of Revenue definitely didn't have enough manpower. Then, should they send people to help? In fact, everyone knew that this wasn't an easy task, and it was easy to offend people. After all, grain was the lifeblood of the people. Lu Qingdi was angry that the courtiers didn't do anything at this critical time, but he didn't think so in his heart. After all, there were so many soldiers, and he was conflicted in his heart. Prince Rui was once again called by his mother. The mother and son also whispered to each other. Not long after, Prince Rui played the music and became the emperor, willing to share his father's worries. Because of the matter of his sister, Princess Minxiang, Prince Rui didn't have a proper job until now. Lu Qingdi narrowed his eyes and looked at Prince Rui for a moment. Approved. Third brother, this matter is very important, but the people are the foundation of the country. You should do your best, but don't act rashly. Yes, father. His son understands. Those who didn't know would think that Lu Qingdi was thoughtful, but those who knew would think that he was simply telling Prince Rui to take it slow and not rush. It was so chilling. Originally, in their opinion, although Lu Qingdi didn't have many achievements, he had done his best for the country and the people. Although he wasn't very outstanding, he was still qualified. However, they didn't expect that for some unknown reason, he would ignore so many soldiers who guarded the country for him. Such an immoral emperor was no different from a fatuous one. https://11/118007/126468848. Chapter 495. If they really wanted to exterminate the Fu family, at most, they would just throw away some of their reputation and directly kill them. However, the emperors of the Qiyuan dynasty from generation to generation were all the same. For the sake of their reputation and face, they could do many, many things and disregard many, many lives. If it was Jin Qinhuang, he could just find an excuse to exterminate your entire family. He didn't care if other people believed in the so-called reason. If he exterminated them, other people wouldn't dare to say anything in front of him. As an emperor, although he paid attention to the implementation of benevolence, he still had to have the courage, especially when facing an opponent that the emperor himself felt was a threat. There was no need to be polite. As the emperor, he was the most lawless and unreasonable person. Killing people was a privilege among privileges. From this point of view, Jin Qinhuang simply didn't look like a descendant of the Li family, especially the bloodline of the emperor. Well, he shouldn't think like that. After all, wasn't that suspecting that the imperial Gui Fei had cuckolded the emperor? Even if Jin Xinhuang didn't look like Lu Qingdi, he shouldn't have such thoughts. Not to mention that the imperial Gui Fei herself came from a prestigious family. She would never do such a thing. Just talk about how the emperor treasured the imperial Gui Fei and couldn't wait to tie her to his belt. How could the imperial Gui Fei have anything to do with others? Ruan Ruizhong and Luo Peishan both kept silent. Jin Xinhuang was already prepared, so there was no need to worry. However, from this point of view, Lu Qingdi had been thrown far behind. However, the one with a truly terrible reputation, the one rumored to be ruthless and cruel, was clearly Jin Xinhuang, while Lu Qingdi was still a benevolent monarch on the surface. The former was wholeheartedly thinking for the soldiers, while the latter disregarded the life and death of the soldiers. How ironic was it that these two did things? Once Prince Rui took the task, he quickly left the capital with his men to handle the matter. Everyone in the capital was watching and waiting. Moreover, they all had their own thoughts. Prince Rui could be said to have absolutely carried out Lu Qingdi's orders. He didn't take the grain by force. The price of the grain couldn't be high, and he directly issued a death order. Anyone who violated the order would be severely punished. If so, how could they buy grain, persuade and coax, say all kinds of good words, and even lower himself? No matter what Prince Rui's original intention was, the people in charge of executing the order understood it as such. In any case, they relied on the government to make a living. Why should they treat these lowly commoners with such attitude? How could he not be angry? Prince Rui only wanted to do his best for his imperial father, but he had unknowingly offended these people completely. Moreover, would they not do it just because he told them not to? How many pairs of eyes do you, Li Hongming, have? How far can you see? Feigning compliance on the surface, but opposing in secret had always been their specialty. Not taking it by force. They were government officials. How could they take the grain by force? It was people who delivered the grain to them. Can't the price of the grain be high? Don't worry, they will only spend 1 copper coin on something that costs 3 copper coins. They won't even use a single copper coin. What about handing the rest back? Of course I'll put it in my own pocket. Can I be quick? Of course, they spent most of the day bragging and drinking. Even if they wanted to be quick, they couldn't be quick. Originally, the grain merchants were the ones who sold the bulk of the grain. However, these people had also received benefits from the grain merchants. The grain merchants sold the grain at a higher price, and the grain was also old and moldy. They even hid some of it and didn't give out all of it. As for where Li Hongming was, his orders were strictly carried out within a certain range. Therefore, he did not notice that something was wrong at all. As he watched the rations slowly increase, he secretly calculated the time in his heart. When he felt that it was about time, he slowly sent out the first batch of rations. At this time, the Northwest Army was almost out of rations. Even if they borrowed some from the local people and tightened their belts, they would be able to last for 3 days at most. Everything that happened was reported back by Li Hongyuan's people in detail, but Lu Qingdi and many court officials didn't know anything. Jingwan saw it first. Prince Rui hasn't come into contact with people at this level. He thought that as a prince, his orders would be carried out absolutely. After all, he was used to being praised in the capital. Those people below him also did their best to help him get the throne. It can be said that they followed his orders and prohibitions. But he didn't know that everywhere he went, there would be complaints from the people. Clearly, the serious flood in the south 2 years ago didn't happen because it was handled properly and in time. Wan, just say that he is stupid. Why do you have to be so tactful? He was not the only one who went. He was overconfident, headstrong, and didn't listen to others' advice. Jingwan didn't comment on this, but why did Prince Rui take the initiative to get involved in this matter? He even carried out His Majesty's orders. Could it be that he knows something? Instead of saying that he knows something, it's better to say that his mother told him something, and that the Su family knows something. This is impossible. How could the Su family know something that no one else in the imperial family knows? If only imperial concubine Su knows, then it can be said that His Majesty's brain is not clear and told her. Jingwan looked at Li Hongyuan's unchanged expression and thought quickly. She suddenly thought of a possibility. If the Su family really knows, then it can only mean that the Fu family's matter is related to the Su family. Is this the thing that a Yuan wants to investigate? Now tell me, is it clear, or has there been a big breakthrough? I've checked the history of that year. Although the Su family is not prominent now, the Su family should have been one of the 4 dukes and 9 marquises. Moreover, it should have been a duke. However, for some reason, they didn't even get a marquis in the end. Is Yuan suspecting that this has something to do with His Majesty's targeting of the Fu family? Li Hongming's actions are not as simple as a suspicion. Even if I wanted to do something in the Imperial Palace, it would be impossible. So, there is no way to start the investigation from the Imperial Palace. But the Su family is different. His tone showed that he didn't take the Su family seriously at all. It seemed that even if he had to turn the Su family upside down, he would still find the answer. If it was confirmed, then he would have a big grudge with Imperial concubine Su and the Su family. After all, according to a certain person's reaction, he blamed Imperial concubine Su and the Su family for everything related to himself in his previous life. It was no wonder that his attitude towards Imperial concubine Su had changed so completely. After all, even if Imperial concubine Su drugged him, sterilized him, and harmed his body, his emotions were still stable, and he didn't even care about it. And he sent a set of things to official Ruan and official Luo. Tell them to prepare. Since Li Hongming took the initiative to jump in, if we don't teach him a lesson, wouldn't we be letting him down? Originally, she wanted to keep it for a while, but since it was like this, she would collect some interest first. He's no longer your hidden guard. If you're not used to it, just call him Qianyi. It's the same as Gong Jiao. In order to ease the heavy atmosphere, Jingwan teased. Li Hongyuan tilted his head. As long as you're happy, Wanwan. What do you mean by as long as I'm happy? It's for you to get used to it. Don't put everything on my head. Qianyi, did you hear that? Hurry up and thank the princess for giving you a name. Li Hongyuan turned his spearhead to Imperial Guard Qian. Imperial Guard Qian felt that he was being shot while lying down. Anyone could tell that the princess was joking. After all, Gong Jiao said to the outside world that he was brought back from Jiangnan. If his name was added with numbers, wouldn't it be suspicious for no reason? However, Imperial Guard Qian still respectfully thanked Jingwan. The world was big, but his master was the most important. And have you sent the grain to the northwest? So, he forgot about the habit in the blink of an eye. Replying to the prince, according to the time, it should be here today. Whether it was an or Qian, it was just a title. As hidden guards, they didn't care about it. Li Hongyuan nodded. These soldiers, he still wanted to keep them for the war in the future. He didn't want to lose them for no reason. At the same time, Fu Yunting was gritting his teeth in the barracks. He still didn't understand why the emperor did this. When a Fu family went to war, they would never just bury themselves in the war. They would always try to understand the relevant matters. Even if they didn't know that they were going to war, but as a member of the Fu family, they would still subconsciously try to understand. And because of Jin Xinwang's relationship, it wasn't difficult for him to find out. With the current situation of Qi Yuan, even if they supported the Northwest Army for a year and a half, it wouldn't be a problem. But now, they were telling him that there was a problem. The grain didn't arrive on time. If they put some thought into it, this kind of situation would never happen. Why the hell was this? Moreover, the news was only sent when the food supply was close to running out. If the soldiers' daily meals were reduced a little in advance, they would be able to hold on for a little longer. If they even forgot to send a message in advance, who would believe it? Even if they wanted to take Fu Yunting's life, even if they wanted the Fu family to be destroyed, this world belonged to him, surnamed Li. These soldiers were also surnamed Li's soldiers. Did he not feel the slightest heartache? These things couldn't be let the soldiers know. If they knew, it would shake their morale. If the person who worked for them didn't care about their life and death, who would still work for them? They could only be carried by him. General, the tent door was opened and 2 resolute-looking young men came in, dressed in armor, one hand holding a weapon at their waist and the other holding a helmet. Impressively, these 2 were the young generals that were selected to go to war with Fu Yunting. In these 3 months, It was like they were reborn. "Come sit," Fu Yunting said expressionlessly. "General, the food in the common people's homes has basically been taken out. They really can't hold on anymore. But in the current situation, we can't even withdraw our troops. After all, if we withdraw, the common people will—" One of the young men said in an unusually pained tone. Before going to the battlefield, he had always underestimated war. It was so cruel and so shocking. The smallest person could also do the greatest things. But now, they couldn't protect them. Thinking about it made him feel bitter. Withdraw? Of course we can't withdraw. Fu Yunting clenched his fists. No matter what, he couldn't give up on the common people. But what about the soldiers under his command? Would they starve to death? Or would they be killed by the enemy and die because they were powerless to resist? General, another young general hurried in. He was panting because he came too quickly. Fu Yunting stood up. He thought that the Xiongnu army had already known about the situation at Qiyuan and was advancing again. Don't panic. No, General. It's that someone outside the camp sent food and asked us to send people to receive it. The convoy transporting the food is less than 30 miles away from the camp. The surprise came so suddenly. Quick, come with me. There were several people outside the camp. They looked like merchants, but they also looked like common people. After a short conversation between the two sides, Fu Yunting also confirmed that the food was real. 30 miles was completely within the range of scouts. It was only because it was at his rear and was in an absolutely safe position that it didn't attract any attention. And the amount of food was also huge. Not to mention them, even the entire Northwest Army could last for half a month. According to the other side, the soldiers were serving the country and the people. They couldn't do much, so they could only do their best. The other generals were extremely grateful to them. The food was delivered at the right time. But Fu Yunting called the leader to say a few words in private. His Highness asked me to tell General that you can fight without worry. He will take care of the matters at the rear. This batch of food is more than enough to last until the next batch arrives. Moreover, the food from the south is also on the way. We won't let the soldiers starve to protect the country. Before Fu Yunting could open his mouth, the other side spoke first. Fu Yunting's hanging heart finally calmed down. Go and report to His Highness. Fu Yunting can guarantee with his head that we won't let him down. General is too serious. I asked General to send people with me to bring the food back. Good. Fu Yunting immediately gathered enough people to bring the food back. Because they knew that the food had arrived, the originally listless soldiers suddenly became excited and wanted to help. When they saw the large caravan of food and even live livestock accompanying them, many people were almost drooling. Fu Yunting slightly narrowed his eyes. It seems that he neglected his rear. Even if the enemy can't come, what about his own people? If the emperor can do something like suddenly running out of food, then maybe he can send another group of people to cause trouble without any preparation. If they happen to be on the battlefield, their own people can casually stab them with a knife. It's enough to be fatal. Therefore, the rear must also be paid attention. Even if they receive the order in advance, they must also be on guard. In addition to the main grain, there were also a lot of dried vegetables, cured meat, and even dried salted fish from the south. Not to mention the live livestock. Not to mention the previous months of war. Even when there wasn't a war, there wasn't such a rich supply. Moreover, many of the soldiers were born ordinary people. Their families may not even eat meat for a month, so they were really drooling. Because of the hot weather, the food doesn't taste good even if it doesn't spoil easily. There's not a lot of meat, so it's better to eat it as soon as possible. What's wrong with that? There's nothing to eat. You can even eat tree roots. You don't smell good, but I smell very good. A young general next to him couldn't help but sniff. He looked like he was craving for food. Good for you. When you were in the capital, you ate all kinds of delicacies. Fu Yunting scolded jokingly. General, you said that you were in the capital. It's been a few months. How can it be the same? I reckon that when I return to the capital in the future, I will be able to eat an entire table. However, in the future, I won't be so picky and waste food. Sometimes, being able to eat is already a great blessing. He sighed. Everyone else had similar feelings as well. All right, let's not talk nonsense. Once we're full, we'll chase the Shonu people out, take back the territory of Qi Yuan, and avenge the people who died. That's the most important thing. The soldiers shouted 3 times. They were full of morale. There were only a few tens of thousands of people in the place where Fu Yunting was stationed. Because they still had to send the food out, they had to be careful during the process. Fu Yunting arranged everything and returned to his tent. His expression was exceptionally cold. Then, he spread out a piece of paper and grinded it. He picked up a brush and wrote a memorial. He exaggerated the situation of the soldiers in the army before they received the food. He described all kinds of sad and difficult situations. It could be said that he was in tears. He also described the joy and joy after receiving the food. He even praised the people who went through life and death with them and the loyal and righteous actions of the caravan who delivered the food. He wanted to see if the emperor, as an emperor who cut off food for his soldiers, would be angrier and want to kill him when he saw these, or would he feel guilty? Was he worthy of being an emperor? In addition, there was another letter. It was written to inform him about the food shortage. The time was clearly written, there was no time at first, but Li Hongyuan sent a person who was good at imitating. That method could completely pass off the fake as the real thing. It was just adding a date. It was too easy. The date was written 2 or 3 days before Fu Yunting received the letter. He wanted to ask, in the entire court, did no one consider the matter of notifying in advance? They were caught off guard and were not prepared at all. If it were not for the righteous people sending the food, would the soldiers of Qi Yuan have starved to death instead of dying on the battlefield? To put it bluntly, Fu Yunting wanted to disgust him. Therefore, when this memorial was sent back, it was not sent as an urgent report. It was sent as an ordinary memorial by an official. It was also not encrypted. Therefore, the first person to see it would not be Lu Qingdi. Moreover, he believed that with Prince Jin around, many people would see this memorial. Although it was an ordinary memorial, it was sent out from the northwest battlefield. Therefore, the speed was definitely not slow. At most, it would take 7 or 8 days. It was definitely not like the other memorials sent by local officials. If it was slow, it would take less than a month. After sending out the memorial, Fu Yunting wrote another letter and handed it to the personal guard, the person Li Hongyuan left him to be in charge of the messenger. After that, Fu Yunting did not care anymore. In any case, he knew that he was not liked by Prince Jin. Other than the war, he did not expect Prince Jin to tell him about the matters in the capital. Not being able to see Lu Qingdi's reaction with his own eyes, Fu Yunting still felt a little regretful. However, when he thought of all the things that Prince Jin had done, he could not help but rejoice in his misfortune. For the sake of Prince Jin, you did not care about the severity of the matter. In the end, you were still schemed against by your son. Every time you almost vomited blood, you only thought that it was a freak combination of factors and completely did not know that someone was playing tricks behind your back. Thinking of this, Fu Yunting felt that his anger towards Lu Qingdi dissipated a lot. It could be imagined how wonderful Lu Qingdi's expression would be after he saw the memorial. At that time, all the civil and military officials in the court basically knew about the contents of the memorial. Lu Qingdi even had the thought of flaying Fu Yunting alive. Miscalculation, it was truly a miscalculation. He did not want to touch Fu Yunting. Even if he did not have the strict teachings of his father since childhood, he was still an expert in battle. However, the more it was like this, the more it showed that Fu Yunting had wild ambitions. Otherwise, how could he learn those things? Therefore, Fu family really could not be left alive. Not only Wu Anho's branch, the entire Fu family could not be left alive. Even if they were the closest to Wu Anho's residence, they did not have many interactions. Who knew if they were just doing it for him to see? Lu Qingdi still did not regret sending Fu Yunting to the battlefield, because that was the only way to find the crime of confiscating and exterminating the entire family. The courtiers praised the righteousness of the merchants while questioning who was responsible for such a big matter and who should be punished severely. There were still other important matters to solve. Naturally, it was time to vigorously search for the whereabouts of the grain. It was not a small amount of grain, but hundreds of thousands of dawn. So much grain was definitely not something that one or two people could swallow. This was a very serious case of embezzlement. If they did not investigate, they would not be able to appease the citizens. If they did not investigate, they would be letting down the soldiers who almost got into trouble. Because they did not know Luchingdi's true thoughts, they all expressed their own opinions. Luchingdi watched from above. He was so aggrieved that he was about to bleed internally. Because from his own point of view, the courtiers were right. If the general was not unwavering, he would only be angrier than them. He would want to find out the vermin even more. Enough! All of you shut up for me. Luchingdi roared. He rubbed his throbbing temples. This matter cannot be suppressed. Once it is suppressed, he would be questioned as the emperor. Since the grain was gone, he could investigate from this aspect. But if this matter was not discovered in time, it would be the responsibility of the Ministry of Revenue. Also, if he did not send a letter to the Northwest Army in time, it would be easy to find a scapegoat. However, if this continues, the courtiers will sooner or later understand that the emperor's attitude towards Fu Yunting, Wu Onho, and the Fu family was not as simple as just disliking Fu Yunting. The emperor will not accept them and entrust them with heavy responsibilities just because of their military exploits. Because Luchingdi's emotions will be completely exposed sooner or later. It was obvious that this matter was of great importance. It was also a cooperation between the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court. At the same time, the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet and the Minister of Personnel were also involved. The latter two were not there to investigate the case, but to deter the emperor. There was also Li Suyin, who brought along some of the black-robe guards to deal with any troublesome matters that might arise. The few important officials of the Ministry of Revenue who were guilty bodies could not be left out. This group of people also left the capital very quickly. However, they only left the capital for 2 days before they ran into refugees. Qi Yuan has been having good weather for the past 2 years. Even a flood 2 years ago, there were no refugees in the north. This year, there were no natural disasters or man-made disasters. So how did the refugees come? The others looked at each other in dismay. Ruan Ruizong and Luo Peishan were well aware of the situation, but they were also surprised on the surface. Both of them were experts at acting. As the Grand Secretary of the Cabinet, they were responsible for assisting the emperor in handling the world's affairs. Naturally, they had to ask about the refugees. If they didn't ask, they wouldn't know. But once they did, many people's hearts almost jumped out of their chests, especially those who supported Prince Rue. Prince Rue had just been released from prison, and now he's causing trouble again? If this matter was proven to be true, then it would not be as simple as a fine of salary and confinement. All of them were roaring in their hearts. Prince Rue didn't understand, but didn't the people around him understand as well? How did such a thing happen? Although not all of Prince Rue's subordinates worked for him, there were still 2 or 3 of them who were his trusted aides. They felt wronged and depressed. At the beginning, they had told Prince Rue that it was inappropriate because it was a special period and it was allowed to use some special means. However, Prince Rue didn't listen to them and insisted that he knew what he was doing. He also told them that those who were responsible for collecting grains shouldn't be trusted easily and should be vigilant. When Prince Rue saw the peace and prosperity in the Mu 3 Mu, he told them that they were thinking too much and that no matter how bold they were, they wouldn't dare to disobey him. He said it twice, but the master didn't listen and even thought that he was tired of it. Anyone would feel disappointed. The grain's destination hadn't been investigated yet, and this happened. Obviously, they couldn't just ignore it. Therefore, they finally decided to split into 2 groups. It could be said that Prince Rue had stirred up a big problem and would almost be escorted back to the capital. Therefore, Li Suyin would definitely be there. And this matter was relatively clear. The Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court only sent a small number of people. It was just that these people needed to be settled down and local officials needed to cooperate. Ruan Rue Zhong decided to go personally. When Prince Rue saw Ruan Rue Zhong and the others, it couldn't be said that he wasn't surprised. Suppressing the doubts in his heart, he exchanged a few pleasantries and said that he was about to send the 3rd batch of grain. Ruan Rue Zhong looked at him and sighed. His ability was actually not bad, but he wasn't Prince Jin's opponent at all. Along the way, he also understood that those refugees, 200 to 300 people, were actually from a few nearby villages. In fact, it wasn't to the point that they had to leave their homes. They would do so and even avoid the local officials. To put it bluntly, it was arranged by people. However, because they didn't go too far, it wasn't easy to investigate. Moreover, after sending them back, there really wasn't a bit of food left. They felt that the capital was prosperous and the emperor was there, so he should make decisions for them. Could you say that they didn't think it through and couldn't reach the capital like this? Could you say that they did wrong? It was just a bait to draw out the mess that Prince Rue had created. So what if there were suspicions? These commoners didn't know anything. In the end, they just felt that a certain person with ulterior motives felt that Prince Rue was heartless and hoped to attract the attention of the imperial court. If they couldn't catch this person with ulterior motives, it was impossible to kill these foolish commoners. Ruan Rue Zhong explained everything simply. They wanted to invite Prince Rue back to the capital. Prince Rue was completely dumbfounded and couldn't speak at all. Before taking on the task, he fully thought that this time he would be able to please his father emperor, but in the end, although he wasn't shackled, but in Li Hongming's heart, he still felt that he was being treated like a released person. However, he couldn't say anything. The princes, still feared Father Emperor's blackguard. Moreover, because they didn't find out the reason behind the assassination, Lu Qingdi finally dismissed the commander of the blackguard and let him go back early to take care of his child. Now, it could be said that Li Suyin had the final say in the blackguard. Although he was still in charge, there were other people who knew about it. Obviously, the blackguard wouldn't have a commander for the time being. When they returned to the capital, Ruan Ruizong had already prepared the memorial. The efficiency of the blackguard was also very efficient. They had already figured out the whole story. Li Suyin had also written the memorial. Lu Qingdi was still puzzled. After reading the memorial, he was so angry that he fell backwards and directly smashed the memorial onto the face of Prince Rue, who was kneeling below. Idiot, idiot, idiot. Why did I give birth to such an idiot like you? Lu Qingdi's roar could be heard even from far away outside the hall. Prince Rue's face had been stripped clean by Lu Qingdi. Prince Rue clenched his fists, but lowered his head to hide the storm in his eyes. He didn't say anything. He was very clear that he did bear most of the responsibility for this matter. However, it didn't mean that he could tolerate being fooled by those ants that he could kill with one slap. After venting his anger, Lu Qingdi was unusually tired. This was once his favorite son. He felt that he was excellent in every way and once regarded him as his successor. However, as he came into contact with more things, his problems were also exposed, and not just a little. Get out. Go back and reflect on your mistakes. Cultivate your mind and character, and read more books. Lu Qingdi said lightly. Father, this punishment seemed to be harmless, but there was no time limit. Moreover, Lu Qingdi didn't even have any emotions. There was nothing worse than this. Moreover, it was clearly done according to his wishes, which led to this result. Now, he didn't give any face at all. This was too heartless. Get out. Prince Rue resisted the trembling of his body. He didn't want to be thrown out and lose even his last bit of dignity. This son takes his leave. However, the resentment and hatred in his heart were about to solidify. Most of it was directed at his good father, Lu Qingdi. Prince Rue's face was gloomy. No one dared to go forward and provoke him. However, there were exceptions. Prince Kong blocked Prince Rue's way. Third prince, did you mess up your job and get reprimanded by father? Oh, it's a small matter. Which one of us brothers hasn't been reprimanded before? Don't take it to heart. When father's anger subsides, everything will be fine. The gloating on his face couldn't be more obvious. Get out. Prince Rue brushed him aside and left directly. Now, he couldn't maintain any of his elegance. Prince Kong was angry. He suddenly shut his mouth. Li Hongming had always been good at putting on an act. He was gentle to outsiders. He didn't even act like this when he was fired from the Ministry of Personnel last time. It was obvious that this matter would only be more serious. Go and find out what's going on. It wasn't a secret, so it wasn't difficult to find out. His subordinates deceived their superiors and even dared to fool the imperial court's prince. Luchengdi certainly wouldn't sit by and do nothing. He had already ordered Li Suyin to dispatch the blackguards to arrest all the related people from top to bottom and deal with them severely. However, after imperial concubine Su learned of the matter, she fainted from anger. It was unknown whether she blamed her son for not doing a good job or secretly hated herself for coming up with such a bad idea. In fact, many people were like Prince Kong. Originally, no one wanted to take the job. Li Hongming was so eager to take it. They thought he was very capable. In the end, he didn't do it well and even got himself involved. Wasn't that just making people clap their hands in joy? It wasn't easy for imperial concubine Su to wake up. After waking up, her health became worse and worse. However, this was a very normal thing. Imperial concubine Su sent everyone out and stayed alone for at least an hour. Then, she let her mother enter the palace. Because of Su Mingzhang's matter, the old lady's condition wasn't good either. However, the Su family knew very well that they were in the same boat as imperial concubine Su and her son. If they couldn't get better, then no one could. Therefore, no matter how bad it was, she forced herself to enter the palace. Imperial concubine Su's heart ached when she saw her mother's trembling appearance. However, there was no other way. She couldn't leave this matter to others. This time, imperial concubine Su didn't say anything else. She just let her mother take 2 letters out. One was for her son, Li Hongming, and the other was for the right commander-in-chief, Shen Shihan. The letter for Li Hongming was just a passing thing. As Shen Shihan's aunt, this old lady's weight was more important than others. It also showed the seriousness of the matter. After sending out these 2 letters, imperial concubine Su completely quieted down. She didn't even make any moves against Jingwan. She didn't think about anything else and began to recuperate peacefully. From this point of view, it was enough to show that imperial concubine Su's mental fortitude was definitely beyond the reach of most people in the world. At the same time, Fu Yunting sent back a report. It said that the grain sent to the northwest was mixed with a lot of sand and gravel. There was also a lot of old grain and moldy grain. It wasn't impossible to eat it after cleaning it up. However, it was said that the grain was bought from grain merchants. Was the official in charge of this matter deceived? In addition, it was also extremely inappropriate for the grain to be in the hands of ordinary people. Therefore, the emperor was requested to investigate and purge this matter. In addition, 2 days after those righteous soldiers sent the grain, the Xiongnu launched another large-scale attack. If it wasn't for that batch of grain, the soldiers would have been hungry and powerless to fight. At that time, it was very likely that the entire army would have been wiped out. The defense line would have collapsed, and the Xiongnu would have launched a large-scale attack. Fu Yunting only requested that those people be praised and rewarded in his own name. Very good. Another crime was added to Prince Rue's list. However, there was no need to be calculative about Prince Rue. However, those black-hearted grain merchants were unlucky again. Many of their goods were confiscated. However, there were also people who suggested that these black-hearted merchants should be punished. Moreover, General Fu's suggestion was indeed appropriate. Not to mention other things, at least they should be given the title of righteous merchant. If such people were supported, it was believed that the common people would benefit. It was because these people were meddling in other people's business that his plan was ruined. Now, he wanted to give them the title of righteous merchant to facilitate their business in the future. Could he not give it to them? No, he couldn't. They had helped his soldiers and even saved the Qi Yuan to a certain extent. How could he not show any appreciation for such a great achievement? Therefore, he gritted his teeth and personally wrote the 2 words righteous merchant and sent it out with great fanfare. In fact, as Fu Yunting said, when the Xiongnu attacked, Emperor Luchengdi was initially shocked and broke out in cold sweat. However, it was only for a moment. Because it didn't happen, he didn't care. He never thought about what would happen if it happened. However, with Li Hongyuan's plan, the word happened would not appear. Until now, he still didn't reflect on himself and didn't think about replacing Fu Yunting. He still wanted to put a label on Fu Yunting. However, from Li Hongyuan's previous life, it could be seen that in Emperor Lu Qingdi's heart, Fu Yunting was more of a threat than the Xiongnu army. Even if he lost more than 200,000 soldiers in a few counties, it didn't matter. As long as he still had his throne, he would still be an insufferably arrogant emperor. It was no wonder that Li Hongyuan killed Emperor Lu Qingdi in his previous life. For such a person, even crushing his bones and scattering his ashes wouldn't be enough to vent his hatred. Jingwan looked at the letters one after another. There were all kinds of messages. She sighed and said, "The capital has been really lively recently. It's full of ups and downs. It's more exciting than a drama. We probably have to wait until the people in the Ministry of Revenue are replaced before it can stop for a while. Wan, it's too early to be at ease. Things won't stop so soon. It's you who won't stop." In Jingwan's view, as long as this person didn't stir up trouble, then things would more or less stop. Why? In Wan's eyes, am I the kind of person who looks for trouble? I also want to spend more time with Wan, right? https:///11/11807/12684347. Chapter 496. Yes, you are the most reasonable. Then, Jin Wangye, after this matter, what do you want to do? Why don't you give me a heads up in advance so that I can be prepared? What do you think? Jingwan smiled. Li Hongyuan shook his head and smiled. I can't say. Jingwan shrugged her shoulders, indicating that she didn't care. This kind of thing was not the first time. She just had to get used to it. Jingwan's curiosity was not as strong as it was at the beginning. In any case, when the time came, she would know. The final result would probably be three kinds: calm, surprised, and happy. It would not exceed this range. She just didn't know what it would be this time. However, looking at his smile, the possibility of it being happy was relatively high. Then, she would just have to wait. No matter how lively the capital was, no matter how cruel the Northwest was, Jingwan and the others' days in the country residence were more or less the same. Everyone had no time to care about them. As for the people who went to the neighboring country residence, because of the recent Emperor Lu Qing's temper, most of them were warned by their elders to go out less often. Even if they came, they would absolutely not look for trouble. Leisure, pure leisure. Just like Jingwan and the others, the impact did not seem to be big. Under this kind of situation, the people who went to inquire about the whereabouts of the large quantities of grain returned and set off a big storm. Hundreds of thousands of share of grain went missing. It was fine if it was not discovered, but once it was discovered, there would definitely be clues under careful investigation. After all, it was impossible for so much grain to disappear into thin air, and no one could silently transport it away. Therefore, in the end, it could only be said that the people who touched the granary this year were unlucky. This kind of thing, one would know that it would not be the first time it happened. However, this year's people, or perhaps after last year's autumn harvest, some people's greedy hearts multiplied. Their appetites were too big, but it had always been peaceful. When it came to this year's autumn harvest, the matter could be settled. As a result, a war broke out and the granary was opened in advance. Since they couldn't get the grain back, they could only watch on helplessly. They could only hope that they wouldn't be found out, or that the higher-ups wouldn't throw them out to take the blame. When they left, the faces of the people from the Ministry of Revenue were not very good. When they returned, they were even more dejected. Even their treatment had completely changed. From this, it was clear that the disappearance of a large amount of food was most likely due to embezzlement. It might not have anything to do with the Minister of Revenue, but from his dejected appearance, he was either angry that his own people had failed to live up to his expectations, or that some important figure involved in this matter was greatly related to him. However, due to Lu Qingdi's deliberate suppression, the matter was exposed relatively late. After all, at the beginning of the war, the people who did these things knew that they would be found out sooner or later. Therefore, during these few months, they tried their best to clean up the mess. Although it was impossible to clean up the mess completely, it was true that a lot of evidence could not be found. Therefore, in the end, only some relatively important people would be thrown out. Those who really felt guilty or benefited the most would escape. After being busy for so long and not being able to catch the mastermind, many people were still depressed. Even if Luo Peishan's body was in good condition, but in the end, he was old. After rushing all the way, when he returned home, his condition wasn't very good. He was physically and mentally exhausted. Luo Peishan was originally a person who was strict with himself. The matters of a day would not easily be left for the next day. This time, when he came back, he directly returned to the main courtyard and didn't want to move. It was just that he didn't rest for long when a servant came to report that the doctor of Jinxin Wang Fu had come to take Luo Shangshu's pulse under Wang Fei's orders. With such a filial granddaughter, even if he was tired, his heart was also warm and his body seemed to be much more relaxed. Gong Jiu took Luo Peishan's pulse, and there wasn't any major problem. Basically, it was caused by the weakening of the body's functions due to old age. After a period of proper recuperation, it wouldn't affect his lifespan. It was just that he didn't dare to guarantee that his body wouldn't deteriorate. After all, this person's condition was really hard to predict. Gong Jiu gave Luo Peishan an injection to relieve the discomfort in his body. It could be said that the effect was immediate. Luo Peishan clearly felt much more relaxed and let out a big sigh of relief. Gong Jiu prescribed medicine. Whether it was out of the heart of a doctor or because of his master's instructions, he gave a few more words of advice. Even if it was the doctor of the Wang Fu, the people of the Luo family were still more respectful. This was because Luo Rongyan's generation was still in the Yamen, and it was Luo Jingda who personally sent him out. On the way back, Luo Peishan was there saying that his granddaughter was good. His granddaughter was a considerate little cotton-padded jacket. He was disdainful of the bunch of grandchildren and also scolded the few sons who hadn't returned yet. From his words, it seemed that when they returned, they would probably have to enter the study again to receive their father's education of love. The few grandchildren wisely chose to keep their mouths shut and silently listen. If they dared to open their mouths at this time, they would have to receive the education of love now. However, at night, Luo Shangshu didn't manage to scold his sons because his second son, who was determined to climb up the social ladder, really gave him a big surprise this time. Luo Rongyan wanted to be a good father and be the support of his daughter. He abandoned his own preferences and always left the capital early and returned late. In February and March, he even left the capital for a period of time. After that, he returned a few times, but it seemed that he didn't do anything serious. Because he was the father of Jin Wang Fei, his colleagues and superiors respected him and flattered him. It was originally an idle position, and they wouldn't let him do anything. Even when everyone else was busy, it seemed that he still had nothing to do. How could he make progress like this? Luo Peishan was also busy and couldn't be bothered to care about him. Perhaps it was because he wanted to see what he could do. Logically speaking, if one wanted to make progress, he would find something to do even if he had nothing to do. Luo Rongyan was indeed like this, but he didn't take the usual path. Therefore, Luo Peishan didn't expect that he would actually accomplish such a big thing without anyone noticing. Luo Peishan flipped through the thing in his hands that looked like an account book. It recorded the year, month, and day, how much grain was transported from where to where, how much it was worth, which granary it was from, and even the person in charge of selling it and the other party's contact. It could be said that it was coarse compared to a normal account book. However, compared to the information that Luo Peishan and the others brought back when they went out, this thing was countless times more detailed. At the end, there was a total amount of grain that was very small compared to the amount of grain that was lost. Luo Peishan looked at the account book and then looked at his son. There was an inexplicable, complicated feeling in his heart. Why did you pay attention to this? I didn't have much to do in the Ministry of Revenue, but since I wanted to do something, I naturally had to understand the most basic things about my environment. When I had nothing to do, I would look through those account books. At first, I couldn't find anything. The reason why I paid attention to it was because there was a fat boy in the Ministry of Revenue who muttered that the weight of the grain was wrong. I asked him about it. He said that as far as he knew, The grain that entered the granary was all packed in gunny sacks. There were different numbers for each type of grain, but the weight of the same type of grain should be about the same. The weight of each sack in the account book was about the same as the normal weight, but the difference in the total amount was much bigger. That was when I realized that there might be a problem with the grain. Later, I found that the problem was basically the account books that were reviewed later. The account books that entered the granary at the beginning didn't have such a problem. Because of the large number of account books, they were mixed together. When they were reviewed, the granary was rarely full. Therefore, it probably didn't attract attention. I spent some time sorting out the account books for nearly 10 years. There were problems every year, but the number of problems this year was particularly large. However, the most serious problem was from 7 years ago. Luo Peishan tapped the table with his fingertips. Although he wasn't in the Ministry of Revenue, he actually knew the affairs of the various ministries by heart. In other words, no matter which department he was thrown into, he would be able to mix in. The grain that was collected by the Ministry of Revenue every year, other than the initial entry into the granary, there were at least 2 more complicated reviews. The review time was before the next entry into the granary. However, it was impossible for the granary to only enter and not leave. Some granaries were already gone without waiting for the review. The people who entered the granary and the people who reviewed it were not the same batch. However, there was basically no one who seriously reviewed the sacks one by one. It was very easy to do so, and if there was a problem, the next year, the fake grain would be disposed of and replaced with new ones. Everything would be fine. Because there was a problem, you went to investigate? Yes. You're not young anymore, but you're acting like a brat. You act on impulse. Have you ever thought that if those people behind the scenes were to find out, you might even bring a fatal disaster to yourself, or even your entire family? Have you ever thought about this? Father, of course I've thought about it. Before I went to investigate, I made preparations. Even if it was the Ministry of Revenue's account books, I read whatever was there and didn't pick one type. When I read, I didn't make any records, so no one would notice. I also found a reasonable reason to leave the capital and didn't mention it to anyone. Even a manservant by my side didn't know what I was doing. Moreover, I didn't leave the capital for long. Logically speaking, I shouldn't be able to find anything in that little time. Luo Peishan was a little surprised. Then how did you investigate? Luo Rongyan suddenly touched his nose and was a little embarrassed. Father, well, no matter what world it is, there will always be people from all walks of life. These people know a lot of things. Perhaps they themselves don't know the value of the things they know. At most, they just spend some money. Luo Peishan smiled. He couldn't blame his son for being embarrassed. His son had always been open and honest. Sometimes, he was like an immortal. He had always disdained to associate with many people. It was a little hard for him to imagine that he would come into contact with people from all walks of life. However, he could also see that this second son really wanted to do something. He was not inflexible, flexible, and cautious enough. In the beginning, this son was the one he thought most highly of. Later, he had no choice but to give up. Now, he had given him a big surprise. He only hoped that this wouldn't happen again. Okay, leave this matter to me. I'll take care of the follow-up. Don't count on credit or anything like that. Since you really want to do something, I'll give you a little change in the position I'll give you later. Don't think about a position that's too good. However, it won't be idle anymore. This time, the Ministry of Revenue will make a big move. I'm afraid that the position won't be filled in a short time. Therefore, if you can make some achievements in the war in the Northwest, there may be a position for you after the war is over. Father, I'll listen to you. If you had listened to me earlier, would you still be in this state? Would your daughter have to acknowledge an adoptive mother before she can be a princess? Luo Peishan said angrily. Luo Rongyan shut his mouth and didn't answer. If he continued, he would be an unfilial son and an incompetent father. Okay, go back and rest. Luo Peishan started to dislike him again when he talked about the past. However, after Luo Rongyan left, Luo Peishan was also worried. How to fabricate the origin of this account book, and how to make it appear reasonable. After thinking for a long time, he didn't have any good ideas. He simply let it go and handed it over to Jin Xinhuang. It would be a waste not to use his grandson-in-law. Moreover, these people all work for him. When they encountered trouble, if they didn't look for him, who would they look for? Luo Shangshu also had a clear conscience when it came to finding trouble for his master. When Li Honyuan obtained the item, especially when he knew that it was his father-in-law's handiwork, he was really surprised. This father-in-law of his could be considered to be a surprise? However, no matter whether it was true or not, with this thing, the fish that could be caught could become a lot bigger. As for how to make it appear reasonably, didn't they all say that Jin Xinwang had always been an expert in finding someone to take the blame? However, they couldn't take it out as it was. The current situation wasn't suitable to cause too much turmoil. At the very least, the Minister of Revenue had to be kept. Therefore, don't look at the Minister of Revenue's dejected appearance, who knew what he was thinking in his heart. However, even if they kept him, they would at most keep him until after the war in the Northwest. Li Honyuan started to change some places and then threw it to his subordinates to copy. After it's done, send it to Yun Yang of Rouge Pavilion. Jingwan lit a candle for this once illustrious princess, He Yang, who was dragged into the water. Her legend had long disappeared in the Jianghu. She was just earning some money to spend, but she was still dragged out to wade in the muddy water. She didn't know if she would be all right the first night, but the next day, she would find an extraordinary item on the table and become irritable. Yin Yang wasn't irritable, but that charming face was somewhat ferocious. His mother, she was already so old and still couldn't be at peace. However, the matter had fallen on her head. No matter what, this was her country. Naturally, she wouldn't allow those vermin to endanger this land. After calming down, Yin Yang didn't say anything and directly went to Luo Peishan. She had no choice. After all, she and Luo Peishan were old lovers. When there was something, of course, she would find an acquaintance. There was no need to talk so much nonsense. She just threw it directly to Luo Peishan. Therefore, after going around in circles, this thing fell into his hands. Luo Peishan's expression was really a little wonderful. However, Luo Peishan listened to Yun Yang's made-up story about the origin of this account book. His heart was even more subtle. He reluctantly controlled the expression on his face and hummed in agreement. In front of Luo Peishan, Yun Yang didn't have that gorgeously dressed and seductive appearance. Her temper was quite violent. Rolling up her sleeves and slamming the table, she didn't look like a woman at all. Luo Peishan felt a headache. It must be said that Yun Yang was the kind of person that he was the worst at dealing with. Therefore, whether it was decades ago or now, he could only concede defeat every time they met. This woman, if he could hide, he would do his best to hide. Jin Xinwang could have chosen anyone else. Why did he have to choose her? Was this revenge for throwing a hot potato to him to deal with? Well, no matter if this hot potato was hot before or not, after going around in circles, Luo Peishan didn't feel the slightest bit of sensation when he held it in his hands. After Yin Yang left, because Luo Peishan found that the account book had been changed, he opened it to take a look. After discovering the changes, he quickly understood Jin Xinwang's intention. Luo Peishan stroked his beard. You say at such a young age, how could he be so shrewd and ruthless in handling matters? Sometimes, these old fellows felt ashamed of their inferiority. Facing this kind of Jin Xinwang, they simply felt that he was more like an emperor than Licheng Emperor. Moreover, he was used to sitting in that position and was an emperor who handled the affairs of the world with ease. He was simply born to be an emperor, However, when Luo Peishan left the study, he found that the way everyone looked at him was a bit strange. It was a bit inconceivable, especially the servant girls. When they looked at him, it was as if they were looking at a heartless man. There was a bit of indignation and also a bit of unspeakable disappointment. Luo Shangshu expressed that it was really inexplicable. What did he do to make each and every one of them have this kind of expression? Moreover, a group of servants looking at their own master like this, what kind of appearance was that? Grandfather, I heard that the woman you raised outside came looking for you. We all thought that you were a good person, but we didn't expect that at your age, you actually, if grandmother knew, she would be so sad. Luo Jingbo and his brothers came together, and Luo Jingbo, probably under the influence of Jingwan, was not as fearful of Luo Peishan as before. Occasionally, he would even speak rudely. Now, in order to seek justice for his grandmother, he was a bit impolite. Luo Peishan blew his beard and glared. He finally understood what the servants meant. He raised his hand and slapped Luo Jingbo's head. What did this disgraceful thing say? That is the boss of Rouge Pavilion. What do you mean by the woman I raised? The woman I raised even cooperated with your younger sister to sell rouge and face powder? She came looking for me for a matter. A proper matter, do you know? Luo Jingbo also felt wronged. Grandfather, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. If you say it, we will know. Besides, a woman came looking for you, who would think that it was a proper matter. So, you can't blame us for this. Don't you deserve a beating if you don't understand the situation and just listen to what others say and speak without thinking? What's wrong with a woman? Can a woman be a proper matter? Do you still look down on women? If you have the ability, go say a few words in front of your grandmother and daughter-in-law and see what they will do. Grandfather, I know you're powerful, but you can't distort the truth like this. What do you mean we look down on women? Luo Peishan sneered. You also know what it means to distort the truth. I thought you didn't know. Luo Jingbo wanted to say more, but was pulled back by Luo Jingda. Grandfather, calm down. Don't listen to third brother's nonsense. We were just curious and came to take a look. Luo Peishan's expression was not much better. He put on a fake smile. Curious? Fine. Do you know about Princess Heong, who was married to the Northern Xiongnu? That woman just now has always been the one raising men. Which man can raise her? Go and say a few words in front of her. Let's see how many layers of skin she can peel off. The famous Princess Heong was definitely a familiar figure to scholars like them. In their impression, she was a rather unconventional and valiant woman. Although they had suspected that she was still alive at the beginning, they did not expect that she was in the capital and seemed to be an old acquaintance of their grandfather. Face her, they couldn't help but tremble. However, when they thought of the princess's nickname, they felt that something was wrong with their grandfather. Grandfather, are you sure you haven't been together before? The look in their eyes was so obvious that Luo Peishan was so angry that he almost fell over. He picked up the booklet in his hand and slapped it 3 times. All 3 of them ate the booklet. All of you, go to the study and wait for me. I'll go to the palace and test you when I come back. If you don't pass, At this time, the 3 brothers were completely listless. Grandfather was the 3rd in the imperial examinations back then, and his literary attainments were comparable to that of the great Confucian granduncle. They had seen the scene of them discussing together. It could be said that it was fierce and fierce. They didn't even have the right to interrupt. Therefore, if they were seriously tested by their grandfather, they would probably die miserably. If they had known this would happen, why did they do it just now? Luo Jingda and Luo Jingming looked at Luo Jingbo with a bit of hidden bitterness in their eyes. Third brother, tell us, what should we do? Luo Peishan directly went to Lu Chengdi and handed him the booklet. When he heard Luo Peishan's background, Lu Chengdi was a bit surprised. Official Luo is familiar with Imperial Aunt, replying to your majesty. When I was still in office, I met Her Highness a few times. Lu Chengdi naturally knew Imperial Aunt style very well. He didn't believe that Imperial Aunt would directly go to Luo Peishan just because they met a few times. Obviously, it wasn't that simple. It was obvious that Lu Chengdi was thinking the same way as Luo Jingbo and the others. His grandson could be casually taught a lesson, but the emperor obviously couldn't. Therefore, official Luo simply lowered his head and pretended that he didn't know. Jokes were jokes. After laughing, it was over. Serious matters were more important. Lu Chengdi flipped through the booklet. The more he read, the colder his face became. I didn't know that I spent so much of my salary to raise a bunch of vermin. Not only that, but they also made me lose face in front of Imperial Aunt. Imperial Aunt has been away from worldly affairs for many years, but in the past 2 years, she has repeatedly made a move. What face do I, as the emperor, have? So, the focus is not on the booklet, but on your face. Luo Peishan didn't want to say anything more. In any case, he was completely disappointed in the current emperor. Fortunately, Lu Qingdi didn't seize the booklet. Instead, he transferred it to the Ministry of Justice and the Supreme Court, letting them do what they should do. However, according to Luo Peishan's thoughts, it was probably because Princess Heong was involved that the emperor had no choice but to do so. The emperor himself might have wanted to keep the peace. Therefore, in the entire Ministry of Revenue, the right assistant minister was also removed. Under the assistant minister, half of the middle level was removed and the bottom level was removed. The Minister of Revenue was now alone. He was even more dispirited than when he returned to the capital a few days ago. Now that things had come to this, he simply handed in a booklet and asked to retire. According to him, such a thing happened to the Ministry of Revenue, and he was also responsible for negligence. He was too ashamed to stay in this position. Your Majesty, now is the time to use people. Although Lord Qi is responsible for negligence, we can't blame him entirely. The human heart is the most difficult thing to understand. As a minister, Lord Qi has many things to do. It's normal that he didn't notice something. Why don't we let Lord Qi make up for his mistakes by properly arranging the provisions for the Northwest? The rest of the problem can wait until after the war. The Grand Secretary of the Cabinet was the first to stand up and plead. There would be a second one. One after another, people stood up to plead for mercy. However, such a scene made the Minister of Revenue feel moved on the surface, but vomit blood in his heart. He wanted to retreat in order to advance, but in the end, he had to make up for his mistakes. Where should he go? Did he have to wait until after the war? Didn't they say that the Grand Secretary was smooth and slick? Why didn't he know how to understand other people's intentions now? In the end, was he pleading for mercy, or was he swindling people? If you ask Lord Wan, he might tell you. Of course, he was swindling people. The part of the book that was crossed out by Jin Xinwang was all about the Minister of Revenue. It was only temporarily letting him go. Did he really think that his tail hadn't been caught and wanted to retreat in order to advance? It wasn't as beautiful as this even in his dreams. Beloved official Ruan is right. Beloved official Qi doesn't need to say anything more. Doing a good job is the most important thing. Lu Qingdi made the final decision. Li Hanyuan had a very accurate grasp of Lu Qingdi's mentality. If he really connected with a Minister of Revenue, perhaps Lu Qingdi would suppress the whole matter. Using a left assistant minister of the Ministry of Revenue as bait already made him mentally and physically exhausted. If there was another Minister of Revenue, he wasn't even sure if his heart could bear it. The Ministry of Personnel had the right to directly appoint officials below the 4th rank. Therefore, Luo Peishan was the first to replenish the middle and lower ranks of the Ministry of Revenue. However, there was still a part of the vacancy. The Ministry of Revenue was in charge of the provisions. In the end, they were stretched too thin and had no choice but to transfer people from other places. Therefore, after going around in circles, it still reached this step. The matter finally came to an end. The final result was placed on Li Hongyuan's table. It was completely within expectations. Compared to these completely arranged matters, Jingwan was actually more interested in the gossip about her grandfather. Previously, when she found out about the part that happened in the Luo family, Jingwan could be said to be unable to stop laughing. Her family's third brother's courage had also increased. According to Li Hongyuan's words, it's just that there's no such thing. It's just a joke. That's why you can laugh. If there's really something going on with your stubborn personality, I wonder what will happen. In his view, a man's romantic affairs were nothing more than a small matter. But there was no other way. His own wife was extremely concerned about it. This was the taboo. Jingwan sneered. What can happen? My father still had a few concubines, a few Shu children, and I still didn't do anything. When it comes to grandfather, can I still make a fuss? The problem is, you're much closer to your grandmother than to your mother. My grandmother is also not my mother. Without a man's favor, she can't live. All right, don't be agitated. Those are all outsiders. Outsiders, I am your only insider. Insider? Jingwan raised an eyebrow. Only you can say these words. If it was heard by others, who knows what they would think? At most, Ben Wang is henpecked. What else can it be? Who is Jin Qin Wang? If he could be henpecked, it would probably be a joke. Now that the matter is over, what are you going to do next? This matter cannot be rushed. It needs to be planned slowly. When it's time, it will be time. I'm not in a hurry, I just casually asked. After all, in the end, I will only know the result. That's all. That's not necessarily true. But before that, I can ask Wan to watch a show first. This scene began on the second day. It was broad daylight, and everyone was doing what they were supposed to do. Imperial concubine Sue's maiden home suddenly caught fire, and the fire was like adding fuel to the fire. It spread very quickly, and the fire was quite big. If it wasn't broad daylight, who knew how many people would have been burned to death? Everyone in the residence was busy putting out the fire. The people who were usually well-dressed were all covered in soot and grime. And in this situation, someone openly walked into the Su family's most important study room. 3 people searched very quickly and did not leave any traces. Moreover, with one look, one could tell that they were professionals. Because they would not randomly rummage through the books without a purpose, they would always start with a purpose. Therefore, even if it was just a piece of paper, it would not be like looking for a needle in a haystack. After all, important things would always be taken out and looked at from time to time. Moreover, when it was hidden, one would subconsciously pay attention to it. Therefore, there would always be something different. Ordinary people would not notice it. But those who had undergone professional training would be completely different. This was also the reason why they chose to start during the day instead of at night. The light was good during the day, and it would be difficult for clues to escape. It would take a lot less time. Found it. It's here. One of them found what they wanted in the most inconspicuous book on the desk. As a whole, it was only a few dozen words. The memory of the 3 people was extraordinary. They could remember things that were less than 100 words after reading it once and memorizing it in their hearts. Basically, there was no problem at all. After achieving his goal, he quickly left. Everything was the same as before he came, and the same as after he left. Unless the owner could detect it immediately, he would leave no trace if he casually moved anything. However, as the owner of this study and imperial consort Sue's elder brother, would he have such eyesight? He calmly entered and calmly left without attracting any attention. Not long after, 3 identical letters fell into the hands of Li Hongyuan. Jingwan went over to read it with him. There was not much content in the first place. People who had the ability to read 10 lines at a glance could even read it with 1 glance. However, both Jingwan and Li Hongyuan took a long time. How to put it, it was a little different from what they had expected. However, it was also more complicated. Classical Chinese, when translated into vernacular, there was a little more content. The ancestors of the Fu family and the Su family were actually biological brothers from the same mother, but different fathers. That's right, they had the same mother. Speaking of which, it was a little like a femme fatale, but also a little like 2 men fighting over a woman. The content was vague and not very clear. At that time, it was also a period of war, and some etiquette did not seem to be so much. However, here, there was a woman who first entered the Su family and gave birth to a son. Then, she seemed to have been snatched away by the Fu family. There was a suspicious point in this. The child of the Su family knew about the Fu family, but the Fu family did not know about the Su family. Therefore, this matter of snatching had to be investigated. Although the Su family was a scholarly family and the Fu family was a martial family, it could not be judged that it was not the case. Together, they had followed Taizu to conquer the world. Because of the Fu family's military exploits, they had once become the leader. In fact, the Su family was not bad. Although they did not contribute much and did not contribute much, they had brains. The number 1 military advisor by Taizu's side was from the Su family. However, in the end, the Su family did not get a share of the rewards. Judging from what was left on the paper, the Su family thought that the Fu family was behind it. The military advisor of the Su family, who was the elder brother of the Fu family, was injured in order to save Taizu's eldest son. His health was deteriorating day by day, and the Su family lost the glory that they should have. They thought that the Fu family were not good people and wanted to snatch everything. Therefore, they set up a vicious trap. The Taizu emperor loved to travel incognito. One day, he met a traveling Taoist priest who was a blind man. He accidentally bumped into him and caused problems. The Taoist priest just touched Taizu's hand and gave him paragraph. The general meaning was that the Leaf family was the real dragon, but there was a false dragon of the Fu family on the side who was trying to steal the dragon's aura. It was impossible for the false dragon to replace the real dragon, but it would affect the fate of the Qi Yuan. The stronger the false dragon was, the faster the fate of the Qi Yuan would decline. In the end, the Taoist priest made it clear that if the false dragon was not eliminated, the Qi Yuan emperor could be passed down for 6 generations. What kind of person was Taizu? Of course, he wouldn't easily believe such words. Then, he sent people to investigate and found that the Taoist priest was quite powerful. He had been famous for decades and could only be encountered by chance. It was unlikely that someone had set up a trap. In Jingwan's opinion, the Taoist priest's status at that time was similar to that of Master Liaochen now. However, the Taoist priest was real, but the one that Taizu met was fake. However, it was impossible for Taizu to deal with the Fu family because the world was not yet settled and most of the military power was in the hands of the Fu family. If he attacked the Fu family at this time, he would be regarded as a person who had abandoned the bow after the birds were killed. It was very likely that he would be attacked directly. In that case, the loss would outweigh the gain. Therefore, he could only plan slowly. After all, he had 6 generations to live. The setting of the 6th generation, to a certain extent, was also where the Su family's viciousness lay. They would not force the emperor into a corner and quickly get rid of the Fu family. They would slowly erode and weaken the Fu family bit by bit. Generation after generation, they would have to suffer a lot. Cutting their flesh with a blunt knife was too painful. However, the Fu family was unexpectedly stubborn. The emperors of Qi Yuan had a good reputation, and there was an emperor in the middle. They were like puppets and did not have the time to deal with the Fu family. Therefore, the grudges between the 2 families had lasted for a long time. 6 generations of emperors? The emperor is the 5th generation, right? Jingwan found it funny. In the previous generation, the Fu family was still alive. The possibility of your son not being able to ascend the throne was 0. Even if you gave Fu Yunting 300,000 soldiers, would he be able to take away your country? Li Honyuan sneered. It was more likely that he would skin Fu Yunting alive. I told you that it was made up by the Su family. So, everything is clear now. Your father did this because he wanted to eliminate the threat to his son. Does that mean that he is a good father? Doesn't Wan feel disgusted when he said that? Well, he probably did it for himself. No matter what, she felt a little complicated. Should she say that the Su family was evil? But if the Fu family was really blocking the future of the Su family, it was not wrong for the Su family to do so. However, Jingwan felt that it was not the case. She had a feeling that there was someone behind the scenes who stopped the Su family and broke the Fu family. But it was just a guess. It was impossible to know what the situation was at that time. It was hard to tell who was right and who was wrong. However, if Li Honyuan insisted on blaming the Su family, then the Su family could only be considered unlucky to have provoked the unreasonable King of Hell. Speaking of which, the King of Hell wasn't completely unreasonable. After all, the person he loved had indeed died because of those messy things. It was a tragic death. In that case, the people related to it wouldn't have a good ending. Moreover, the King of Hell was petty and liked to hold grudges. Even if it didn't happen in this life, Imperial concubine Su would still want to harm Jingwan. So, let's settle the old and new grudges together. All right, Yuan, how did you start the fire in the Su family? It was broad daylight, and everyone was awake. It was not easy to start a fire. Moreover, it was impossible to make a pile of firewood and pour oil on it. You just had to do something to the window paper. It was such a simple thing. So, in the heart of the King of Hell, there was nothing difficult in the world. Anything could be solved with a flick of his finger. Is there nothing that you think is more difficult and requires more effort? Yes, I'm going to marry you. https:///11/11807/1268438. Chapter 497. So, was she being showered with sweet nothings again? Jingwan pounced on Li Hongyuan and fiercely bit him. This was too much of foul. Jingwan didn't bite him hard, and Li Hongyuan was usually someone who took this as a form of entertainment, so he naturally let her bite him. However, the King of Hell had always been someone who refused to be taken advantage of. He always wanted to take it back 10 times or 100 times over. Thus, when Jingwan loosened her bite, he directly trapped her in his arms and fiercely kissed her until Jingwan almost couldn't breathe. Only then did he let go. Wan, even if you're excited, you shouldn't casually seduce others. Even if I'm your husband, you should be more reserved. What did he mean by pretending to be obedient after taking advantage of him? It was the epitome of the epitome. What did he mean by playing the blame game? He was still an expert in his hands. Jingwan panted and calmed her breathing. She pulled this man's face, not wanting to argue with him, because if she couldn't win the argument, she would be the one who would be miserable in the end. Everything that wasn't too important could become very indecent in the end. However, the Su family's fire was really inexplicable. Fortunately, they only lost some ordinary financial resources. The collapsed buildings were a bit troublesome. If they were to rebuild, the entire Su family would probably have to move. No matter how good the other places were, how could they compare to the meticulously decorated home? In addition, after investigating, they still couldn't find the cause of the fire. After all these things, the Su family's faces couldn't be any darker. However, there were always people who weren't so optimistic. Noble consort Su, who had already decided to rest in peace, began to worry again. She had the Su family investigate again and again to ensure that there really weren't any mistakes. The head of the Su family was also baffled. What were the important things in the Su family, and where were they placed? He knew in his heart that everything was fine. What mistakes could there be? He didn't know what this noble consort Su was thinking all day long. However, because of her identity, he didn't dare to say anything even if she was his younger sister. In fact, there was nothing fatal in the Su family, especially after Su Mingzhong's accident. Some things had been taken care of. The only thing left was probably the ancestors' plot against the Fu family, but that thing had been passed down through several generations. The Fu family definitely did not know about it, and the emperor could not possibly know the truth. Thus, no one would deliberately look for that thing. However, if it was not an internal fire, then it could only be arson. No matter whether the arsonist was from the Su family or outside, there had to be a motive. Now, nothing had been discovered. However, the more unknown it was, the more uneasy it was. Imperial concubine Su was inexplicably flustered. She felt that something terrible would happen after the Su family caught fire. In the end, Imperial concubine Su still asked her brother to burn that thing. In any case, it was useless to keep it today. Emperor the Sixth? There was no need to continue passing it down, and there was no need to follow the ancestors' wishes to see the Fu family destroyed. The emperor would do everything possible. However, if the losses were too great, Imperial concubine Su would also care about the interests involved. After all, she believed that the future Qi Yuan Empire would be her son's. Everyone wanted their own empire to be rich and powerful. Imperial concubine Su thought too much. Her body, which had finally recovered a little, deteriorated once again. No matter who it was, everyone knew that she couldn't go on like this. Imperial concubine Su was also forcefully controlling her emotions. However, the results were minimal. In a short period of time, too many unfavorable things had happened. If a person's emotions were so easily controlled and she could do whatever she wanted, then she was basically beyond the scope of a human being. Prince Rue couldn't leave the prince's residence. When he heard this, he became anxious. In the end, he had no choice but to let his princess enter the palace. Even though he knew that his princess was suppressed most of the time when she faced his mother, he felt aggrieved. It didn't matter usually, but now that she was pregnant, if she was depressed, it might not be good for the baby in her belly. However, he also hoped that this child could make his mother happy. The idea was beautiful, but the reality was cruel. In the beginning, this method did work to some extent, but it wasn't very good, and it didn't last very long. It was obvious that Imperial concubine Sue had the idea of confusing the royal bloodline early on. It was enough to show that she didn't value the child as much as others, or even as much as she thought. The reason for this was that Imperial concubine Sue habitually said some words to manipulate Princess Lu. She wanted Princess Lu to know that she and Prince Rue were one. If her husband couldn't be well, then no one could be well. What she meant was that she didn't want Princess Lu's maiden family to change sides at the last minute. If they did anything that harmed Prince Rue's interests, no one could get away with it, even if they shed all pretense of cordiality. Princess Lu had had enough of Imperial concubine Sue. Now that she was pregnant, she still couldn't stop. No one would be in a good mood. For the sake of the child in her belly, she decided not to endure it this time. Therefore, she stood up directly and said, "I think it's better for Mother to rest quietly. In this case, I'll take my leave first." Imperial concubine Sue, who had always been submissive, actually disobeyed her one day. At that moment, Imperial concubine Sue's expression was quite interesting. In her heart, it was perhaps even more difficult to accept than Jingwan's disobedience at the beginning. After all, Jingwan had never obeyed her from the beginning. Princess Lu was inexplicably happy. Sure enough, there were still many things that she couldn't see through. Once she saw through it, or it was better to say that she didn't care about it, nothing could bind her until she couldn't breathe. Imperial concubine Sue sneered, "Good, very good. I'm useless now. Even I don't have the patience to listen to what I have to say." Since she had taken the first step, Princess Lu felt that her mother-in-law was just like that. She was also a person, a woman, and a woman who also needed other men's favor to live a comfortable life. The child in her belly was important now. She had her own family to support her. In this case, there was no need to make herself suffer. "Mother, I remember how you treat me all these years. I probably won't forget it for the rest of my life. If it's possible, perhaps I can let your future granddaughter-in-law have a taste of that. But after thinking about it, I feel that it's quite meaningless. Only those who are sick would inflict their own pain on others. I think that I'm still a normal person. Moreover, it's uncertain whether you can have a granddaughter-in-law. After all, who can guarantee that the child will be a boy?" Imperial concubine Sue's face turned livid. "Shut up. It must be a boy in your belly." "A boy?" Princess Lu smiled mockingly. "Yes, according to you and the prince, it must be a boy even if it's not, right?" They were willing to do anything for their own rights. But who had ever considered her feelings? It would be fine if she gave birth to a boy, but what if it was a girl? If it was a little better, she wouldn't know where she would end up, but if it was a little worse, she might even die. She was clearly the daughter of a noble family and should enjoy the most honorable life. But because of these people, she was mercilessly deprived. Based on what? Just for more people's riches and honor? What riches and honor? What kind of life did she live after marrying into the prince's mansion? What was the point of such riches and honor? She had already wronged the 2 children before her. Was she going to continue to wrong the one in her belly? There weren't so many schemes. What was wrong with living a good life as a family? "Lady Lu, do you know what you're talking about?" "Mother, of course I know. I've never known it before. I know it better than ever. I didn't understand it before." Imperial concubine Sue breathed heavily. She almost couldn't control herself and directly stood up to give Princess Lu 2 hard slaps. "Since you know it, then you should understand that there is no way out for some things. If you retreat, your daughters will die with you. Do you want to lose all 3 of them, or 2 of them?" Of course, if it's a boy, then everything will be fine. Princess Lu smiled bitterly. She also knew this, so there were many things that she couldn't do as she wanted. "Mother, do you really think everything will be fine if you give birth to a boy? How would the prince get poisoned? Even if you give birth to a boy, the person behind the scenes can make an issue of it, right?" Daughter-in-law hopes that Imperial concubine mother and Prince Wang Yi will be more skillful in the end and get what they want. Daughter-in-law is not doing this for my own glory and splendor. I just want to save the lives of my two daughters. Anyway, daughter-in-law does not expect them to have a good future. After all, there are not many princesses in the imperial family who have good days, especially their father, who has never put them in his eyes. The corners of imperial concubine Sue's mouth twitched. For a moment, she really didn't know what to say. Mother, take good care of them. If there's nothing else, I won't enter the palace before the child is born. At least now, there's a piece of meat in my belly as an amulet. Let me enjoy myself for a while. As for after the child is born, who knows what will happen? Maybe I will even lose my life. Therefore, I should enjoy myself as long as I can. Otherwise, when I am about to die, I will recall that I have lived a sullen life for the rest of my life. If I am lucky enough to survive, I will be at your disposal. Imperial concubine Sue dragged her heavy body and squatted. Then she turned around and left. Although her movements were slow, they were unusually firm. Whether it was the servants around Imperial concubine Sue or the servants around Princess Lu, they were all trembling violently at this moment because they heard something that they didn't dare to hear. Imperial concubine Sue felt dizzy. She rubbed her temples weakly. Call people in, drag them out, and flog them to death. These words were obviously said to the chief palace maid beside her. The palace maid suppressed her fear and said, yes. She wasn't sure whether she would be flogged to death or not. The palace maids and eunuchs were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. However, they subconsciously begged for mercy, hoping that Imperial concubine Sue would give them a way out. They promised that they wouldn't tell anyone about it. Otherwise, they could become mute. They just wanted to keep their lives. Imperial concubine Sue was very uncomfortable now. How could she have the strength to deal with them? She didn't even want to say a word. Princess Lu moved slowly and was supported by her maid. They hadn't walked far when she heard the noise. Her expression was normal, but she clearly felt the maid's fear. Hold on tight. If I fall, you will really die with me. Watch your mouth. You will be fine before the child is born. Thank you. Thank you, princess. She breathed a sigh of relief. Her life was saved for the time being. Why are you thanking me? I am the one who put you in this situation. As servants, we all know how you are, princess. But why can't you bear it for a while? You just want to be happy. There are some things that you shouldn't say. In this way, when the child is in your belly, you can live a carefree life like Princess Jean. It doesn't matter. Princess Lu glanced at her in surprise. I didn't expect that you were so good at talking. You are usually a little dull. I know what you said, but some people just don't know and don't want to know. I have had enough of these days. Moreover, pregnant women have a strange temper. Most of the time, they probably can't control themselves. It doesn't matter if they say it. After Princess Lu left the palace, she didn't go back to Prince Rue's mansion. Instead, she asked someone to go to the farm directly, because she didn't want to face her husband now. She was afraid that she couldn't help saying something she shouldn't say to him. Therefore, she tried to avoid it as much as possible. Anyway, her husband couldn't leave the mansion now. Prince Rue was practicing calligraphy in Prince Rue's mansion. When he heard that Princess Lu went to the farm and his mother beat several people around him to death, he didn't know the specific reason. He finally calmed down, but suddenly he became irritable again. Go and take the princess back to the mansion immediately. Prince Rue's eunuch complained incessantly. If the princess wanted to come back, she wouldn't go to the farm. Moreover, the princess was precious now. They didn't dare to be rough. Therefore, before they went out, they were doomed to make a wasted trip. However, they couldn't tell Prince Rue about this. They just had to make a trip and come back to be punished. It would be better if they could be a little late. As expected, Princess Lu sent them away easily. Anyway, her two daughters were also in the farm. It didn't matter. The eunuch could obviously feel the change in Princess Lu's attitude. All this happened after she entered the palace. Then, maybe it was a very wrong decision to let the princess go to the palace this time. People in Prince Rue's mansion, no matter whether they were servants or concubines in the backyard, were in deep trouble. Maybe the two concubines, who were disliked by Prince Rue at the beginning, were living a more comfortable life now. When a eunuch went back to report, he was ready to be destroyed by his master's anger. Therefore, when the teacup hit his head, he didn't even move his head. The blood flowed and covered his eyes. He just reached out to wipe it and didn't have any other reaction. Prince Rue was furious. He probably didn't expect that the woman who had always been obedient to him would disobey him. In fact, his thoughts were similar to noble consort Sue's. Married women should rely on their husbands and live a life of obedience to their mother-in-law. How dare she rebel? It meant that she was tired of living and didn't want to live a comfortable life. Did she really think that she could do whatever she wanted with a piece of meat in her belly? However, Princess Lu still did it. No one could do anything to her. Not long after, Jingwan naturally knew about it. Although she didn't know the details, she knew that Princess Lu must have quarreled with noble consort Su and her son. However, Jingwan didn't have a bad impression of Princess Lu. She didn't have a bad impression of her, let alone a good impression of her. She didn't care about it now. In the future, when it was time to scheme against her, she would scheme against her. She would never say anything about it. However, when Jingwan wanted to ignore it, Princess Lu came to her. Jingwan raised her eyebrows. For the sake of the pregnant woman, she met her. After all, it was really hard for a pregnant woman, especially when there were too many people expecting a boy in her belly. It must be very stressful for a pregnant woman. She didn't worry that something would happen. According to how much Princess Lu valued the child, it was impossible for anything to happen. Moreover, even if something happened in her farm, she wouldn't do anything in the end according to the nature of the King of Hell. Jingwan originally thought that her sister-in-law's situation wouldn't be very good. However, after seeing her, she was much better than expected. She looked very clear-headed and didn't seem to be under heavy pressure. Jingwan was surprised. "Why do you want to come here today?" Jingwan asked the servants to prepare tea and snacks. Of course, the tea was healthy flower tea, which was good for pregnant women. Princess Lu waved away her maidservants and nannies. She directly took a sip and said, "Sixth sister-in-law, the things here are special. Can you give me some later?" Her attitude was so relaxed that it was a little surprising. "Third sister-in-law, you are very precious now. I don't dare to give you the things that you want to eat. Well, I will give you the recipe. You can go back and ask someone to make it. It's not difficult, and it won't take long." "Okay." Princess Lu nodded without hesitation. "Before I came here, I thought that you would be comfortable here." As expected, after entering the farm, my mood became better. "I'm afraid that I will have to disturb you in the future. I'm thick-skinned this time. Please forgive me, sixth sister-in-law." Jingwan really suspected that something had happened to her third sister-in-law. It was as if all the shackles on her body had been removed. She was so relaxed and carefree that she only lived for herself. She thought for a while. It seemed that noble consort Su seemed to be worse. Maybe it was true. If noble consort Su was worse, Jingwan felt that she would be better. Although the enemy of an enemy might not necessarily be a friend, and noble consort Su and noble consort Lu were probably far from enemies. As they disobeyed the same mother-in-law, they could still talk about some unimportant topics calmly. Princess Lu came to Jingwan just to chat. The reason why she came to Jingwan instead of others was that this sixth sister-in-law lived the most comfortable life. Apart from all kinds of grievances, her personality was actually quite likable. Princess Lu envied Jingwan. She used to be, and she still was. However, it was just a kind of feeling in her heart. She would not do anything because of it. Now, perhaps it was more complicated, because now, when she saw her sixth sister-in-law smiling like a flower and saw that her eyebrows were relaxed and her face was rosy no matter what, she felt better. Princess Lu touched her belly and said with a smile, "The baby will definitely like you in the future, right?" Jingwan smiled and raised her eyebrows. "Third sister-in-law, why do you say that?" "Because it's still in my belly. Because you're here, it can make his mother feel better." What kind of show was this again? Then Jingwan laughed. It was just a casual chat. There was no need to think so much. Even if she had a purpose, she could just deal with it as it came. "Third sister-in-law, well, I like what you said. I hope that the baby can also please my sixth aunt." Princess Lu touched her belly again and said with a smile, Good girl, please your sixth aunt in the future. Your sixth aunt has a lot of treasures. If you please her, you'll get a lot of benefits. Jingwan did not want to think too much. However, her third sister-in-law was troublesome. Couldn't they just chat? Princess Lu stayed at Jingwan's place for 2 hours. At first, she just sat and then took Jingwan a walk around with her. Anyway, she lived like this in daily life. Jingwan did not care. It was just that there were a lot of flowers and plants on the farm. If she stayed with some for a long time, she would feel uncomfortable. She could not take it lightly, especially for pregnant women. She told her directly, and Princess Lu did not refuse to listen to her. She just walked around in those places where she could definitely go. She really looked like the most ordinary sisters-in-law. Jingwan could obviously feel that Princess Lu was very relaxed. After sending them off, Jingwan stood there quietly for a while. In the end, she gave up. There was no need to trouble herself. Anyone who had a little bit of doubt would have to go through all the twists and turns to understand. Wouldn't that be exhausting? Princess Lu was really a woman of her words. She came to Jingwan's place to report every few days. She had already said that she would be thick-skinned. What else could she say? It was fine if it was just 1 or 2 times, but if it happened more often, it would take up more of Jingwan's time. The King of Hell expressed his displeasure, but he was a man after all. How could he be so calculative with a pregnant daughter? However, he could not do anything directly, so he asked someone to find something for Jingwan to do. He wanted her to know what was good for her. Every time she was called away, Jingwan's so-called thing was to see someone, leaving Princess Lu alone. Jingwan did not know whether to laugh or cry. She said that this man was childish, but he did not admit it. Well, she did not say it in front of him. After so many times, Princess Lu also realized it. Especially when it was the right time, her sixth sister-in-law would be happy. How could she not understand? She covered her mouth and laughed. If you are really busy, you don't have to worry about me. Really? She emphasized the word busy. Obviously, she was found out. Jingwan touched her face subconsciously, wondering if someone had left some obvious marks on her body. She scolded him secretly. Then she saw Princess Lu laugh more mockingly. Even though she had been thick-skinned, she could not help but blush. Sixth sister-in-law, you don't have to be embarrassed. Other people, even if they want to be like this, it is an extravagant hope. I, your sister-in-law, am also very envious. Originally, I also know that it is not good to always disturb others, but I also have no place to go. I stay in my own manor and am surrounded by a group of people all day long. There are all kinds of things that they say. It is really annoying. In other places, I am afraid that wherever I go, those people will follow me. They don't dare to follow Prince Jin's place, so I have to be thick-skinned and stay at six sister-in-law's place. The manor next to yours is also fine, but there are too many people and I am afraid that there will be an accident. So, no matter how annoying it is, I will probably continue to disturb sixth sister-in-law. However, you really don't have to worry about me. I will sit and walk. When the time is up, I will leave by myself. Third sister-in-law is too serious. It is not a long time. I'm also very idle every day. If you feel more comfortable here, it is okay to stay for a while. Jingwan felt that her heart was really starting to harden. Now she was smiling, but in the future, she would still do the same. She would not be soft-hearted to this woman. Princess Lu nodded. As for Princess Lu's words, she did not hide it from the people around her. Among those people, there were not only people sent by Prince Rue, but also by noble consort Su. It was not because they could not see Princess Lu later, but because they had been serving Princess Lu when she was pregnant. Now neither of them could see Princess Lu. If they wanted to get news about her, they could only pass the message through the people around her. If they knew about Princess Lu's recent behavior and what she said, it was hard to imagine what their expressions would be like. In noble consort Su's eyes, Jingwan was a thorn in her flesh. Some of her opinions about Li Hongyuan had probably been buried very deep in her heart in the past, so deep that she didn't even notice it. Now it was getting clearer and clearer. When she saw Li Hongyuan again, she might not be able to hide it anymore. After that, Princess Lu came to see Jingwan less often, But it was not like she stopped visiting Jingwan. Jingwan also knew some things gradually. It seemed that third sister-in-law was ready to cut off all means of retreat. But she did not know whether her attitude would affect their future plans. Don't worry. Even if she cuts off all means of retreat, she will not get any result. Let alone other things, she will definitely not be able to get through Li Hongming. Moreover, she still cares about her two daughters. If she can't change anything and gets herself into trouble first, her two daughters will not be able to survive. Now, more than anything, she just wants to get by for the time being. Yuan also knows this woman's mind so well. Is it because he has seen countless women? It's not because I've seen countless women, but because I have an unpredictable princess at home. After a long time of hard work, I finally figured out a little bit. Then, I simply learned by analogy. I can see through other women at a glance. Naturally, I still feel helpless when it comes to my princess. I still need to continue working hard. Jingwan was not angry. Yuan is actually talking about yourself, right? Am I like this in Wan's heart? His thoughts are profound and hard to grasp. Yuan is very self-aware. What about you? I think that you can't be more honest in front of Wan. Why are you still unpredictable? Could it be? What? Jingwan answered subconsciously. Li Hongyuan's smile overflowed from the bottom of his eyes. Sure enough, Wan is too stupid. Jingwan's face darkened again. Why couldn't she learn her lesson? She should be vigilant every time this happened, but she still fell for it every time. It happened every time. She was really stupid, wasn't she? Jingwan flung her hand and left. It was too infuriating. Watching this, Nanny Gong could only shake her head helplessly. The princess was always bullied. In addition to the fact that she was young and weak, the most important thing was that she was the one who let the prince out. At the beginning of their marriage, the prince was not so unscrupulous. However, it was purely a matter of one's willingness to be beaten and the other's willingness to be beaten. Others couldn't say anything. However, if outsiders saw this, many women would be willing to be bullied like this every day. It was not until the end of August that Li Hongyuan asked Jingwan to pack up and prepare to go back to the prince's mansion. Counting with her fingers, she had lived in the farm for more than 4 months. Since Jingwan and the others had returned to the capital city, Princess Lu naturally had no place to hang out. But she was more and more peaceful now. People who didn't know her would think that she was eating vegetarian food and praying to Buddha. It was really amazing that a pregnant woman could have such an effect. But this time, after returning to the capital, Jingwan almost knew that there might be a result of what someone was going to do. Of course, it might also be the beginning. Li Hongyuan didn't have much to do during this period of time. Because he was busy with the war in the northwest, Jingwan didn't know much about it. She didn't interrupt or intervene. She didn't even have much time to look at it. Therefore, when he returned to the capital, he found that there were already some rumors circulating in the capital after the 15th of August. In fact, there was no need to think about who it was about. It was about Fu Yunting at the northwest border. As the war became more and more successful, Fu Yunting, as the commander-in-chief, seemed to have an ambition that he shouldn't have. He seemed to have the intention to build up an army and establish himself. No matter how ridiculous these rumors were, in short, they were spread with a nose and eyes. In particular, many people didn't know how to think for themselves. Because their knowledge was very limited, they didn't know how to think. They were more like parrots. They believed what others said and passed more and more ridiculous rumors to more people according to their own guesses. The more ridiculous the rumors were, the more ridiculous they became. In the end, people didn't know what the original rumors were and how they came about. Logically speaking, such things should be suppressed as soon as possible to avoid causing panic. However, Luchindi thought that it was better to let it go than to block it. The more he tried to stop it, the more people would think that it was true. It was better to let it go. After a long time, nothing happened, and the rumors disappeared. At the same time, he also sent the blackguard to surround Wu Anho's mansion. The reason was to protect the people in Wu Anho's mansion, in case they were attacked, because of Su Mingzhang's matter, like the Su family before. Why didn't you want to protect the Su family at that time? Some people wanted to roar at Luchindi. This encirclement, in the eyes of the people, simply confirmed the fact that Fu Yunting wanted to rebel. Otherwise, why would the emperor detain his family? This was clearly to make Fu Yunting hesitate to attack the rat for fear of breaking the vases. No matter how good the officials were, they only felt that it was ridiculous. It was really too ridiculous. However, Lu Qingdi still did things his own way. He said with certainty that there was no problem with it. Few officials in high positions were stupid. Gradually, more and more people seemed to realize Lu Qingdi's true attitude towards Fu Yunting. However, the closer they got to the truth, the more they didn't dare to believe it. There was no reason. The Fu family didn't do anything to anger the heavens and the people. But in reality, all the results showed that Lu Qingdi had ill intentions towards Fu Yunting and the Fu family. Of course, Lu Qingdi's goal wasn't to spread rumors in the capital. His real goal was to let Fu Yunting know that he had detained everyone in Wu Anho's mansion. He wanted Fu Yunting to think that he was going to harm Wu Anho's mansion, or that he didn't trust him. This would make Fu Yunting so angry that he would do something irrational. If this led to a loss in the war, then it would be justifiable to punish him. If he could really make him rebel, then it was needless to say. Lu Qingdi's plan was to use the fact that the two places were far away from each other to spread the news. If he did it well, he could even accidentally kill Fu Yunting and the Fu family. Perhaps it was because he felt that this plan was feasible and didn't need to sacrifice a lot of soldiers. Recently, Lu Qingdi had been in a strange state of excitement. After Li Honyuan returned to the capital, he went to see him once. In his previous life, he didn't know whether his good father was in such a state before his plan was about to succeed. Because in his previous life, he had been forced to leave the capital at this time. His situation was quite bad, so he couldn't care about anything else. Li Honyuan turned around and reminded a few people to be careful. He told them that there was something wrong with a certain someone's brain. Even if it was something that was originally planned, they shouldn't act rashly. At this time, whether it was intentional or unintentional, as long as they went against him, then they could provoke his anger. A person who wasn't clear-headed could do anything. Things seemed to have come to a standstill. On Fu Yunting's side, if Li Honyuan hadn't sent him a letter in advance, it might have really gone according to Lu Qingdi's plan. Yuan, His Majesty, has a good reputation. Even if according to his current plan, the result of accidentally killing is also a result of being muddle-headed. It seems to be a little more cruel and heartless than indiscriminately killing loyal people, but it's still a stain that can't be erased. Could it be that something has forced him into a corner? It's said that the emperor has passed down 6 generations. In His Majesty's mind, it's unknown whether there will be a 6th generation. So, the safest way is to end it in his hands. Li Honyuan tapped lightly on the armrest. It's not impossible. Then, if it's really so, if Fu Yunting doesn't act according to his plan, will he simply get someone to fabricate a secret letter from the Northwest or something, fabricate some plausible evidence, and then deliberately act like he's furious and kill the whole Fu family first? At that time, Fu Yunting will really rebel. Jingwan quivered. Why do I feel that this is the real plan? If Fu Yunting really rebels, he can even erase the accidentally killing label. After all, at that time, no one will care about the order of things. If it's really so, this secret letter won't be made by himself. He needs a way to convince people. So, just the letter isn't enough. He still needs people. These will only be handled by the blackguard. Li Suyin is the best candidate, so there's no need to worry. When this letter appears, we won't know anything. Then what should we do now? I'll think of a way to get his medical records and see if there's something wrong with his body. If there is, then think of a way to increase his lifespan. At least let him feel that he could take things slowly with the Fu family. There's no need to rush and affect his eternal reputation. Isn't the imperial noble consort's altar completed? It's better to choose an auspicious day and start early. In addition, when the people pray for blessings, count in the emperor. After all, he's the husband of the imperial noble consort. Shouldn't he share the imperial noble consort's blessings? But I don't know if it will affect the imperial noble consort. One still wants to give him blessings. Whether he has blessings or not, want to be up to you in the future. As the saying goes, if there's blessings, there's also life to enjoy. Li Hongyuan patted Jingwan's head as if he was petting a puppy. Well, not bad. You didn't read those files for nothing. Don't say that. Jingwan slapped him away. The emperor's medical records were confidential, but it was not difficult for Li Hongyuan to get them. Poisoned? It went deep into his internal organs. There's no medicine to cure him? Jingwan was surprised. Who did this to him? In this situation, even if he was forced to write a posthumous edict, it wouldn't be of much use. No, he just admitted it. It's widely acknowledged that Gong Jiao is better than the imperial doctors. How can he not ask Gong Jiao? Moreover, Yu Zhongqing didn't send us any news. Is he also being kept in the dark? Why think so much? I'll take Gong Jiu there, and we'll know. https://www.yangwuwaiwo.com/11/11807/127000542 www.yangwuwaiwo.com. Chapter 498. To some extent, Li Hongyuan was definitely a man of action. If he said he would enter the palace, he would enter the palace. However, Li Hongyuan didn't go to see Lu Qingdi. Instead, he brought people to the Jade Essence Palace to show concern for his foster mother, who was in poor health. Wasn't that reasonable? If you want to see Lu Qingdi, it would be difficult to explain how he found out about his illness. It might even arouse unnecessary suspicion. However, noble consort Su was different. If Lu Qingdi knew that Li Hongyuan brought Gong Jiao into the palace, he would definitely go to the Jade Essence Palace if he wanted to. All emperors wanted to live a long life. Naturally, they would be more willing to live a little longer. When noble consort Su heard that Li Hongyuan went to see her, she wasn't as happy as she was originally. She was also puzzled. Why did this adopted son suddenly change? He had ignored her for a long time. After a long time, she understood that her adopted son was really throwing a tantrum with her because he had a bad temper. If he was really angry, he should have calmed down a long time ago. There must be another reason. In the beginning, she was stupid. She thought that if she did her best, this adopted son would treat her with the same importance, and that her position in his heart was irreplaceable. Now that she looked at it, it was just a joke. The imperial family had always been filled with ingrates. In fact, her adopted son wouldn't suddenly change. It was just that she was used by Li Hongyuan as a raft. However, noble consort Su continued to act as usual. Yuan is here? Why aren't you coming in? She seemed unusually happy, tears welling up in her eyes. Li Hongyuan was still calm and walked in with an extraordinary bearing. This son greets mother. Noble consort Su was a little dazed. Seeing this son again, it was as if a lifetime had passed. It had only been a few months. Last year, he went to Jiangnan for half a year, but she didn't have such an illusion. Why? Why? Of course, it was because their feelings for each other had faded. They didn't even mention it. More importantly, noble consort Su didn't receive any benefits directly or indirectly because of him. Noble consort Su couldn't think of these things. Or rather, she didn't want to think about it. Yuan is finally willing to come and see Imperial Mother. Imperial consort Su's voice seemed to carry a hint of complaint, but also unconcealable joy. Li Hongyuan waved his hand, and the palace maids beside noble consort Su retreated to the side. Li Hongyuan stepped forward and sat beside noble consort Su's couch. Perhaps it was to let Li Hongyuan see how terrible her current situation was. Imperial consort Su didn't dress up. It was more uncomfortable to sit up, so she simply lay down. It had to be said that even though Imperial consort Su had her suspicions, she still subconsciously wanted to obtain Li Hongyuan's care and benefit from it. In reality, she had never been clearer than in the past few months. She had a good relationship with her adopted son, and her adopted son would speak up for her from time to time. The attention and benefits she could receive from the emperor were much more than she had expected. If her relationship with her adopted son was still the same as before, then even if something happened again and again, she would definitely not be in such a sorry state now. The favor she had received in the past was more due to this adopted son than she had expected. This made Imperial concubine Sue feel very uncomfortable. At the same time, because of her current sorry state, she was full of resentment towards this adopted son. That's right, resentment. If this ingrate hadn't been so heartless, she wouldn't be in such a state now. Li Hongyuan's elbows rested on his knees, and his hands naturally drooped inwards. He leaned forward and leaned closer to Imperial Consort Sue. With a faint smile, he slightly lowered his voice. As expected, you've become so used to pretending that your bones have become hypocritical. However, for the sake of benefits, it's just pretending. It's not like you'll lose a piece of flesh, so why not? Imperial Consort Sue. However, it's actually quite hard to live with a hypocritical mask for 10 or 20 years. It's just that. Li Hongyuan flicked the hair that had slid in front of him. I just slightly stopped cooperating, and you became like this. It's really unsightly. Imperial Consort Sue's pupils contracted sharply. Even if she was as calm as she was, at this time, her eyes were also filled with fear. In Imperial Consort Sue's eyes, even if this adopted son of hers was malicious and had a changeable temperament, it was only on the surface. Inside, he was still pure and even harmless. At least for her, wanting to control this adopted son in the palm of her hand was not a simple matter. Even if he might not be obedient on the surface, in the end, he would basically act according to her wishes. Now, reality had fiercely slapped her in the face. This was not the cruelty on the surface. It was more frightening in the bones. She had a pair of sharp eyes, but she had never seen through this person. How long did he continue to pretend like this? Imperial Consort Sue stiffly pulled the corner of her mouth. What is Yuan talking about? How come Mu Fei doesn't understand? Li Hongyuan clicked his tongue, appearing a little impatient. Ben Wang isn't feigning civility with you anymore. Why do you continue to wrong yourself? So Jinqin Wang is saying that we're not the same? The smile at the corner of Li Hongyuan's mouth became more obvious. Do you really think so? Your biological son, I can deal with him however I want. After I'm done, you still help me reprimand him. So, Imperial Consort Sue thinks that Ben Wang is the same as you? I only called you Mu Fei. That's all. Do you really think that I'm like you, wronging myself every day? You don't know how carefree I am sometimes. But for you, it shouldn't matter. In any case, you're already used to it. Used to wronging your biological son, your biological daughter, and yourself. Occasionally, Ben Wang will feel quite happy when he sees it. Imperial Consort Sue's complexion instantly turned ashen, and her breathing became hurried. It was as if she could die at any time. Li Hongyuan sat up straight again and lifted his chin towards Gong Jiu. Let Imperial Consort take a look. Yes. Gong Jiu respectfully responded and stepped forward, wanting to clasp Imperial Consort Sue's wrist. Scram, you're not allowed to touch Ben Wang. Since they had completely shed all pretenses of cordiality, how could Imperial Consort Sue believe the person Li Hongyuan brought? Gong Jiu also obediently retreated a little. Why do you have to do this? If you don't raise him properly, how can you watch your grandson be born? That's a child you've been looking forward to for many years. Imperial Consort Sue's expression changed slightly. She didn't know if he was simply mentioning this, or if the poison in her son's body was related to him. It was also the sterilization powder, so it was difficult for her not to connect the two. However, she had drugged her son more than 10 years ago. How could he have known at that time? No, that's not right. He might have found out later. That's right. Ben Wang has been looking forward to it for many years. Originally, I was also looking forward to you, Yuan. Unfortunately, I'm afraid that I'll never have that chance. Li Hongyuan nodded. Ben Wang quite agrees with your words. Imperial Consort Sue still couldn't figure out what Li Hongyuan meant. However, one thing was certain, and that was that she absolutely couldn't treat this adopted son the same way as before. Yuan, you've really surprised me. What's the matter? Do you also have thoughts about the throne? Or have you always had them? Unfortunately, no matter how good your imperial father is to you, He won't hand over the river to you. The throne could be any of your brothers, but it definitely won't be yours. Oh, Li Honyuan remained calm and unruffled. Why? Why? Imperial concubine Su's voice suddenly rose. It was abnormally sharp, and her face was as ferocious as a malicious spirit. Because you're Japanese. Your mother died, and you were cut out from her stomach. Ha ha ha. Imperial concubine Su laughed crazily. There was malice in her laughter, but also endless satisfaction from revenge. To be honest, none of the consorts who had seen the imperial noble consort back then weren't jealous. The emperor's kindness to the imperial noble consort was really ingrained in his bones. Once imperial noble consort, Su was very ill and couldn't see the emperor even once. However, the imperial noble consort Su only had a slight cold and cough, and the emperor never left her side. The imperial noble consort Su changed again and again. How could imperial consort Su remain indifferent? When she first took over raising Li Honyuan, she more or less wanted to strangle him to death. However, in the end, reason prevailed over everything because she knew how much benefit it would be for her to raise this child. She had always thought that those emotions from back then were gone. It turned out that they had been hidden very deeply and had slowly rotted away. At this moment, they suddenly burst out like a flash flood and tsunami, completely drowning her reason for a time. That bitch dominated the emperor when she was alive. After so many years of death, she still dominated the emperor's heart. So what if the emperor treasured her so much? Didn't he strangle her to death with his own hands? Haha, she deserved it. She deserved it because she was too greedy. As for you, you bitch, if I had known this would happen, I would have strangled you to death long ago. Li Honyuan didn't look at the expressions of the palace servants who served him. Anyway, they were already dead. Moreover, there were just a few palace servants who would never be able to enter his eyes. He just looked at imperial concubine Su. For more than 20 years, he had just casually provoked her and completely exposed himself. Today, he entered the palace only for that man. In the end, he didn't want to pretend to be polite with this woman anymore. This game was beyond his imagination. Mother, is what you said true? Li Hongyuan's voice was relatively soft, as if it was filled with endless sadness and disbelief. Imperial concubine Su felt that something was wrong, and her outburst of emotions finally calmed down a little. Imperial concubine, why don't you take a look at the door? It's a big surprise. Li Hongyuan's body was sitting sideways, and his hair covered all the expressions on his face. Imperial concubine Su suddenly turned her head. At the door, on the emperor's dragon robe, there was a flying golden dragon. In an entire Qi Yuan, only one person could wear it. At this moment, Lu Qingdi was furious. His eyes were wide open, and he looked like a furious lion. Imperial concubine Su was scared out of her wits. Emperor, Lu Qingdi rushed forward as if there was wind under his feet. Li Honyuan understood the situation very well and stood up to step back. Bitch! Lu Qingdi raised his hand and slapped her. Looking at the wind from his palm, it was obvious that he had used 120% of his strength. Imperial concubine Su subconsciously wanted to dodge, but her current physical condition didn't allow it. She took a solid slap, then a second slap, and then a third. Imperial concubine Su could only cover her head and scream. She begged for mercy, but before she could say anything, she was slapped back and couldn't speak. After being beaten violently by Lu Qingdi, Imperial concubine Su couldn't resist anymore. She lay on the bed and was dying. Li Honyuan stepped forward and grabbed Lu Qingdi's hand. Father, do you want to kill Mother? Imperial concubine Su? Only then did the furious Lu Qingdi come back to his senses. He looked at Li Honyuan and saw that his face was silent. His eyes even revealed a deathly stillness. Suddenly, he was at a loss. Li Honyuan let go of his hand as if he didn't want to look at him at all. His eyes fell on Imperial concubine Su. Imperial concubine Su happened to meet his eyes. So only Imperial concubine Su could see the true ruthlessness and ridicule in his eyes. No matter what, Imperial concubine Su has raised me for so many years. When I was sick, she took care of me tirelessly. From food to clothes, as long as it was good, she would give it to me first, no matter what her original purpose was. These are all facts and occupy too many memories. Li Honyuan seemed to have fallen into a memory. It should have been warm and sweet, but when it came from his mouth, it was filled with endless bitterness. If Imperial concubine Su hadn't known his true colors before, she would have been deceived by him at this moment. The fear in her heart deepened. Li Honyuan, you bastard. Who are you pretending for? Imperial concubine Su blurted out subconsciously. Because of Li Hongyuan's interruption, Lu Chengdi, who had regained his rationality a little, heard this and became angry again. He raised his hand and was about to hit her again, but was stopped by Li Honyuan again. Father, you killed my birth mother, and now you want to kill my adoptive mother? His voice was filled with sadness and sadness. This sentence almost made Lu Chengdi vomit blood. You want her, it's not like that. Don't listen to this bitch's nonsense. It's her. She's jealous of your mother. Don't listen to her. Don't listen to her. He tried to explain incoherently. Li Honyuan forced a smile. Is that so? Then what is it? Father, tell me. Lu Chengdi opened his mouth, but couldn't say anything. Fabricate nonsense? Talk nonsense? Try to fool him as much as possible? Father, you're hesitating. Then what else is there to say? The last bit of hope in Li Hongyuan's eyes seemed to have been completely destroyed. He didn't want to say anything more to Lu Chengdi and looked at Imperial concubine Su again. I always thought that mother truly treated me as her own son, but it turns out that it wasn't. In comparison, you hate me so much that you can't wait for me to die. This son begs Imperial Father for one last thing. Imperial Father, please give Imperial Mother a way out. Lu Chengdi's lips trembled as if he was struggling. Okay, thank you, Father. With this, I'll repay Mother's kindness of raising me. This is the last time I'll call you this, Imperial concubine. After Li Honyuan finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves and left. His footsteps seemed to be a little hurried, and he even forgot the last etiquette. Gong Zhou also followed him out. But not long after, Gong Zhou turned back and saluted neither too quickly nor too slowly. His Highness originally wanted to take me to see Imperial concubine Su's health. Even now, His Highness still can't let go of Imperial concubine Su. Please let me take your pulse to fulfill His Highness's last filial piety. Imperial concubine Su almost bit through her lips to restrain herself from blurting out some words. After all, Lu Chengdi was watching covetously from the side. Now that he had been completely deceived by Li Honyuan, that bastard, he wouldn't listen to a single word she said. If she dared to say anything inappropriate, she didn't know what kind of consequences it would bring. Gong Zhou took Imperial concubine Su's pulse step by step and prescribed medicine. It didn't matter whether he knew how to use the prescription or not. He tidied up the medicine box. Your Majesty, I'll take my leave first. Wait a moment. Lu Chengdi didn't forget the reason why he first came to the Jade Essence Palace. He just didn't expect to encounter such a thing. The Imperial concubine he thought was virtuous, and virtuous turned out to be a snake in human skin. He had been miserably deceived by her all these years. More importantly, she exposed the wrong thing he did in the past. The thing that Lu Chengdi didn't want to recall the most in his life, and the thing that he even deceived himself to forget, was so easily exposed. According to Lu Chengdi's own thoughts, this woman must let him have a taste of living a life worse than death. But because he had already agreed to his son's request, he didn't know what his son thought of him now. If he left first, he would break his promise later. Perhaps even their last friendship would be broken. Since Lu Chengdi asked him to stay, Gong Zhou naturally didn't dare to not stay, so he quietly stood aside. Lu Chengdi looked at Imperial concubine Su with heavy eyes. If it weren't for Yuan Er's pleading, I might have cut you alive. No matter how strong a person's mental endurance was, they couldn't help but be afraid in the face of death. Imperial concubine Su shrank, and her teeth were chattering. She didn't think that Li Honyuan kept her alive for the sake of their last mother-son relationship. But now, She was indeed alive because of him. No one wanted to die if they could live. Therefore, no matter how much malice she harbored against Li Hongyuan in her heart, she couldn't say it out loud. A person in a rage could do anything. For example, this man strangled his beloved woman to death because of anger. Compared with that woman, she was nothing at all. Therefore, it was better not to provoke this man. Lu Qingdi glanced at the people present, and his eyes fell on the servants of the Jade Palace. Just like what they heard from Princess Lu last time, these people were trembling. They couldn't even beg for mercy because they knew it was useless. In contrast, Imperial Concubine Su's chief, Maid, was dead silent. She was lucky to escape last time, but since then, she had been living a bad life. It wasn't because Imperial Concubine Su treated her badly, but because she knew a secret she shouldn't know. She was in a panic all day long. Now, she even had a feeling that she was finally going to be free. As for exchanging the secret she heard before for a chance to survive this time, don't have such a beautiful dream. Right now, she can no longer speak. Furthermore, she was illiterate. Thinking about it, how ironic was it that the most important palace made by the Imperial Concubine side was illiterate? Lu Qingdi finally looked at Yu Zhongxing, who was standing at the door. Deal with all these people. Yes, even if Yu Zhongxing heard Imperial Concubine Su's words just now, he only heard it. Not to mention that he was secretly laughing at Prince Jean. Even if he wasn't, this matter had nothing to do with him. No matter who the person sitting on the throne was, whether it was auspicious or not, it wasn't something he could comment on. All the irrelevant people were taken out. Lu Qingdi looked at Imperial Concubine Su coldly. From now on, without Zhen's permission, you are not allowed to step out of the Jade Palace. Su, sure, you have always been a smart person. If you don't want to implicate third, you know what to do. Imperial Concubine Su used the last of her strength to clench her fist. Qinxie, thanks your majesty for your grace. Lu Qingdi snorted coldly and left with a flick of his sleeve. Thus, the three people who also knew the secret followed Lu Qingdi out of the Jade Palace. Moreover, it wasn't the first time Lu Qingdi met Gong Jiu, so he knew a thing or two about his temperament. This person, if it wasn't about the illness, he wouldn't easily open his mouth. Yu Zhongxing was promoted by him and was deeply trusted by him. Then there was the head steward beside him, who had been with him for a long time. It could be said that he was the person who had been with Lu Qingdi for the longest time. To some extent, no one had a deeper relationship with him than Lu Qingdi. In the Jade Palace, only Imperial Concubine Su was left. If it wasn't for the slight rise and fall of the person lying on the bed with her breathing, one would think that she was already dead. After a while, Imperial Concubine Su forced herself to sit up. She tidied up her clothes and hair. Although her hands were trembling, they were still crossed on her lap. She quietly looked ahead, still trying to maintain her dignity and nobility as an Imperial Concubine. As she sat, Imperial Concubine Su laughed neurotically. Li Hongyuan, no matter what your purpose is, let me go today. Come, I will make you regret it for the rest of your life. Originally, I raised you. Regardless of whether I was sincere or not, you have called me mother for so long. I wanted to let you be an idle prince and still have your honor and glory, but you turned out to be an ingrate and even bit me. Naturally, you can't blame me for being ruthless. Imperial Concubine Su laughed louder and louder, and the more she laughed, the crazier she became. In such a big hall, it was creepy to hear. Lu Qingdi didn't go to other places but stayed in the Imperial Garden. He gave Yu Zhongxing a look. Yu Zhongxing understood and quickly left to make sure that the surroundings were safe. After that, Lu Qingdi asked about Li Hongyuan's situation intermittently, just like a good father who cared about his son. Gong Jiu naturally told him everything he knew. However, in a place that couldn't be seen, Gong Jiu's fingertips were pressing on Lu Qingdi's wrist. He was multitasking. However, it took a long time to feel the pulse. Gong Jiu's eyebrows slightly frowned as he switched from left hand to right hand. How is it? Seeing this, Lu Qingdi's heart was in his mouth, afraid that the last glimmer of hope would be shattered. In the end, Gong Jiu's eyebrows relaxed, Your Majesty, don't worry. Everything is fine. Everything is fine? Lu Qingdi's voice rose a few notches, full of disbelief. Your Majesty, it's true. Although His Highness's temper looks bad, you know his nature better than anyone. However, only a few people in the world can see through him. What others see is just on the surface. Those who don't know always like to use this to scare more people. His Highness is innocent. Lu Qingdi naturally understood that his so-called poisoning was actually just a superficial phenomenon. In essence, there was nothing at all. It was just that the imperial physician he found didn't see the problem at all. Lu Qingdi recognized Gong Jiu's medical skills, but as an emperor, he always had doubts. In the past, he would always ask another imperial physician to take a look at things related to Gong Jiu. However, it was different this time. He completely believed Gong Jiu's words. After all, he was Yuan's man, and Yuan's biggest reliance was Lu Qingdi. If his body was really poisoned, there was no reason for his man to hide it. Knowing that his body was fine, Lu Qingdi clenched his fists. In this case, it was time to deal with the person who dared to play tricks under his nose. I'm relieved to hear that. By the way, since I've entered the palace once, it's convenient for me to have a look. Yes, Your Majesty. After a moment of silence, Gong Jiu said, Your Majesty's body is fine. Ask the imperial physician to prescribe some warm and nourishing medicine. It doesn't need too much, at most 3 doses. At most, the symptoms of poisoning would disappear after 3 doses of medicine. At this time, Lu Qingdi was completely relieved. Gong Jiu, your medical skills are outstanding at such a young age. Do you want to enter the Imperial Hospital? How about I let you take charge of the Imperial Hospital? Lu Qingdi was attracted to a talent like Gong Jiu every time he saw him. This time, he couldn't help but think about it. If Gong Jiu was here, he wouldn't have to be anxious for such a long time. Your Majesty, Your Highness, as for me, I'm indebted to Your Highness for recognizing my talent. It's up to Your Highness to decide where to stay. If you want to poach me, fine. You can talk to the master of the courtyard. This wall skirt means that I have no autonomy at all. Lu Qingdi was silent. At this time, he didn't dare to speak to his son. Forget it. We'll talk about it later. Lu Qingdi waved his hand. You can leave the palace first. Yes, I'll take my leave. Gong Jiu took the medicine box and left calmly. As soon as he left, Lu Qingdi's face changed again. Have I been too kind in the past? In this palace, someone dares to play with me. Your Majesty, fortunately, the people of Prince Jin's mansion are skilled and didn't let the behind-the-scenes person succeed. Lu Qingdi snorted coldly. Before, he was afraid of breaking the vases, but now he had no scruples. Yu Qing, Your Majesty. Yu Zhongqing quickly appeared and stood respectfully in front of Lu Qingdi. Lu Qingdi whispered a few words, and Yu Zhongqing took the order and left. Gong Jiu didn't stay long behind Li Honyuan, so it didn't take long for him to catch up with the carriage of Prince Jin's mansion. After returning to Prince Jin's mansion, Li Honyuan looked indifferent. There was no trace of the emotion he had in Jade Palace. Gong Jiu saw it. He wasn't sure if his master already knew about it, or he hid it in his heart and didn't want Princess to find out. However, no matter which one it was, in short, the fact that his master was a devil must not be leaked out from his mouth. In fact, according to his master's temper, this matter wouldn't affect him at all. No matter what his background was, it couldn't stop him from doing what he wanted to do. Because the matter wasn't over, Gong Jiu naturally followed him to the main courtyard. You're back. How's the situation? When Jingwan saw them, she put down the scissors in her hand and washed her hands. Li Honyuan pulled Gong Jiu to sit down on one side. First, he briefly explained the matter of Jade Palace. Although he didn't say it clearly, Jingwan understood what he meant. Her eyes were full of surprise. Did you do something? A person like noble consort Su can't lose control of her emotions so easily, right? Not to mention speaking without thinking. As the saying goes, the onlooker sees more clearly. Li Honyuan was slightly stunned. Yes, that woman absolutely couldn't be underestimated. How could she lose control to that extent after being stabbed by him? So his eyes fell on Gong Jiu. Gong Jiu immediately knelt down on one knee. Your Highness, please forgive me. I've been studying some drugs recently. Before entering the palace, I just habitually put some on my body. This drug is usually useless to people. But when people's emotions are abnormal, they will be affected to different degrees and become somewhat uncontrollable. If the will is slightly weak, they will speak and act according to their true emotions. So, it was really just an accident. However, for Li Honyuan, accidents that were not in his control, no matter the final result was good or bad, were not allowed, especially when it was caused by his own people. Explain what happened later, and then go to receive your punishment. Yes, sir. Gong Jiu explained everything in detail and then excused himself. So, the emperor should have been coerced. But now there's no need to worry about the consequences. The person who played the trick should be found soon. That has nothing to do with us. Li Honyuan had no interest in caring about his father's feelings. What about the original follow-up plan? Do we still need to use it? The imperial noble consort's religious ceremony should be done sooner rather than later. The original plan should be postponed. So, let's do the religious ceremony first. As for him, since he's fine, there's no need to involve him. I believe that the imperial noble consort doesn't want to be involved with him unless it's necessary. Well, we'll do as you say. Speaking of which, there was a reason why it took so long to complete. Although Lu Chengdi attached great importance to this project and sent people to each altar, and Li Honyuan also took the opportunity to place many people there because there were too many altars, there would always be people who would do everything possible to destroy them. Naturally, there would be times when it was impossible to guard against, so the construction period would be delayed. Because the general progress had to be constant and the final completion had to be completed at the same time, the progress of each altar had to be summarized at all times. One place was delayed, another place was delayed, and one place was delayed. When one place was delayed, the other 80 places were delayed as well. The construction started on the 2nd of February, and the auspicious day for the final completion of the altars was chosen in late August. It took more than half a year, and the effort spent was more than expected. It could only be said that there were more people than expected, and they didn't want this matter to be completed perfectly. In the end, it was because of Lu Chengdi's toughness that it could be completed. If it weren't for him, Li Honyuan might not be able to achieve his goal no matter how much he did in secret. After all, the scope involved was too wide, and it was too difficult for Li Honyuan to control it all. Li Honyuan handed in a well-behaved memorial. Lu Chengdi saw that the handwriting on the memorial had become as plain as before, and it was no longer as outstanding and handsome as when he was in high spirits when he got married. Lu Chengdi couldn't help but feel distressed. Before, when he didn't know about it, he restrained himself because he sensed his intention. Now that he knew about it, was he really going to keep quiet completely? Lu Chengdi's head hurt, and he didn't know what to do. Moreover, he couldn't ask his ministers about it. After all, the fewer people who knew about it, the better. In other words, the fewer people who knew that he killed the imperial noble consort, the better. If no one mentioned it, he might be able to continue deceiving himself. However, Lu Chengdi knew very well that Li Honyuan had known about it. If he really wanted to gloss it over, he would be ruthlessly exposed just by looking into his eyes. Moreover, he didn't dare to see his son now. Yes, he didn't dare to. He was afraid of his son's questioning. Therefore, he wanted to bury the hatchet with his son, but he didn't want to face it. There was a strong contradiction in his heart. However, his son might not want to see him, so he let it be for the time being. Lu Chengdi wrote a big permission on Li Hongyuan's memorial, and at the same time, he gave full power to Li Honyuan to deal with this matter. Li Honyuan could use anyone he wanted, and he didn't even need to submit a memorial to him. This matter was even mentioned in the imperial court. In other words, he gave Li Honyuan considerable power, which would never happen under normal circumstances. Some ministers wanted to persuade him, but they were scolded by Lu Chengdi as soon as they opened their mouths. In particular, the minister seemed to be related to the Su family, which aroused Lu Chengdi's resentment against imperial noble consort Su. Therefore, Lu Chengdi directly took his anger out on him, stripped him of his official uniform, and threw him out of the imperial palace. Seeing this, the others thought that they had touched Lu Chengdi's bottom line, so they kept quiet out of fear and didn't dare to say a word about it. After learning this, Li Hongyuan smiled. His smile was a little sarcastic and a little gloomy. Since such an opportunity was given to him, he would naturally make use of it openly and take the opportunity to consolidate the forces under his command. Because no one believed that Li Hongyuan could do anything in a short period of time, no one would suspect anything even if Li Hongyuan met someone or gave orders as a matter of course. As insiders, they inexplicably felt a sense of superiority as a prophet. They only hoped that when some people found out later, they wouldn't feel that they had been fooled too badly when they thought back to today. However, those who would think this way were those who were still alive. Because they could mobilize a large number of people openly, many things would go smoothly. There wouldn't be a shortage of people to sabotage things. The 81 altars required 81 eminent monks to preside over. The one near the capital was personally presided over by Master Liaochen. No one could doubt Master Liaochen's prestige. Therefore, regardless of whether they were sincerely praying for the imperial noble consort, anyone who gathered near this altar would be influenced by him and become devout. Jingwan and Li Hongyuan had naturally gone there personally. Jingwan felt that it wasn't Master Liaochen's prestige that influenced people, but something about him that she couldn't quite put her finger on. Jingwan felt that it was a little evil. Oh, wrong. It was a Buddhist nature. Just as Jingwan was doubting whether it had any effect, Jingwan went to the palace to pay a visit to Qin Shufei. Just by looking at Qin Shufei, Jingwan knew that it had worked. Perhaps it was because the two souls were in one, but the imperial noble consort's spirit had improved and Qin Shufei was greatly affected. First of all, the effects of Wanshou's poisoning last year had disappeared. She looked radiant and energetic. If it had been someone more lively, the changes would have been more obvious. Jingwan vaguely mentioned that she knew about the imperial noble consort's existence. Therefore, she clearly knew from Qin Shufei that the imperial noble consort was getting better. As long as it was useful, it couldn't be better. Jingwan had a good impression of the real mother-in-law whom she hadn't met before. Because Jingwan came to the palace under the slogan of paying respects to the concubines, the empress and imperial noble consort Su didn't need to meet, but imperial noble consort Wei still had to meet. However, they used to be rivals in love. Even if imperial noble consort Wei's wishful thinking and posed no threat to Jingwan, Jingwan still had enough respect for her. Besides, she was pregnant now. When Jingwan saw imperial noble consort Wei, she calculated the time. It seemed that it was almost time for her to give birth. Moreover, she had obtained it by using extreme means. Therefore, it was very likely that she would give birth prematurely. Therefore, she could give birth at any time now. Jingwan snorted in her heart. It seemed that it wasn't the right time. Imperial noble consort Wei's pregnancy was not very good. She suffered more. Pregnant women generally gained weight. But she didn't gain weight. Instead, she looked a lot thinner. In this way, her belly looked a little scary. Imperial noble consort Wei had closed the palace door long ago. But when she saw Jingwan, she was stimulated at once when she saw Jingwan's radiant face. What would happen if a pregnant woman who was about to give birth was stimulated? She would hold her belly and cry out in pain. Jingwan rolled her eyes. Yi Palace was in a state of chaos, even though they were well prepared. After all, it was a real old child. Lu Qingdi was still very concerned and rushed over. Why did it suddenly happen? Your Majesty, because Imperial Noble Consort Jean. Jingwan looked at the hesitant look and sneered in her heart. Was she really a soft persimmon that could be pinched at will? Father, I guess concubine Xian must have thought of Prince Yu the moment she saw me, said Lin Mingya. https://11//11/11807/127790008 HTML M Chapter 499 Lu Qingdi's face suddenly turned black, and the palace servant who wanted to frame Jingwan just now felt his legs go soft. Thinking back, when Princess Yining was still Wei Xianfei, she clearly took a fancy to Jin Xinhuan. As a result, she was accidentally slept with by Lu Qingdi. Because Li Hanyuan didn't care at all, he didn't put Princess Yining in his eyes from the beginning. Lu Qingdi didn't have any grudges against his son, but it might not be the same for Wei Xianfei. Although he didn't say it, any man who knew that his woman's heart was filled with another man would definitely not be happy. Whether it was because of his anger or because Jingwan had exposed the truth, Lu Qingdi looked at her with a cold gaze. Jingwan didn't care. Her expression was natural, not affected by Lu Qingdi. She just stepped into the door, and Xianfei Nyanyang had a problem. How could she be blamed? Even if Jingwan didn't say it, Wei Xianfei didn't see others prejudiced against Jingwan. Who knew what kind of rumors there would be at that time? Lu Qingdi's head hurt again. Lao Six's wife is considerate. Now, Yi Palace is in a mess. You go back first. Taking care of Yuan is the most important thing. Yes, Erxi knows. Fu Huang, rest assured, Wang Ye is not bad now, Jingwan said meaningfully. Lu Qingdi's heart moved. The last time he entered the palace, he had a bit of an argument with Gui Fei. When he went back that day, what was his situation? Jingwan frowned. There was no special behavior, just that his mood wasn't right. Erxi asked, but he didn't say. He drank a lot of wine alone and then fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up, he didn't drink anymore, but he was still depressed. Until the Imperial Gui Fei's ritual began, he gradually recovered. Nothing could be seen on his face, but Erxi always felt that Wang Ye seemed to be looking for trouble, trying to make himself busy. He's used to being idle, so doing this, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. Lu Qingdi's brows also twisted. Persuade him, when it's time to rest, let him have a good rest. This is Erxi's duty. We know that you are a good person. We don't ask for anything else now. We only ask that you all be well. Rest assured, Imperial Father. Jingwan agreed verbally, but in her heart, she was cursing. They are indeed fine now, but I am afraid that you will be in trouble in the end. All right, you can go back. Yes, daughter-in-law will take her leave. Jingwan crouched down and left. Lu Qingdi's relaxed face turned gloomy in an instant. He looked coldly at the palace servant who tried to push the blame to Jingwan. Drag him out and beat him to death. Your Majesty, please spare my life, Imperial concubine Xian. Before he could finish his sentence, his mouth was already blocked. No matter what his original intention was at this moment, he had said something that he shouldn't have said, so he had to take the initiative to pay a heavy price. Even if Imperial concubine Xian was pregnant with the dragon's seed, and even if she gave birth to a prince, it was impossible for her to ascend the throne. Therefore, her status would not rise because of this. It was hard to say what would happen to Imperial concubine Xian in the future. To some extent, it seemed that it depended on Lu Qingdi's mood. The former Wei was in internal strife now, and the princes were fighting to the death for the throne. It was much more serious than the Qi Yuan now. As the emperor of the former Wei, he was about to lose control of the situation, and the surrounding countries more or less knew about the situation. Therefore, no one had the time to care about Imperial concubine Xian now. Even if she died at this time, she would probably die. Speaking of which, when the Qi Yuan was glad that the former Wei would not take advantage of this opportunity to send troops, the former Wei was also glad that the Qi Yuan was hindered by the Xiongnu. Jingwan leisurely left the palace. She didn't care about the gazes of the people around her. As for those people's imaginations, alas, imaginations had always been a bottomless pit. It was also very colorful. Some might make people vomit blood in anger, and some might make people laugh until they were out of breath. Jingwan returned to Jin Wangfu. Since she didn't know that a certain person would take the initiative to ask, she told Li Hanyuan about the situation that she learned from Imperial concubine Qin. Li Hanyuan just casually responded twice and didn't have any other reaction, as if it had nothing to do with him. Jingwan expressed a little dissatisfaction and reached out to pull his face. That's your birth mother. She used herself as the prize for you to come back. Is it really good for you to be like this? Then, Wan, What do you want this husband to do? Li Hongyuan held Jingwan's hand. Wan, between me and her, we haven't interacted for even a day. It can be said that I have no feelings for her. You have to know, it's because I knew that she was the one who let me come back that I was able to redeem my regrets. Otherwise, even if I knew that she was still alive, I wouldn't have done anything. All my feelings have been used up on you, and I don't have any more to give to others. I think that I have already done what I can do. As for the consequences, it's completely not within my scope of consideration. From time to time, she would be covered in sweet words. Other than hugging him tightly, Jingwan really didn't know what to say. There is no need to say anything else. In the future, no matter what it is, I will bear it with you. Jingwan felt that with such a man who treated her wholeheartedly, she would do anything for him. Now, she might feel some negative emotions because of the deaths of some innocent people, but if there was a day when she needed to kill for him, then Jingwan felt that she would probably do it without hesitation. Of course, Li Hongyuan hugged Jingwan, his mind still going online from time to time. There was no other way. He just wanted Wan to be closer to him. However, things still went wrong, and it wasn't as smooth as expected. So far, only a small part of the 81 days of ritual had been completed. In the beginning, Li Hongyuan and the others didn't know, but after receiving a hint from Master Chun, Jingwan once again rushed into the palace in a hurry. When she saw Qin Shufei, she knew that things were indeed a little troublesome. Qin Shufei was originally a peaceful, quiet, and beautiful woman, but now she gave people an illusion of evil. Of course, this feeling could not be felt by those who were around her every day. But for those who did not see her often, it would be more obvious if they compared her with her current self. Your Highness, how long has this situation been going on? Why didn't you send someone to tell us? Qin Shufei seemed to be affected on the surface, but after all, the ritual targeted the imperial noble consort's soul, so it didn't affect Qin Shufei's mind much. It's not that I don't want to tell you, it's... Qin Shufei was a little helpless. The situation isn't good now, and it seems very uncomfortable. Originally, I was like a cloud of white fog, but now my 4 limbs have been dyed black. I'm not sure what will happen if all of them are dyed black. Will they disappear, or will my current appearance be infinitely enlarged? No matter which one it is, it's very difficult to accept. However, I can more or less guess what she's thinking. She probably won't let the second situation happen. Jingwan understood. The imperial noble consort was willing to sacrifice her soul for her son's sake. So how could she allow unknown dangers to happen? Your Highness, we'll find a reason and think of a way. You don't do anything foolish. Qin Shufei nodded. Don't worry, there won't be any problems in the short term. There are 2 reasons for this situation. First, the person praying for blessings had evil intentions. Second, there was a problem with the senior monk presiding over the ritual. Although the other party's cultivation was far inferior to Master Chen's, Master Chen wasn't the only expert in this world. Reverend, do you know where the problem is? Li Hongyuan's face was still expressionless, but that didn't mean that he would easily let off someone who liked to play tricks behind his back. It would be best if he didn't find out who it was. If he did, I can roughly deduce 2 locations, the south and the northwest. Li Hongyuan's heart skipped a beat. The northwest can be explained as a result of the war, but the south... Thinking of a certain possibility, Li Hongyuan felt that he should help their plan as soon as possible. He wanted to see if these people could really stir up a storm with such a big helper right under his nose. Is there any way to resolve the imperial noble consort's current situation? Although there are no records of this, it's obvious that it's not a good thing. Your Highness, don't worry. This humble monk will do his best. However, I can only prevent the situation from worsening. If you want to resolve it completely, you'll need to remove the source. This prince understands. Li Hongyuan left. The next day, to everyone's surprise, he attended the morning court. Although he was still late, it was basically after everything had been settled. Li Hongyuan was also quite straightforward. Imperial Father, this son requests to be stationed in the Northwest Army as an army supervisor. This really can be described as a stone that raises 1,000 ripples. Many people's ears were buzzing. Lu Qingdi was also stunned for a while. even doubting if he heard wrong. But when he saw the rare seriousness on Li Hongyuan's face, Lu Qingdi frowned. His eyes gradually sharpened. Do you know what you're saying? This sun is very clear. Li Hongyuan raised his head and looked directly at Lu Qingdi. The imperial noble consort's ritual has gone awry. Because of the war in the northwest, there are too many vengeful spirits and grievances. Although these things will completely disappear after a long time, it just so happens to clash with the imperial noble consort's ritual. According to Master Liaochen, this sun and the imperial noble consort are blood-related. To a certain extent, our destinies are intertwined. If the grievances of the Northwest are transferred to this sun, then the imperial noble consort's influence can be neutralized. Although the imperial noble consort didn't raise this sun, she was still pregnant for several months. This is probably the only thing I can do for her in this lifetime. Imperial Father, please grant me this wish. Li Hongyuan's emotions didn't fluctuate, but Lu Qingdi was moved. It's my fault, it's all my fault. If he could be more rational and not be instigated by others, then his beloved would be fine. Then their family of three, thinking, Lu Qingdi covered his face with his hands. In the court, in front of the civil and military officials, he seemed to be unable to control himself and began to cry. Li Hongyuan watched and sneered in his heart. No matter why he lost control of his emotions, Li Hongyuan despised it. The courtiers looked at each other in dismay. Of course, not everyone was attracted by Lu Cheng Emperor's loss of self-control. Instead, they were considering what kind of impact Jin Xinhuang's trip to the Northwest would have. Furthermore, what Jin Xinhuang said, how much truth was there? Lu Qingdi finally controlled his emotions. Lao Lu, this is no small matter. Zhen needs to consider it. Moreover, Zhen needs to know whether the grievances will affect you if they are transferred to you. If it's disadvantageous to you, then Zhen will have no face to see your imperial mother in the future. Do you still have the face to see her when you strangled her to death with your own hands? A person's death is like an extinguished lamp, but after death, they will stay in the world for a short time. When they dissipate, the grievances will naturally disappear. Therefore, Imperial Father can rest assured. Lu Qingdi nodded. Zhen understands. The longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it will be for the Imperial Gui Fei. Imperial Father, please make a decision as soon as possible. Aken will retire. When he came, his presence was strong. When he left, it was the same. However, he didn't even want to wait for the morning court to end. So, why bother coming to the morning court? Once it's over, wouldn't it be better if he directly went to see the emperor? Is he here to show off his uniqueness to everyone? What they can think of, Lu Qingdi can naturally think of as well. In his view, it's probably because his son didn't want to meet him in private. Compared to Li Hongyuan and the Imperial Gui Fei, who does Lu Qingdi care more about? Needless to say, it's definitely the latter. Moreover, Lu Qingdi wants to see the Imperial Gui Fei. Naturally, he doesn't want anything to happen to the Imperial Gui Fei. But considering his own plans for Fu Yunting, how can he let his son go to the Northwest so easily? As for whether or not his son will go to the Northwest Army, Lu Qingdi thought about it before, but he didn't care. Because when a prince goes to the battlefield, even if it's to be an army supervisor, he can't go alone. The accompanying personnel can be arranged by him, just like last year when he went to Jiangnan. While Lu Qingdi was lost in his thoughts while looking at the portrait of the Imperial Gui Fei, Li Suyin came to see him. In fact, Lu Qingdi liked this son very much. Although nominally Lu Qingdi recognized him as his adopted son, Lu Qingdi would do his best to do whatever he asked him to do. Lu Qingdi did not ask for the reason and did not bargain. Lu Qingdi did not need to worry about him. Lu Qingdi was lost in thought. Li Suyin just stood there quietly, not saying a word. Suyin, tell me, should Jin let Jin Xinhuang go to the Northwest? This was the first time Lu Qingdi asked for Li Suyin's opinion instead of directly giving an order or giving a task. Li Suyin's expression didn't change. Emperor, forgive me for speaking bluntly. According to Emperor's plan for Fu Yunting, if Jin Xinhuang goes to the Northwest, he can be used. Impudent. Lu Qingdi was furious. using his son's safety to deal with Fu Yunting. It was simply, Emperor can send trustworthy people to protect Wang Ye. If it's done properly, there won't be any evidence left behind, and Fu Shi can be eradicated. Lu Qingdi's anger subsided a little. He was considering the feasibility of this matter. Because his body was fine, he had enough time to do it. Emperor can even reveal a bit of the plan to Jin Qinhuan. With Wang Ye's cooperation, it will be twice the result with half the effort. Lu Qingdi looked at the portrait of the Imperial Gui Fei and fell into silence again. So, the Northwest trip was what you were preparing to do before? Since it didn't go according to plan, you simply used the matter of the Imperial Gui Fei and openly brought it up yourself? Jingwan stood in front of Li Hongyuan and grabbed Li Hongyuan's arm. She seemed to be surprised and excited. Say, isn't your brain turning a little too fast? Everything that can be used by you has been used cleanly. You won't let go of even the slightest chance. Li Hongyuan nodded. Indeed. Then, Wan, are you interested in going out of the capital with me to have fun again? As for what Jingwan said after that, Li Hongyuan took it all as a compliment. He naturally accepted his wife's compliments with a smile. Jingwan was not surprised by his words. After knowing everything, it would be strange if he left her alone in the capital. But, please, the Northwest is at war. Can you not say such a carefree word like fun? It'll make people angry. They'll think that you don't care about the war at all, and that you don't care about the lives of many people. It will only enter your ears. Li Hongyuan pinched her earlobe. It's just that going to the Northwest will not be as carefree as going to Jiangnan. Not to mention other things. Just the things that we will bring will only be simple and practical. One may have to suffer. What's there to feel wronged about? How could I feel wronged? Although I haven't suffered a single bit since I came to Qiyuan, it doesn't mean that I can't suffer. At most, I won't be so extravagant. There won't be any suffering. You won't allow it. Jingwan rubbed his chin. Even if it's a war, Wan is quite happy. Yes. Jingwan nodded. Although war itself is not something to be happy about, it is indeed very happy to be able to go to the Northwest and really experience it. Of course, it would be better if there was no war. If there is no war, there will be no excuse to go. In my heart, I still want Wan to go and experience it. Jingwan's expression changed slightly. Let you relive your memories and let me have some memories of knowing each other? Yes, but also no. It's not reliving, but rewriting. All right, let the current me rewrite it. At the very least, I have to cover up the things that cause you pain. As for the things that you think are beautiful, I will be generous and not bother about them. What was there to be jealous of? It was really quite meaningless to talk about it. As long as you don't want to leave me, then it's okay to be calculative. It's because Wan has me in her heart that she will be calculative, right? Li Hongyuan's voice was laced with a hint of laughter. Jingwan looked up at him and pulled his face again. You look quite happy, right? As you can see, never be calculative with a thick-skinned person, otherwise, you will only be angered to death. But is there a special reason why Yuan insists on going to the Northwest? Is it just to take the opportunity to take me out and have a look? That's one of the reasons. The second reason is that I want to personally kill the Xiongnu virtuous king. Is there a grudge? A big grudge. In my previous life, although more than 200,000 soldiers died innocently, it was the work of the man on the throne. It was also because of the Xiongnu virtuous king. Later on, when I ascended the throne, I fought against him and suffered losses at his hands. Naturally, I want to take the opportunity to get revenge. In this life, if he sat on the throne again, Li Hongyuan did not intend to personally lead the army into battle. Therefore, the virtuous king who personally killed the Xiongnu virtuous king only had this one chance. Jingwan understood. Although the virtuous king of the West, Xiongnu virtuous king, was quite innocent and had not done anything, as long as his existence was a danger, then he must be eliminated. As for his innocence, that was only because Prince Jin of the Qiyuan took the initiative, although this matter had not been decided yet. In Jingwan's view, the possibility of Emperor Lu Qingdi not agreeing was very low. Therefore, she began to prepare in advance. She had read a lot of travel books about the Northwest, so she knew about the local customs and the current climate. It did not matter if she did not know about it. Anyway, Prince Jin's residence did not lack relevant professionals. Unlike the trip to Jiangnan, all the luxurious and exquisite things were abandoned. Even the clothes had to be simple so that it was convenient to move around. Moreover, on the battlefield, perhaps she could bring some medicine, especially medicine for wounds. In the end, the number of people who followed her would not be as many as in Jiangnan. Now, the only maids serving her were probably Sister He and Nanny Gong. After calculating, it was enough. After all, even a ninth-grade handicapped person could become an elite with some pressure. As they did not know about the trip, the servants were a little confused when they heard Jingwan's orders. However, they only needed to obey their master's orders. Sure enough, within 2 days, Emperor Lu Chengdi's decree came down. The personnel assigned to Li Hanyuan were not as luxurious as when they went to Jiangnan. They were more simple, and the military strength was higher. Jingwan did not hide the things she ordered. Some things still needed to be purchased. Basically, some things could be seen from it. Obviously, this time was different from the last trip to Jiangnan. They did not intend to follow quietly at all and only let people know at the end. It could be said that they made a big fuss. Was Prince Jin going to take Prince Consort Jin? Many people found it inconceivable. Last year in Jiangnan, the Northwest was full of war. Taking women there? What kind of joke was this? Lu Qingdi soon knew about it, but he didn't say anything. Moreover, even if he tried to stop it, it would be useless. Since his son had already let others know about it, his attitude was already very clear. The father and son wanted to at least maintain their relationship on the surface. If he tried to stop it, he didn't know if his son would directly go against him. Moreover, in Emperor Lu Qingdi's view, his son always needed someone to take care of him. If it was other women, they might be labeled as indulging in sensual pleasures. It did not matter if it was other places, but it was absolutely not a place of war. With his Wang Fei, the mood was different. It was just that Emperor Lu Qingdi did not react, but Luo family's reaction was a bit big. They naturally approved of a place like Jiangnan, but what was the situation in the Northwest now? Was it a place where a woman could easily set foot? Even Prince Jin could really go to the battlefield, let alone Prince Consort Jin. However, when the two countries were at war, both sides would eliminate a lot of spies, and there might be spies that had already been arranged. If she, a prince consort, appeared, wouldn't it be a living target for these people? So they did not agree. They firmly did not agree. Old Madame Luo and Zhang Shi could not sit still and directly went to Prince Jin Fu to see Jingwan. Zhang Shi was a typical person made of water. Although she had not been sad for a long time, but at this moment, her eyes were like a flood breaking through a dam. Usually, old Madame Luo hated Zhang Shi the most, but this time, she felt that her tears were not useless. Therefore, when Jingwan had a headache and comforted Zhang Shi, she sat on the side. Zhang Shi could not be comforted, and Jingwan was too lazy to say anything in the end. She directly looked at old Madame Luo. "Grandmother, this time, no matter what, I will go. So, I ask grandmother to help me this time. Forgive granddaughter for being unfilial." Old Madame Luo frowned. Jingwan was raised by her, and old Madame Luo was very clear about Jingwan's temperament. Some things had already been decided, and then even 9 bulls could not pull her back. "Wan, have you really decided?" "Yes, grandmother." "In that case, I will not persuade you, and I will not ask why you insist on going. But you must send letters back often to let us know that you are safe." In the end, Madame Luo was a reasonable person. She knew that she couldn't persuade her, so she didn't say any harsh words. Some words, although in essence, were good in order to keep people. Once spoken, it would also be very hurtful. "Yes, grandmother, I will." Jingwan chuckled. "Mother." Zhang Shi was stunned. This was different from what they had agreed. Didn't they say that they would make Wan stay no matter what? "Okay, don't cry. Don't you think it's bad luck to cry all day long?" Old Madame Luo said in a bad mood. Zhang Shi choked. Don't think that I didn't see it before. Old Madame Luo clearly approved of her crying. How long had it been? And now she changed her mind. Zhang Shi felt very wronged. But since old Madame Luo did not allow her to cry, Zhang Shi did not dare to cry anymore. However, she cried for too long and too fiercely. For a while, she could not stop sobbing. She felt very uncomfortable, and so did others. Jingwan called the servant girls to take Zhang Shi down to wash her face and apply it to her eyes. Otherwise, her eyes would be very uncomfortable if this continued for a long time. Old Madame Luo did not persuade her anymore. Old Madame Luo carefully observed some things with her. Although Jingwan knew a lot of it, she knew that this was her grandmother's love and care. She listened carefully and expressed that she would pay attention at all times. Later, Li Hanyuan also came. Obviously, old Madame Luo would not give him face at this time. He knew that if it was not his intention, his granddaughter would not go. Therefore, the source was still Jin Qinhuang. However, because of her identity and also taking Jingwan into consideration, old Madame Luo's attitude was a little cold, but her words were not bad at all. Li Hanyuan knew very well what kind of treatment he would receive if he came. However, he guessed that old Madame Luo would have something to say to him in the end. At the same time, because he knew that the other party was completely for Jingwan, it did not matter if he received a cold face. Whatever old Madame Luo said, he would obediently listen and be an ordinary grandson-in-law. Although old Madame Luo was still worried about Jingwan's future, for now, she was very satisfied with Li Hanyuan, this grandson-in-law. Although she did not have as deep a relationship with her other granddaughters as Jingwan, it was not that she did not care. Thinking about it, all the other grandson-in-laws added together could not compare to this one. It was the same in all aspects. In fact, when it came to the status of son-in-law and grandson-in-law, other than the benefits, the status of the Yu family was inversely proportional to everything else. The higher the status, the more unsatisfactory it was. After all, because of their high status, there were many things that they did not have to worry about and may not treat their own daughter well. If their status was low, there would always be some fear when doing certain things. However, Li Hanyuan was good to Jingwan. As a member of the Luo family, sometimes they felt a little embarrassed. After sending off old Madame Luo, because Li Hongyuan's attitude was unusually good, Jingwan was very intimate with him for a while. Therefore, who said that Jin Qinhuang would definitely be wronged. Perhaps they were scheming again. Li Hanyuan used the excuse that the Imperial Gui phase matter could not be delayed and left in a hurry. Lu Qingdi naturally did not have any objections, but there were some things that he wanted to instruct him. However, Li Hanyuan was not summoned, and this kind of thing could not be spoken by a third party, let alone leave something like a secret edict. Therefore, he could only entrust this matter to Li Suyin. Ever since the horse farm was built, Jingwan would ride the horse from time to time. Perhaps it was because Li Hanyuan already had a plan and did not limit it to Jingwan running on flat roads. Jingwan's current equestrian skills were not very good, but as long as she did not let loose and the road was not that rugged, Jingwan's speed could basically keep up. It was not certain if she would still get carsick from sitting in a carriage, but most of the time, Jingwan would follow the horse. Although riding for a long time might cause some suffering, she had already prepared for this. The medicine had already been prepared. When she rested at night, she would apply the medicine and continue the next day. When she really could not bear it anymore, she would take the carriage to prevent her body from having problems and slowing down the journey. Li Hanyuan had never stopped letting the Ministry of Works remodel the carriage. So far, it had been quite effective. In addition to the meticulous arrangement, although the carriage was not as spacious and exquisite as Li Hongyuan's carriage that symbolized his identity, the comfort was not much worse. Now that she was not as carsick as before, it was not unbearable. With regards to Jingwan's degree of delicateness, the people of Jin Qinhuang Fu had all seen it. They were actually a little worried about this trip, but the facts showed that she had once again exceeded their expectations. Especially Gong Jiao, he could not help but think of the scene at Ba Long Temple where he saw her taking care of Li Hanyuan. At that time, he felt that she did not seem like a noble lady from a noble family. Now, she also did not seem like a Wang Fei that was piled up with gold and jade by Master. At one time, they were dissatisfied with Jingwan, although it was only in their hearts, because Master could not do without her. They only hoped that she would not be a burden. However, the facts proved that this Wang Fei was always able to go beyond their expectations. In their eyes, there was no one more suitable than her to be Jin Qinhuang's existence. Not only would she not be a burden, when needed, she could also completely stand up, support the situation, and help Master. Not to mention the others, especially those who had followed them to Jiangnan, the delicate appearance of Jin Qinhuang's Wang Fei could be said to be fresh in their minds. So when they saw Jingwan most of the time, she was capable and experienced, riding with them and did not need to slow down in order to take care of her. They all doubted whether this person was really Jin Qinhuang's Wang Fei. Could it be that one really could not judge a book by its cover? Not only that, this Wang Fei was amazing. The people who serve her were also not the least bit lacking. Not to mention that servant girl who seemed to be trained, that mama who looked to be in her 40s or 50s, her horse riding skills seemed to be above most of them, making them, this group of big men, feel ashamed and unable to show their faces. Along the way, when they stopped to rest, Jingwan also consciously began to practice the hand crossbow. In addition, Li Honyuan also equipped her with the sleeve arrows that were usually used by secret guards. Although he was confident that he could protect Jingwan's safety, there was never a lack of contingencies in the world. Therefore, it was not a bad thing for Jingwan to have some self-defense skills. They arrived 2 days earlier than expected. Although they were at Lu Qingdi's place for the imperial noble consort's matter, it was not easy to announce it. At least, it could not be known to the people in the northwest. Moreover, Li Honyuan had the title of inspecting the army, so naturally, he was the first to arrive at the front line. Jingwan was arranged to stay in the city first. Because they had been informed in advance, they had already made arrangements. However, because there was a battle ahead, they did not see Fu Yunting and the others. Jingwan did not care. She could not set foot in the camp where the army was stationed, so she safely settled down in the courtyard in the city. She would rest for a while before making plans. Most of the people were left behind. Li Honyuan only brought a few people and went directly to the army camp to see Fu Yunting. Because the imperial court had sent a prince to supervise the army, and he was the one with the worst reputation, there were many generals. Those who had followed Fu Yunting were only a minority. These people knew Li Honyuan very well, and the others had also heard of him. Therefore, they were very nervous. These people were not afraid of war. They were only afraid of being cheated. However, when they really saw Li Honyuan, those who knew him were still fine. Those who did not know him were completely stunned by Li Hongyuan's appearance and temperament. Sinister and ruthless, temperamental, drinking human blood, eating human flesh. This kind of person, even if he did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, he should have a sinister face like a yiksha. In the end, he was incomparably handsome, noble, and graceful. If one were to say that he was a god from the 9th heaven, there would be people who would believe it. However, this kind of shock could not be maintained for more than a few breaths. Li Honyuan flung the horsewhip in his hand. His eyes were sharp and cold, clearly telling these people that Jin Qinhuang was not as terrifying as they imagined, but he was definitely not as harmless as the first impression. Fu Yunting led the way to the main tent. Was he looking for trouble the moment he arrived? The people behind Fu Yunting looked at each other in dismay, but did not dare to say anything, asking Wang Ye to follow this humble one. Fu Yunting's expression did not change as he led the way in front. Yu Zhongqing, Li Siyin, and Imperial bodyguard Qian followed. The others were on standby. Opening the tent door, Li Honyuan directly sat on the main seat. What is the situation now? Fu Yunting discreetly glanced at Li Siyin and Yu Zhongqing. Some thoughts flashed through his mind. Then he started to explain on the sand table. Li Honyuan listened silently from beginning to end, until Fu Yunting finished. Only then did he ask a few questions. It could be said that every word was a gem, Every sentence hit the nail on the head. From the beginning of the war until now, Li Hongyuan had given Fu Yunting pointers several times through letters. Therefore, Fu Yunting knew that Li Hongyuan also had considerable attainments in military strategy. It was just that when they were face to face, that kind of pressure suddenly increased by countless levels. That feeling was like a small soldier facing a decisive war god who had led the army for decades. There was even sweat on his forehead. Fu Yunting's heart was filled with fear and admiration. On the surface, he appeared to be careful, but he realized that there were many areas where he did not think things through thoroughly. He felt ashamed and focused 120%, memorizing them one by one. Speaking of which, actually, Li Hongyuan's narrow-mindedness acted up again. It was just that it was not good to deal with Fu Yunting openly, so naturally, he started from other aspects to absolutely suppress Fu Yunting. Although under his suppression, Fu Yunting might become stronger and stronger, but that was not what Li Hongyuan wanted. After all, in the future, Fu Yunting would have to work hard for him. If Fu Yunting was not strong enough, how could he fight for his country? The few of them stayed in the tent for a long time, and the people outside were waiting impatiently. Speaking of which, Fu Yunting could be said to have the support of the masses. His prestige was very high, and the generals were very convinced. With such a person like him, the generals naturally did not want him to be suppressed or even humiliated because of his status. But after all, the other party was a prince and came under the emperor's orders. They could not do anything, and if they did, it might even bring trouble to him. It could be said that when they were anxiously waiting, he finally came out. Everyone hurriedly saluted, "Greetings, Your Highness." Li Hongyuan was expressionless, but he was well aware of it. Therefore, it was reasonable. A general who was respected and loved by the soldiers was a qualified general. Only this way could he lead the soldiers to more victories. Li Hongyuan prepared to leave the military camp, but someone stood up. "This general is unruly. Please show Your Highness the Imperial Edict. https:///11/11/11807/12809-546." Chapter 500. Li Hongyuan's cold eyes swept over, making people feel chills all over their bodies. Fu Yunting saw that something was wrong and subconsciously stood in front of that general. After he finished, he realized that his reaction was too big, but he could only brace himself. "Wang Ye, please forgive me." Li Hongyuan was expressionless. General Fu is very protective of his subordinates, but Ben Wang is not a scourge or ferocious beast. Could it be that Ben Wang will eat him? Fu Yunting's scalp went numb. The main reason was that the psychological shadow that Jin Wang gave him was too big. It simply became an instinctive reaction. "Wang Ye, please forgive me." Li Hongyuan coldly snorted. "As the commander-in-chief of an army, you are really promising." Fu Yunting's face was slightly hot. Fortunately, it was a few months of eating and sleeping in the open. His skin was already tanned and rough, so it was not very visible. Otherwise, the dignity that he had built up over the past few months would have collapsed at this moment. There was no other way. Facing anyone, he would not be like this. Right now, he was just stubbornly holding on. "Okay." Li Hongyuan tapped the horsewhip in his hand with his other hand and looked at Fu Yunting meaningfully before leaving. Fu Yunting only felt his scalp go numb. Even a scourge or ferocious beast was not this terrifying. If he could, he really did not want to face Jin Wang. Even if he used other methods to torment him, it was still better than this kind of face-to-face. Imperial Guard Qian stepped forward and took out the Imperial Edict that he carried with him, directly handing it over. Letting people kneel to receive the Imperial Edict and whatnot, forget it. General does not need to be so nervous. It is just official business. Wang Ye will not be angry and naturally will not do anything. But even if Wang Ye forgot about this matter, it should be General's matter. If your subordinates speak up, it will inevitably be suspected of overstepping your authority. Wang Ye is a person who follows the rules. This will also make Wang Ye question General's ability to manage the army. The living king of hell was someone who followed the rules? Hee. These words were probably only spoken by the people around him. Many thanks for the reminder. As long as it was not Li Hongyuan, Fu Yunting regained his calm. Imperial bodyguard Qian nodded, cupped his hands, and left. It was only after Li Hongyuan and his entourage had all left that the people present wiped the non-existent sweat from their foreheads and breathed a sigh of relief. Jin Xinhuang's imposing manner was truly terrifying. General, did Jin Wangye say anything? Under normal circumstances, people like the army supervisor were not very well liked. Under normal circumstances, if the imperial court had enough trust, why would they send an army supervisor? Moreover, there were some supervisors who came down to snatch the credit. Just this alone, for the sake of the overall situation, it wasn't that they couldn't tolerate it. However, they were afraid that these people would recklessly interfere with the military affairs. They clearly didn't understand, and yet they still blindly gave orders. This would lead to immeasurable tragic consequences. Knowing that there would be no problem with the imperial edict, Fu Yunting still looked at it symbolically. I know what you're worried about. Don't worry, what you are thinking will not happen. If that's the case, you're naturally the best. But what's the purpose of this bodhisattva? In fact, Fu Yunting also wanted to know why Li Hongyuan was here. Was it because he wasn't at ease with this war, so he came to personally take a look? However, no matter what, according to Jin Xinhuang's ability, the advantages of the war far outweighed the disadvantages. The so-called disadvantages, Fu Yunting was a little embarrassed and felt that it was probably concentrated on him. Therefore, no matter what, this mentality must be adjusted well and absolutely couldn't be removed because of his own reasons. General, then do you want to hold a welcoming banquet for Wang Ye? Another old general asked. There's no need for a welcoming banquet. Not to mention the tension of the war, it's Wang Ye's first time here. I'm afraid many things are not to his taste. Fu Yunting said it tactfully. Those who didn't know deeply agreed, and those who knew rubbed their nose and didn't say anything. With Jin Xinhuang's degree of extravagance and pickiness, they really couldn't afford it here. They didn't want to spend so much effort to hold a banquet, but in the end, they left on bad terms. When Li Hongyuan returned to the city, Jingwan had already woken up from her nap. Her spirit had more or less recovered. For the time being, the city hadn't been affected by the war. But after all, it was a northwest border. Naturally, it couldn't be compared to the capital and Jiangnan's prosperity, but it still had its own local characteristics. The buildings were relatively cold and hard, and the color scheme leaned towards the cold. However, because it was prepared for the Qinhuang to live in, it was still well prepared. The people in the residence might not be very polite, but they abided by the rules and had a sense of propriety. Jingwan wasn't unaccustomed to it. As for Li Hongyuan, in fact, he wasn't extravagant on normal days. When it was necessary, he could adapt to any environment. It was just that after seeing the layout of the residence, he was still very dissatisfied. He doubted that bringing his wife to the northwest, was it wrong? Or should he have brought more things like when he went to Jiangnan? But this was just a thought. If he really did it, Wang Wang would be hated by who knows how many people. But when he saw that Jingwan was adapting well, Li Hongyuan's brows slightly relaxed. Jingwan chuckled and stretched out her finger to rub Li Hongyuan's eyebrows. I'm fine. Li Hongyuan also laughed. Yes, how could he forget that his wife wouldn't be easily bought over by external things? The reason why she calmly accepted everything he gave was because she first accepted him from the bottom of her heart. The only thing that could buy her was never external things, but sincerity. You went to the barracks to take a look. How is the situation? It's just SOSO. It didn't meet expectations, but it didn't disappoint too much. Fu Yunting is still lacking after all. I just need to train him again. His tone was faint, but his eyes were looking at her. Jingwan almost laughed, but in the end, she held back. If she laughed, she didn't know what this man would do. However, she and Fu Yunting didn't even have a face-to-face photo. Did he have to be like this? Jingwan really wanted to say, You're just looking for trouble if you keep bringing up your past life. All right, she couldn't say that. Yes, it's his honor to be trained by Yuan personally. Li Hong Yuan's eyes were cold. He reached out and pinched Jingwan's face. Don't think that I don't know what you're thinking, but I'm too lazy to argue with you now. Just wait. I'll record it down one by one. We'll slowly settle it when we return to the capital. Jingwan rolled her eyes at him. This narrow-minded man. Li Hong Yuan took Jingwan to walk around the garden. There wasn't much to admire, so the topic naturally turned to the situation in the northwest. Jingwan asked the question in her heart. Yuan, in your previous life, the Qi Yuan suffered heavy losses. According to the fierceness of the Xiongnu, they should have directly attacked the Qi Yuan. However, from what I've heard, the Qi Yuan is in trouble and the Xiongnu have directly withdrawn their troops. I told you the same thing. There's an internal problem in the Western Xiongnu. The virtuous king's power is getting stronger and stronger, and some people have the idea of plucking the fruits of their labor. In addition, this winter, there's a rare heavy snow in the north. The area near the Qi Yuan is quite serious, not to mention the areas further north. The nomadic people's main property is cattle, sheep, and other livestock. A large number of people have died, so in order to survive, they naturally have to plunder. The former Wei and the Xiongnu are all disaster areas, so the Xiongnu don't have much energy to invest in the Qi Yuan. Moreover, the Xiongnu themselves are not a rich land. To be able to fight against the Qi Yuan for a year, their reserves are almost depleted. Even the cleverest housewife can't cook without rice. Jingwan understood. In other words, the Xiongnu did not have the right time, place, and people. They had no choice but to retreat when they had such a great opportunity. She wondered if the virtuous king was so angry that he vomited blood. Therefore, although the Qi Yuan could be said to be besieged on all sides, they had a lot of luck. This had created favorable conditions for someone to establish a more powerful dynasty in the future. And now, he had the advantage of foresight in certain aspects. If there were no accidents, the Qi Yuan in his hands in the future would be more powerful and prosperous than the one in his previous life. Jingwan did not have much ambition, but when she thought about such a prosperous era, which was created by her husband, she could not help but feel excited and proud. If we eliminate the virtuous king now, won't it be easier to deal with the Xiongnu in the future? Of course, but there are many things that cannot be generalized. After all, without the virtuous king, the internal conflicts among the Xiongnu would be reduced. If the Xiongnu retreated early to recuperate, then they would be able to preserve some of their accumulation. When they attack again in the future, they would be united as one. Hearing this, Jingwan was not nervous. She believed that he had a follow-up plan. So, not only do we have to eliminate the virtuous king, we have to completely destroy the Xiongnu, just like the northern Xiongnu in the past. You have to know that the northern Xiongnu and the western Xiongnu were rivals in the past. Because of the battle with the Qi Yuan, the northern Xiongnu were far inferior to the western Xiongnu until today. Not to mention, during this period of time, the western Xiongnu had plundered a large amount of territory. Destroy them to the point that they will be exterminated. Jingwan finished his sentence. Li Hong Yuan turned to look at Jingwan and smiled. Wan, you are quite ambitious. Jingwan turned to look at him. What was he talking about? It was obviously this bastard who had let her say this. Li Hong Yuan held her hand, their fingers intertwined, and continued walking at a moderate pace. If the Xiongnu are completely defeated, the one on the throne will not have the chance to find trouble with Fu Yunting openly. Even if the emperor has great achievements, he will not dare to act recklessly against such a meritorious official. If that's the case, according to the Su family's plan, the emperor will be even more restless. Others will not do anything to him, but he will be worried to death. What does that have to do with us? Li Hong Yuan was unusually calm. To be honest, the more worried Lu Qingdi was, the happier he would be. Therefore, Lu Qingdi was a failure as a husband, a failure as a father, and an even greater failure as an emperor. We can only take this matter slowly. But how should we deal with the imperial noble consort? Is it really because of the war? Whether it is or not, we will know when we go to the spell altar tomorrow. How far is the nearest spell altar? It is less than 100 miles away from this city. It is the only spell altar in the 5 counties inside and outside Heaven's Gate. There are 80 places with good feng shui. Is the Northwest such a small proportion of the land? It is not strange. Throughout history, after many dynasties, how many have built a capital city in this area? Well, in the past history of Qi Yuan, there was no such thing. Moreover, a capital city was very important to a country. If it was to be built, it really needed to be considered in all aspects. Shall I ask someone to prepare it? No, I will go there. Anyway, it is a secret. If you are here, won't you be able to cover for me better? Jingwan raised her eyebrows. She suspected that he was up to no good. Don't worry. I will go there early tomorrow morning. I will be back tomorrow. Jingwan really had nothing to worry about. Okay, you go. I will also take the opportunity to understand the situation in the city and see if there is anything I can help with. She could not only help. Li Hongyuan thought of his previous life. Because of his situation at that time, he did not know what Jingwan did. But later on, he learned that Fu Yunting could hold on for more than a year under the situation of internal and external troubles. How much credit did Jingwan have for Jingwan? It was the same her. Although she appeared here in a different way, he believed that what she would do in the future would be the same. Moreover, now that her status was different, her words would be carried out more vigorously in the beginning. In this way, the princess consort would definitely do better than the general's wife. However, in reality, would it really be like this? Jingwan had personally asked for the provisions and personally escorted them. She had already gained support with her own abilities. In addition, Fu Yunting had gained the respect of the soldiers and citizens of the Northwest. Whatever Jingwan wanted to do, many people would unconditionally believe her. How could her words not be carried out? On the contrary, the current princess consort, in these people's impression, was that she did not know pain and suffering. She only knew how to enjoy life and did not know anything. She was a noble lady who needed people to serve her. 9 out of 10 of her words would be doubted. So, the princess consort was the general's wife? Haha, let's not talk about the end. In the beginning, it was definitely impossible. How could Li Hongyuan not know this? Wrong, it was because he knew it very clearly. So he was being petty. Jingwan didn't know what he was thinking. She was still telling him what she could do to help. The more Li Hongyuan listened, the darker his face became. According to Jingwan's words, she would probably be busier than him. The time they spent together would be infinitely reduced. Your husband brought you here to play. Suddenly hearing Li Hongyuan's cold and harsh words, Jingwan was stunned. Then she did not know whether to laugh or cry. Ah, Yuan, don't make a fuss. What time is it now? Are you really bringing me here to play? Actually, you know best in your heart. So, at this point, don't make a fuss. Hearing Jingwan's last adjective, Li Hongyuan's face became even darker. However, it was undeniable that Jingwan was right. The living Hell King was in a bad mood and did not want to continue walking. He pulled his wife back to rest. After all, for a long time after this, he was afraid that he would not be able to eat his fill. Jingwan was severely tormented, but the next day, she still woke up full of energy. However, Li Hongyuan had already left. Jingwan's morning exercise was not canceled. On the contrary, it was increased to a certain extent. Moreover, it was not only physical exercise, but also hand crossbows and arrows. Although she did not see the cruelty of the battlefield, and probably would not see it, but as it neared, she could not help but feel a sense of danger. When Jingwan heard it, she was already sweating profusely. Even in the summer, Jingwan rarely sweated so much. However, everyone saw Jingwan's efforts. Granny Gong also consciously taught Jingwan some boxing skills. Jingwan herself might not know, but the secret guards hiding in the dark knew very well. Those were the killing moves that were more skillful. They did not require too much strength and were not harmful to the body. Most people might find it difficult to learn, but Jingwan's body was very flexible and balanced because she had been training since she was a child. Therefore, it was very easy for her to learn. Those who knew Granny Gong's identity looked at each other. Was it really okay for the Lady Protector to do this? In fact, unless they were all dead, how could the princess consort fight with others personally? But would there be a day when they were all dead? What a joke. If someone could kill them all, with such a group of sneaky soldiers, not to mention that the capital would be pierced into a sieve, at least there would be an assassination case from time to time. It was not easy to kill them in the capital. There were many governors in all the counties. So, the Lady Protector was teaching the princess consort so that she could fight with the prince? All right, she had accidentally exposed herself. She had better stop quickly. If she accidentally revealed her emotions, wouldn't she be courting death? Jingwan washed up and had breakfast. Then, she put on a set of clean clothes and went out with her men. Speaking of which, although she did not wear a fancy dress or exquisite hair accessories tonight, the material of her clothes was very different from the clothes of the people in the Northwest. Therefore, she attracted a lot of attention when she went out on the street. However, the customs here were quite good. Most people just took a look and then left. They did not cause unnecessary trouble. Besides, they could more or less guess that Jingwan's identity was not simple. Although there were not many people around Jingwan, there were still some unfamiliar figures around her. When the two countries were at war, as a border town, they were very sensitive to unfamiliar faces. Therefore, even though many people were wearing the local clothes and mingling with the crowd to protect Jingwan, they did not achieve their real goal. This was probably something that Imperial bodyguard Qian and the others did not expect. However, they were different. After going through special training, they were able to see through other people's eyes. Therefore, after a while, they would definitely notice something. Therefore, this mistake would not last long. However, Jingwan was upright and magnanimous. No matter what she did, if she had doubts, she would ask. If she did not understand, she would ask. If she inadvertently offended someone, she would apologize very straightforwardly. This kind of attitude would not cause others to be dissatisfied. Speaking of which, because the purpose of Jin Xinwang's visit was unclear and they did not know where to start, many people were actually staring at Jingwan. Of course, this kind of thing could not be done by a man. Wouldn't that be offending Jin Xinwang to death? Don't forget, this was originally a prefectural city. The number of officials here was not small. These officials all had family members. Because of the war, civil officials were also used as facial features. They did not have to go to the battlefield. Their feet did not touch the ground all day long. They even had frequent contact with soldiers. Their bodies were even infected with some of the habits of the military. Following that, the people and their families were also affected. What's more, in the Northwest, the customs were originally relatively open. Especially for women, the restrictions were much weaker. Compared to being a housewife, some of them were able to wield the whip with vigor and vigor. Perhaps because they knew the worries of the elders and their families, they were also worried about the soldiers. Therefore, some of the young ladies volunteered to go and check out the situation. Jingwan going out at this time was a good opportunity for them. It was just that they did not show up at the beginning and only watch from afar. Because the unfamiliar faces in the crowd were also centered around Jingwan, they did not call the city guards. However, this kind of situation actually had a certain drawback, because during this time, they could be used by others. The people in the city might not know how many people were around Jingwan, and the people around Jingwan were all strangers. Therefore, those who wanted to take advantage of the situation could take advantage of this loophole. Therefore, it was best for both sides to meet face to face and clearly identify each other. However, it was not suitable for some secret guards to show up in front of others. Nanny Gong whispered to Jingwan about this matter. Jingwan frowned slightly. In this case, it was best for her to go to a crowded place. Sometimes, a spy could be an unimaginable threat. Therefore, Jingwan was quite decisive about this matter. It did not matter if she did not show up. After all, she was not really here to have fun. However, she felt that she had to do something step by step. If she suddenly broke into a place where she should not break into, she would probably not be liked, be guarded against, and be regarded as enemies. More importantly, she would cause trouble for others. Therefore, it was quite troublesome to tell Jingwan where to go next. Since your highness wants to see the condition of those wounded soldiers, you can go directly to the person in charge. Jingwan thought for a while. This was indeed the best way. In fact, it was very necessary to have a good relationship with the person in charge if she wanted to intervene in a matter without causing any trouble. Because the people trained by Prince Jean were quite capable and had already sent people over, Jingwan actually remembered the layout of the entire prefectural city. She did not need anyone to lead the way at all and could find the way by herself. Probably because they saw that Jingwan was too purposeful, the people who were watching from afar could not sit still any longer and immediately caught up with her. Naturally, the existence of these people could not escape the eyes of Nanny Gong and the others. Therefore, Jingwan was not at all surprised that they were blocked. Instead, she smiled and said, "I thought you girls were not going to show up." The moment she spoke, the other party was a little embarrassed. "Your Highness, have you noticed this long ago? You girls are traveling together. In this city, it should be quite obvious, coupled with the attitude of the people around you. You have been following me for a long time. If you still can't find out, not to mention other things, the guards who followed me will be punished when they return." In the end, they were still young girls. Even if they were affected by the war and by their families, perhaps they knew more things, but in the end, they had not experienced the wind, frost, snow, and rain. They were still innocent and naive. They thought that they hid it well and let them come out. Their families did not have any hope at all. Perhaps it was more to express a kind of attitude. It turned out that they had been discovered long ago. Then why were they still sneaking around? They should have come out earlier. "Your Highness, where do you plan to go? We can lead the way. Don't you already know? Are you sure you want to lead the way for me?" Jingwan asked with a faint smile. The place where the wounded soldiers were placed was obviously not a good place. There could be death at any time, and it was always filled with the smell of blood and medicine. It would definitely be very unpleasant when mixed together. Moreover, there were endless painful groans. In short, there was only grief and despair. Everyone would feel depressed. Good people would definitely be affected by negative emotions after entering. The families of these girls probably forbade them to set foot in such a place. In fact, they were indeed hesitating. It was not only because of the warning of their families, but also because they had secretly gone there. It was too uncomfortable to stay in that place. Not long after, they felt suffocated. So, to be honest, they really did not want to go. However, this Qin Wang Fei from the capital was much more delicate than them. Moreover, she probably wouldn't be able to stand that kind of place. Perhaps she would just stand at the border for a while before turning around and leaving. They might even be able to show off their superiority in front of this Qin Wang Fei. "If your Highness wants to go, we can lead the way. But is your Highness sure you want to go?" Were they being checkmated? Jingwan's core and shell did not match after all. She was quite tolerant of these girls. "We'll go." "Then, your Highness, please." Perhaps because of Jingwan's good attitude, they could not help but soften their attitude. "Then if your Highness feels uncomfortable, you could tell us directly. Don't force yourself. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Since this was the case, no one said anything more. Perhaps because the place they were going to was special, no one joked. The wounded soldiers were placed on the other side of the prefectural city. They had vacated an area. In essence, they were still choosing the location from slums. This was also a subconscious choice made by those in power. If it was anyone else, there would be no exception, and the commoners who were let out would not feel that it was inappropriate. In this way, it was better to take a carriage to save time and energy. The closer they got, the fewer people they could see, and the atmosphere seemed to have already spread. It could be felt from afar. Jingwan asked someone to stop the carriage in advance. She got off the carriage and led the people, step by step, towards the place. This place must be guarded. Thus, before Jingwan and the others could get close, they were already blocked outside. In this place, they could already see some of the situation inside. Especially the smell, it was exceptionally unpleasant. Jingwan endured and did not use a handkerchief to cover her nose and mouth. Not to mention other things, just based on the smell, Jingwan could conclude that the hygiene inside must be terrible. Imperial Guard Qian stepped forward and took out the waist token of Jin Xinwang Fu to show his identity. The guards looked at each other in dismay. It must be known that not everyone knew that there would be an army supervisor in the Northwest, and that it was a prince. Thus, when they suddenly knew the identity of Jingwan and the others, they were extremely surprised. It must be known that the trip to Jiangnan last year was deliberately publicized by some people. Thus, when Li Hongyuan arrived at a certain place, there were many people who knew about it. However, the common people still did not know. And this time, because of the terrifying reputation of the King of Hell, the insiders wanted to weaken Jin Xinwang's presence. It was normal that the common soldiers did not know. However, Jingwan did not intend to barge in from the beginning. She only said that she wanted to see the person in charge. These guards naturally did not dare to neglect. A prince of imperial court, that was a high official, They left quickly, but the people who came out to greet them were also quite fast. It was a middle-aged man and an old man. Perhaps because they were old, the way they walked was still vigorous and vigorous. Jingwan could not help but take a few more glances. The two people walked in front of Jingwan and stopped when they were a few steps away. Although they were puzzled as to why a Qinwang Fei would come to this place, they still had to follow the rules. It was just that compared to the middle-aged man's restraint, the old man seemed to be very enthusiastic towards Jingwan and her party. Jingwan and the others quickly knew the reason. It turned out that this old man was actually the military doctor of the Northeast Army. It was the old doctor who had gone to the capital with He Junwei's family. The old doctor was nominally a military doctor, but he did not have a military status. Thus, in the Northeast, there might not be any battles for a long time. And when the Northwest was short of manpower, he brought a portion of people and came to help. Dare I ask Wang Fei Nyang Yang, did the Wang Fu's doctor who made the special medicine come? The special medicine was not the kind that had amazing effects, but would also magnify the pain countless times. That kind of medicine, in the beginning, was essentially used for interrogation. However, if the side effects could be removed, it was definitely the best medicine to use as an ordinary medicine. Gong Jiu was influenced by his master to be a doctor of the same profession, especially one who focused on saving lives, so he was usually more respectful. Greetings to the old doctor. Gong Jiu automatically stepped forward. The old doctor was probably surprised by his young age, so his eyes widened slightly. However, now was not the time to be calculative. He stepped forward and directly grabbed Gong Jiu. To be able to make such a medicine at such a young age, you must be very knowledgeable about medicine. Come, I need your help. Gong Jiu wasn't just a doctor. He was a secret guard. Even if he was good at medicine, his martial arts weren't weak either. It was impossible for an old man to drag him away. He had a master. If his master didn't say anything, how could he leave just like that? Jingwan saw this and said, Gong Jiu, you go. Yes. Jingwan looked at the middle-aged man. He was probably the real person in charge. I want to go in and take a look. I wonder if you will allow me to? Seeing that Jingwan was still polite, the slightly stiff body of the person in charge relaxed a little. They were just small fries. In the face of these nobles, they could only serve them respectfully. If they wanted to go in, they could just barge in and there was nothing they could do. They also had to be prepared for the situation inside to be too bad and cause the nobles to feel uncomfortable. If the situation was light, they would probably just be scolded. If the situation was serious, they might even lose their lives. It was really lucky to be able to meet such a person who asked for their help. Since Princess Consort has asked, then this little one will say something. The situation inside is very bad. Princess Consort is a noble person, and I am afraid it will make you uncomfortable. If Princess Consort does not have a reason to go in, this little one does not recommend Princess Consort to go in. From the smell, you can roughly imagine the situation. However, since you are already standing here, your purpose must be to come here. Therefore, it is not very likely that you will leave without taking a look. If it causes you any trouble, please forgive me. Princess Consort, you are too serious. I don't deserve it. There is nothing to deserve it. After all, I did cause you trouble. The girls behind her looked at each other and saw the disbelief in each other's eyes. This princess consort didn't put on airs at all. She didn't look like a princess consort at all. As the saying goes, a higher official can crush people to death. Any small official, if it were their family members, would also be arrogant. Not to mention other things, compare with their attitude when they came here before, and compare with this princess consort, they were inexplicably ashamed because they seemed to be too rude. Although it was uncomfortable, they still followed Jingwan in. Jingwan did not speak along the way and just watched quietly, not to mention disturbing others. She even took the initiative to avoid people when she saw people carrying people over. The older they got, the deeper they went. Even the guards of the prince's mansion might not have seen a dead person before. This kind of environment had a certain influence on them, let alone the girls. On the other hand, Jingwan seemed to be getting calmer as she walked. However, her originally relaxed expression became colder and colder. Sometimes, she even went into the room to take a look. When she came out, she saw the girls covered their mouths and resisted the urge to vomit. If you don't feel well, go back. However, they were stubborn and shook their heads, unwilling to go back. Jingwan's expression became colder. If you vomit, you will cause trouble for others. They are very busy and tired. Do you understand? They were stunned. They probably did not expect Jingwan's attitude to change so much. Princess consort, we will definitely endure it. Then do as you like. After turning a small part of the room, Jingwan saw Gong Jiao. At this moment, he was stitching up someone's wound. His movements were very skillful. Jingwan was a little stunned for a moment. When the stitching was done, he applied a light yellow liquid. Gong Jiao cleaned his hands and walked over. Princess consort. Jingwan nodded. Have you been studying wound stitching? Yes, because it is indeed very effective. Not to mention other places, it should be very useful on the battlefield. I saw that the thread you used was not prepared at the last minute. Did you bring it from the capital? Have you almost mastered this set of skills? I used the Catgut Suture that you mentioned. Because Prince Yu had instructed me to do so, I have been studying and organizing it. Jingwan felt that in her husband's previous life, she should have brought up the topic of wound stitching, but she did not know if it was accepted. If it was accepted, then it would definitely be popularized. Her husband had personally led the army for many years, so it was impossible for him not to know about it. Then, he should have prepared for it long ago. From the time he was conferred the title of prince, he should have made preparations in this regard. However, Gong Jiao first learned about it from her, so it was still not popularized. I thought that it would not be accepted. To sew a wound as if it was a piece of cloth, it must be absurd and ridiculous to those who did not know. Why do you say so, princess consort? Compared to losing one's life, sewing a wound is really not worth mentioning. I heard from Gong Jiao that this method was first proposed by you, princess consort. Gong Jiao has also confirmed that it is very effective. It is a great blessing for the soldiers. Thank you, princess consort, the old doctor said and bowed deeply to Jingwan. Jingwan quickly avoided it. Doctor, you were too kind. I just suddenly thought of it. The rest was done by Gong Jiao. If I really want to thank someone, I should thank him. Princess consort, you are wrong. Many things are wrong. In fact, it is just an idea. So, princess consort, you don't have to be modest. Gong Jiao said. That's right. The old doctor agreed. Let's not talk about this. Actually, I have an idea and want to say it. I wonder. Go ahead, princess consort, the old doctor said immediately. Someone who could come up with a wonderful idea now might have an idea that was very useful. Actually, I think that the environment here is a little too bad. These soldiers are already suffering from illness. If the environment is too bad, even a healthy person would feel uncomfortable, let alone them. When they feel uncomfortable, their willpower will definitely be depressed. As the saying goes, accumulated worry will lead to illness. If their willpower is depressed, it will definitely have a great impact. Besides, I have also studied some medical books. Especially the more special diseases, such as the plague, are most likely related to the bad environment. The moment these words were said, it caused quite a commotion. https:///11/11807/128414440. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.